Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Virtus Conference, 2013. Green Corner. Both Pikachu and Umbreon are unable to battle. Trainers, send out your last Pokémon. The loud and authoritative voice of the referee rang out in the stadium, barely audible over the excited shouts of the 50,000-strong crowd wildly cheering the final two contestants. On one corner stood a blonde-haired hazel-eyed man, standing with shock etched on every corner of his face. With slightly shaking hands, Virgil recalled his starter with a grimace. With a little bit of guilt, Virgil did indeed notice his opponent rushing out to meet his own Pokémon, which was loaded onto a stretcher due to the extensive damage done. Even so, Virgil was far from happy, or even pleased. The match wasn't turning out as he had expected at all. His evolutions were all well trained by him over the course of several years. He had a 2-year training experience on Ash. His Pokémon were better developed than most due to being involved in rescue missions. Most importantly, he had had them for a PRD of well over 5 years. So how was it that Ash could have defeated 5 of his Pokémon with his barely 1-year trained ones? If he were to be honest to himself, he had never expected Ash to reach the final match. From what information he could gather from the official league website, Ash had a tendency to use completely new teams of Pokémon in every league. Only Pikachu remained a constant. Naturally, this meant that every time Ash participated in a league, he did so as an effectively rookie trainer, not as the experienced and well-traveled one that he actually was. And he indeed had not been proven wrong, since the Pokémon he had used till now were Duat, Pignite, Levany, Crocodile and Pikachu. While all of them were efficient and trusty in their own rights, his own team had much more experience than most of them. That in itself should have put the match in his own favor up until now. My Pokémon should have curb-stomped Ash's rookie ones. How is this even possible that he is going neck and neck to me? Virgil thought in disbelief. And to add insult to injury, Ash hadn't even revealed his 6th Pokémon, while he had to use all 6 of his own up until now. He had to admit that he had rarely ever seen a brilliant on-the-spot strategist than Ash Ketchum. The boy had a knack for making unorthodox strategies and take advantage of the battling field in ways he couldn't have even imagined in his wildest dreams. Brains almost always won over brawn in Pokémon battling. Even if Ash's team was less experienced, they made it up in showing inventive and fantastic maneuvers in the duration of the battle to make up for it. Will the trainers please send out their next Pokémon? The referee's voice cut through Virgil's thoughts, shaking him from his stupor and immediately take out his next, and last, Pokeball for the match. Enlarging Flareon's Pokeball for the 2nd time in the match, Virgil took a deep breath as he formulated a rough battle plan in his mind. Flareon is still a bit damaged from its battle against Crocodile, but if my knowledge about Ash's other Unova Pokémon is correct, then only Snivy, Unpheasant and Boldore are left. Palpitoad is still damaged, and if it was not, then Ash would have surely sent it against Jolteon. Virgil's eyes narrowed as he threw his last Pokeball towards the rocky field. Not exactly a preferable ground for either his Vaporeon, or Ash's Duat. Flareon, come on out. The Fire-type evolution, Flareon, appeared in all its glory, a little bit of cuts and bruises visible, but otherwise battle-ready. The Pokémon was larger than the average size for its species, showing just how battle-experienced it really was. Flaw. The Kanto Pokémon yipped as it took a ready stance. Now what Pokémon will you use? asked Ketchum. Snivy, Boldore, Unpheasant and Palpitoad. These were the only viable options. And if his luck was with him today, it would either be Snivy or Unpheasant. Virgil didn't have to wait long as Ash threw his Pokeball with a confident smile on his face. Virgil's own was wiped off his face as he finally saw the Pokémon which emerged from the Pokeball. The only word which he was able to utter from his mouth was DMN. Red corner. You did well, buddy. Now take a nice long rest. I promise I will bring home the trophy. Ash Ketchum gently whispered to his starter Pokémon as Chansey came out to put him on a stretcher. Seeing Pikachu so extensively damaged had really done a number on Ash's confident mood for the match. Pi.ka, Pikachu weakly smiled as it collapsed back on the stretchers, the fatigue finally catching up. Silently watching his Pokémon disappear in the dark tunnel leading to the medical center, Ash calmly started walking back to his corner, his hat pointed downward to cover his facial expression and his ears muted to every cheer. Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town had only one thought in his mind. This is it. The final battle. He had to win, there's no two ways around it. His team had truly surprised him today. Even though he always had complete faith in his Pokémon, even he could admit that the difference in experience between his team and Virgil's was just very much. But his team had proved everyone, including himself, wrong about the limits of their capabilities. Nobody had expected a rookie team to defeat a multitude of highly trained evolutions. In truth, he might not have used any one of them if not for a particular incident. His quarter-final clash had been a real eye-opener. Cameron had been, without a shadow of a doubt, a noob. But the same noob pushed Ash to the limit with just five Pokémon. Pikachu barely pulled up after the clash between his Volt Tackle and Lucario's Bone Rush. And so, after his extremely embarrassing victory against Cameron, Ash had decided to use a completely veteran team for the semi-finals against Dino. He just couldn't take any chances, not after coming so far. The victory, if he could call it so, had been a slight domination by his side. He had used Snorlax, Swellow, Totodile, Torterra, Infernape and his legendary defeater Sceptile. So there was no need to say that it was an easy victory for Ash. Well, not exactly easy, but definitely not hard. It had been a mostly even battle, until the introduction of Sceptile, that is. He had decided to rest Pikachu for the finals. But what Ash had perhaps naively chosen to forget was the possible backlash from his Unova team. Unlike his older Pokémon, his Unova team had never experienced him going on another journey altogether, while taking only Pikachu. Thus when they had to watch the match from the stands, they had overreacted. Many of the Pokémon in the Unova group had been abandoned by their previous trainers. And thus they had made a very strong bond with Ash due to his caring and lovable nature towards them. They didn't want Ash to leave them just because they were weak and so they started training hard. Their training was so intense that Oshawott evolved into Duat, and Snivy and Pignite were also close to evolving. So it was a testament to their willpower really. Even more so considering they did it all on their own, without any guidance from Ash. It was only Professor Oak who informed and explained the matter to Ash, who was highly surprised that his Pokémon would go to such lengths to prove themselves to them. So, he once again changed his team and apologized to the Unova group, and told them that if he was happy with what they had achieved in the short time, he will definitely take a gamble and use them. Sure enough, they had been much better than before. So, taking a huge risk, he sent them out. And, thankfully, they hadn't disappointed him in the slightest. Thanks guys. You proved to me that my trust in you was not foolish. If only I could rub this in Paul's face. Ash mentally thanked his Pokémon. An amused smile appeared on his face at thinking of his rival. He could only hope that losing to him in the Sino League would have forced Paul to rethink his approach to training his Pokémon. But it wasn't the time to think about his past rivals, it was the time to defeat his current. It's time for me to use my secret weapon. The Pokeball in his hand contained one of the strongest Pokémon he had in his entire party, and one he had never used in an official battle before. But he made up for that in terms of raw strength alone. Regardless, Ash was 110% assured of his victory. Ash grinned as he enlarged the Pokeball. He hurled it towards the arena in his usual fashion, where Flareon was anxiously waiting for its opponent. I choose you dash, the Pokeball exploded in a huge flash of light, only to reveal a large, terrifying figure emerging from within its depths. Golden eyes snapped open. Garchomp. Ash clenched his fists in excitement as the land shark Pokémon appeared. The Pokémon in question was 6 feet 8 inches, quite tall even for its species. Its color predominantly navy blue with red and yellow colored portions on its torso. A shark-like fin protruding from its back with an equally shark-esque tail made for an intimidating view. Not to mention the razor-sharp teeth and gold-colored eyes. The mock Pokémon thumped its tail on the ground as it gave out a deafening roar, causing many in the crowd to scream out in terror, and an equal number of people to look in awe at the pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Garchomp turned its eyes towards Flareon, who visibly flinched back, and gave it a psychotic grin. One which told, "I'ma have fun with you, punk." Virgil looked at the absolutely terrifying figure of the dual-ground dragon type, as it towered over his Flareon. Flareon was visibly looking nervous. He gulped. Garchomp must be scarily strong to make his vintage Flareon to get scared. DMNU Ash. Virgil muttered as his mind went overdrive into making strategies to defeat the monster before him. Pseudo-legendaries more often than not lived up to their names. And to defeat one was no easy task. In the stands, Iris, Stefan, Trip, Cameron, Georgia and Bianca watched with dropped jaws as Ash released the draconian Pokémon. Axu, Lucario, and Sok watched the powerful dragon with respect, and holy admiration in the case of Axu. The most baffled of them all, the girl from the dragon village pointed towards the dragon type in disbelief. How, no, when did he catch a Garchomp? Iris asked the question which was probably on everyone's mind. Trip had his own conundrum. How can someone from the boonies catch such a powerful Pokémon? And not only Garchomp, Ash's Sceptile was even faster than my superior. Trip thought to himself. Even though his opinion about other regions had drastically changed after his defeat by Ash, it was still a shock to him to see Ash as such a powerful trainer. Could it be that my opinions about Kanto are wrong? Perhaps I should visit the place sometime. He promptly took a large number of pictures of the dragon type. The burly guy sitting next to Trip let out a whistle of appreciation as he looked at his friend-cum-rival's final Pokémon, DMN Sok. Looks like Ash got a lot stronger. Stefan muttered to his companion Pokémon. Savok. Its voice trailing off as it sensed the amount of power in the Pokémon. Sok clearly shared his trainer's opinion. The pink-haired Georgia didn't say anything. Or rather, was unable to make up her mind on what to say exactly. On one hand, Ash was her friend and a definite good guy, unlike Miss Dragon Master, she thought sarcastically. While they weren't the best of friends, Ash had never been anything but pleasant to her, so speaking against him would definitely be a low blow. Also was the fact that Ash used a wide variety of Pokémon, not only dragon types. But on the other hand, she really disliked dragon-type Pokémon. Well, it's not as if Ash only uses dragon types, and besides Garchomp looks scarily strong too. Wouldn't want to get on his bad side. Georgia apparently made her decision. Bianca on the other hand looked with sparkling eyes at Garchomp, excitement overrunning her shock. Whoa, looks like Ash has got some pretty strong Pokémon. Seeing as she had never seen a Garchomp before, she decided to scan it with her Pokédex. Garchomp. The land shark Pokémon. When it folds up its body, it looks like a jet plane and flies at sonic speed. It never allows its prey to escape. The duo sitting next to Stefan and Sok, Cameron and Lucario also looked at Garchomp with a critical glaze. It looked a strong opponent to test their abilities against. Not to mention Hydreigon would definitely be excited. But during all this, Scyllin was surprisingly, not surprised at all. This showed on his face as Iris promptly asked him why was he so calm, and not looking all wonder-eyed and jaw-dropped like them. Scyllin was all too happy to divulge the reason, why. You see Iris, 1 month ago I had accidentally caught Ash and Garchomp during their training session. Seeing a very set-off expression beginning to gather on the purple-haired girl's face, he quickly added, and before you get angry, he said that he wanted to surprise you after the tournament. Scyllin said so as to prevent Ash from possible bodily harm by Iris. Iris grudgingly accepted the excuse, but Georgia couldn't help herself. Ash probably thought you might try to steal Garchomp from him. The Dragon Buster said rather childishly. No, really. That wasn't even a low-level jab. A rather pathetic pinch if Georgia were to be honest to herself. What did you say? Iris growled. Well, it had the desired effect, that's for sure. Unfortunately for Iris, Georgia was all too ready to explain herself. Well, if you look at it honestly, for all your talk of being a dragon master, you just have an unevolved Axu and a rogue Dragonite. It's not too far-fetched to say you might try to get Garchomp by any means necessary. Georgia continued in a rather casual tone, as if she was talking about the weather or something. Looking as if it had seen a child being sacrificed in a satanic ritual, Axu sunk down into his trainer's hair, a proverbial rain cloud hanging over its head. Unable to properly formulate a strong response to the arguably honest statement, Iris quickly retorted, "Oh yeah. And for all your talk of being a dragon buster, you lost to me." Ha! The statement almost led to almost an all-out cat fight between the two, if not for Scylla calming the duo down. Unknowing of the drama that surrounded his friends, Ketchum got ready for the final battle of the Virtus Conference. Arena. "You ready, Garchomp?" Ash asked his only dragon type. Garchomp gave a grin at that and pumped up his hands, air claws, gr. Virgil was a bit unnerved at Garchomp's confidence, but shook it off. His Flareon had taken on strong foes before too, now wasn't the time to be intimidated. The referee, noticing that both Pokémon were released and ready for battle, raised both of his flags into the air. The final battle of the 2013 Virtus Conference begins. Now. The flags swooshed as they were brought down simultaneously. Virgil took this as a sign to begin attacking. "Flareon, let's start things off with a flamethrower." Virgil commanded, and in response Flareon let out a scorching stream of fire towards its opponent. The flamethrower was stronger than what is usually seen, showing that Flareon was very well trained. The stream of flames expanded into a wall, making the attack area wide and providing little to no escape from it. However, Garchomp didn't look even a bit unnerved by the attack coming towards it, neither did it fly up. The reason was made clear when Ash yelled out confidently, "Garchomp, show them a real fire-type move, use Fire Blast." Virgil's eyes widened as the command reached his ears. What the dash? He couldn't even finish his sentence as Garchomp released a massive ball of fire from its jaws. The compressed ball of fire roared as it burned its way through the air to meet Flareon's wider attack head-on. The compressed ball of fire, rather than feeding into the charging wall, rather made it bend around it, thus shielding Garchomp from any and all damages from the fire. It created for a brilliant display of lights as the two fire-type attacks tried to overpower one another. Fire Blast was naturally at an advantage. Seeing that the situation was rapidly turning against them, Virgil decided to take matters into his own hands. "Flareon, don't give up. Increase your power." On the other side of the field, Ash's smile turned into a smirk. "Big mistake, Virgil. Flaya." Flareon's voice turned into a growl as it exerted even more effort to continue its own attack. The fire type was able to do nothing more than to keep up its attack. Increasing its power was far beyond its capabilities in its mildly exhausted state. Garchomp merely stood with an unnerving gaze as it waited for its Fire Blast to do its job. Fire Blast was a one-time launch attack, unlike Flamethrower, which had to be feeded continuously. Eventually, the inevitable did happen. Flareon, despite its efforts, encountered a very elementary problem after a minute. One which made it unable to continue its attack. Its lungs ran out of air. With Flareon no longer controlling the fire, it fed into the large fireball created by Garchomp. And like a flaming meteorite, it crashed into the ground around Flareon. Crap. Seeing where the situation was going, Ash immediately shielded his eyes. And for good measure. For no more than 2 seconds later, with a loud explosion, the ground around the fire type exploded. Dust and debris flying around, and only stopped from reach the two trainers and the referee by the psychic barrier, crashed into the rocky ground, further tearing it up and making the once little to moderately damaged ground into a ground resembling one hit by a missile. The crowd drew back as the fire eventually reached the psychic barriers, making them shake and vibrate in effort to hold it back. The whole stadium was partially bathed in a yellowish-red light as the two attacks joined to create the massive explosion. In all this, Flareon's whimpers of pains were drowned out as it tried to shield itself from the scorching heat trying to burn it. Its fire typing coming into effect was the only thing which protected Flareon from debilitating injury. Nevertheless, the explosive nature of the fire still hurt it extensively, as did the flying and partially molten rocks and stones. No! Flareon! Virgil cried out in distress as Bleakly glanced from between his covered hands. The blinding light was still impossible to look at, so he couldn't even see the status of his Pokémon. Its enhanced hearing allowing it hear its opponent's cries of pain, Garchomp let out another blood-curdling roar, making many spectators cover their ears. As the fire dissipated, the true scale of landscape destruction became clear to the spectators both in the stadium, and those watching around the world. The boulders around the field, those which were left that is, had mostly molten and blackened. The ground itself had much soot covering it, with many small craters around the mildly blackened Flareon. The craters themselves were created from the violent ripping out of boulders and gravel. The Pokémon itself didn't look as much damaged as it would have had it been a Pokémon belonging to any other type. But even then, the attack seemed to leave a mark on it as it stumbled while getting back on its feet. Front legs visibly shaking with effort, Flareon bravely stood back up, defiantly staring down its opponent. "Sheet! Are you all right, Flareon?" Virgil asked with panic laced in his voice. Hearing its trainer's shout, Flareon weakly nodded back, one of its eyes shut in pain. Nevertheless, the fire type soon regained some of its bearing, crouching in an attacking stance, ready to take orders. But Ash had no plans to let up the attacking to Virgil. It wasn't a turn-based combat after all, you had to take advantage and keep on attacking if the opportunity rose. "Now Garchomp, use Sandstorm." Waving his hand in an arc as he said this, Ash had a confident smile on his face. Its body glowing with ethereal energy, Garchomp raised its claws into the air, waving them around. Almost instantly, a sudden dust storm erupted from the rocky field, the ash created from the explosive attack prior giving it a very dark appearance. In a matter of seconds, howling winds hit the psychic barriers as Garchomp's Sandstorm gave justice to its name. Flareon's situation became even worse since its sight was now taken away, or at the very least limited. On the other hand, Garchomp wasn't even a bit bothered by the sand. Its special ability coming into play, Garchomp vanished into the storm like a ghost. Keen to take advantage of the fact that no one other than perhaps Garchomp itself was able to see an inch, Ash yelled, "Garchomp, this is your chance, rush forward with dual chop, but be careful." Even though Flareon's visibility had been highly reduced, that didn't mean it couldn't use some other attack to defend itself. On the other side of the field, Virgil looked rather desperately at the wall of spinning sand before him. Knowing that Ash was surely commanding his Pokémon for some attack, shouted, "Flareon, use fire spin around you, keep a lookout for Garchomp." In a testament to Flareon's own skill, multiple rings of fire immediately sprang up around the Pokémon. Spreading to up to 6 feet in radius, the fire spin negated Garchomp's sand veil whenever the dragon came into contact with the flames, allowing for Flareon to make a mental map of its opponent's various positions. Unfortunately, the flames were a little bit too weak for Garchomp to be stopped in its path. For after testing the waters a few times, Garchomp bravely rushed through the fire, taking minor burns, and reached Flareon with both fins glowing. But Flareon wasn't nearly as helpless as it seemed. Flareon's tail immediately glowed white as it jumped in the air to block the dual chop. A loud crack occurring, both the Pokémon were locked in a battle of wills as they tried to win over the other. Meanwhile, the sandstorm conjured by Garchomp had reduced a little by now, allowing for Ash and Virgil to see their Pokémon locked in the stalemate. Seeing his Pokémon still standing, and rather giving an equal battle to Garchomp, Virgil's confidence rose. "All right. Flareon, hit Garchomp with a flamethrower." Ash had other plans, don't let it complete its attack. Garchomp, increase the power behind dual chop. Giving a snarl, Garchomp's muscles visibly flexed as it increased the pressure on Flareon tenfold. Extremely surprised by its opponent's sudden increase in power, Flareon stopped charging its flamethrower. Putting all its concentration in maintaining the iron tail, Flareon visibly shook with effort. Being in mid-air was proving the task to be even tougher. Virgil frowned as he racked up strategies to successfully come out of the situation in a positive manner. Looking closely at the position in which the two Pokémon were locked, and how Flareon's upper body was slightly raised, his eyes widened. Giving a confident smile for the first time in the battle, he shouted, "Flareon, use the iron tail to propel yourself into the air." Ash's eyes widened in shock. "What? Flaw?" Giving as grunt of effort, Flareon changed the angle of its iron tail. Like a missile, Flareon was launched into the air, Garchomp's dual chop giving it an even better velocity. "Now Flareon." Pointing towards the field victoriously, Virgil commanded, "Use Incinerate." The crowd rose up as the command reached the spectators. Noise level rose, blocking out Ash's orders. Virgil was confident though. What could Ash probably order that would allow Garchomp to escape? Incinerate was a very wide area attack, there was no place for Garchomp to rush to, the whole ground could be covered from that height. He could see Ash's lips moving, shouting out some order, but what could he possibly do? Even though Garchomp was a ground type, using Dig would take far too much time for a Pokémon its size, not to mention, Flareon was ready. With a loud cry of effort, Flareon launched a stream of fiery hot flames from its jaws. The stream rapidly expanding into a huge wall, it hit the ground like a missile, burning away any remaining boulders or bedrocks, and burning away whatever vegetation grew on the corners. The power of the attack was such that Flareon kept hovering in the air, the force created from launching the attack keeping it high. The crowd was stunned. From what it appeared, Garchomp should clearly have lost. There was no escaping from the attack. A little noise of victory emerged from Virgil's mouth, his happiness knew no bounds as he realized he had won a match he had little chance of winning. Even the referee looked ready to end the match then and there, only looking for the official confirmation of seeing the large dragon unconscious. But then. Now, Garchomp launched the Dragon Pulse. What? A shadow came over Flareon, and before the Pokémon could even turn in mid-air, it was over. Flareon's eyes bugged out as a glowing sphere of draconian energy hit it straight in the back. The ball exploded, and rapidly reached critical mass, engulfing Flareon in a glowing sphere of pain. The fire type crashed towards the ground at rapid speeds and finally with a loud bang, hit it, creating a large dust cloud. As the smoke cleared, Flareon was clearly lying in the crater formed, its eyes shut. Flareon was unconscious. Ash knew that if the attack hit Garchomp, the damage could prove just too much for his newly evolved Pokémon. Thankfully, he had a very easy solution to the problem. Garchomp, taken to the skies, and just as you reach Flareon, hit it with a Dragon Pulse. Without missing a beat, Garchomp launched itself into the air. With good measure since a split second later, the Incinerate hit the ground. Ash doubted whether anyone other than himself saw Garchomp even take off. Well, that was even better for him, since there was no way Virgil could avoid the surprise attack mid-air. Garchomp appeared behind Flareon with a deceptively quick speed, almost like it had teleported. Ash watched as Garchomp charged up the Dragon Pulse, and patiently waiting for Flareon to stop its attack and begin its descent, it finally launched it. Euphoria filled in his veins as he watched Flareon crash land. Ash shook with disbelief as the situation became clear to him. Seeing the obvious result, the referee raised the red flag, Flareon is unable to battle, Garchomp wins the match. The winner of this match, and the 2013 Virtus Conference, is Ash Ketchum. The crowd erupted in a wild cheering as the result was announced, many even more excited at having seen a Pokémon like Garchomp fly. Iris, Syllan and the rest of Ash's friends cheered the loudest of them all, happy to see their friend win the competition. Yeah! Ash raised his fist in victory, the happiness of winning his first league bursting out in barely controlled emotions. Rushing out into the field, he motioned for Garchomp to come down. The arena silenced momentarily as Garchomp let out an absolutely beastly roar of victory, but it soon turned into cheers of delight as the massive dragon rushed towards its trainer to celebrate. Good job Garchomp! Ash gave a thumbs up to his Pokémon as he approached him. Rather than responding with a shout or cry of victory, Garchomp landed beside Ash, and gently bit his head affectionately. Unfortunately, Garchomp hadn't yet realized that evolving had increased its strength tenfold. Waving his hands around in panic, Ash's muffled shouts and comical jumping around provided some light-hearted moments for the crowd. Not so much for Ash though. Somehow getting Garchomp off of him, Ash climbed up the railing, waving to the crowd and laughing with joy. Virgil silently recalled Flareon into his Pokeball, muttering soothing nothings to it. Flareon had fought bravely tonight, even though it had been fighting at such disadvantage, and even such a overwhelming opponent. Looking across to see Ash celebrating, Virgil allowed an amused smile to cross his face. Still, disappointment showed on his face clearly. He had hoped to win this year's conference rather easily, and getting beaten in the finals was clearly not what he had in mind. Well. If it's any consolation, I am rather glad it was Ash who defeated me. Being a Pokémon rescuer, there was no one more worthy in Virgil's mind than a person who cared for Pokémon as much as Ash Ketchum. Allowing a snicker to escape him as Garchomp bit Ash, Virgil walked back into the private trainer's room he had been allowed for the finals. In any case, he was still proud of his Pokémon for putting up such a strong show against an official battler like Ash. His Pokémon would always be rescuers first, battlers second. Maybe he could train up a little this year. 30 minutes later. Ash was predictably mobbed in the dressing room by his friends and Pokémon. Pikachu affectionately nuzzled Ash, happy to have helped his friend get on the first step towards his dream of being a Pokémon master. Things almost got ugly when Iris stomped in and promptly dressed him down for keeping the existence of a beautiful Pokémon like Garchomp from her. Needless to say, Garchomp was quite happy to hear that. Hey Syllan, Georgia, Bianca, Trip, Cameron and Stephen. Ash cheerfully welcomed his friends, although he was surprised to see them all together. It's Stefan. Stefan cried out in anguish, but for some unknown reason no one really noticed. It was a great battle, Ash. Your Garchomp is a really strong Pokémon. Georgia complimented Ash as Iris looked on in disbelief. You actually praised Garchomp. Iris yelled out. Yeah, so. Georgia acted as if she didn't get it. The nonchalant answer gained a tick mark from Iris. Well, don't you hate dragon types, Miss Dragon Buster? Iris said sarcastically as she used air quotes for Georgia's nickname. Humph, unlike you, Miss Wannabe, Dragon Master. Ash has a rather well-rounded team of Pokémon, it's only wannabe masters like you and masters like Drayden that I hate. Besides, Garchomp is honestly that good, there's no two ways to go about it. Unlike your Pokémon. Georgia said snobbishly as she and Iris started another argument which everyone rather smartly ignored. Getting involved in a fight between two girls always meant taking sides, and that was something none of them wanted to do. Trip congratulated Ash in his usual manner, by using a veiled insult. Congratulations Ash, since you won the league, I can now say without shame that it was the league winner against whom I was eliminated. Maybe Kanto isn't the Boonis after all. Seeing as he had a smile on his face the entire time he said it, all the while having an honest tone, it was hard for anyone to deduce whether he was being sarcastic or he was really serious. Ash sweat dropped at the rather insulting congratulations, but he had gotten rather used to such things after meeting Trip so many times during his journey. Cameron, Lucario, and Bianca also congratulated Ash, with the former two cursing their lack of information leading them to use only 5 Pokémon in the quarter-finals against Ash. Thanks a lot guys, this really means a lot to me, you all watching my match, cheering me on. Thank you. Ash said with a smile as his friends' rivals smiled back. But don't think that just 'cause you've won the league you're the best Ash, me and Lucario are coming right at ya. Lucario barked in agreement as he and Cameron gave a thumbs up to Ash. Georgia smirked in her usual confident manner, while Bianca merely smiled. Stefan and Sock were so pumped at the possibility to face Ash that they even started doing push-ups right down in there. Go figure. You bet guys. Ash said with a smile, but me and my friends won't be slacking off either. We have got the Unova Elite Four and Alder to challenge after all. This statement of Ash's made everyone's eyes widen. The Elite Four challenge of Unova was one of the strongest ones after Sino and Kanto. You mustn't get overconfident, Ash. Unlike Virgil, the Elite Four are a recipe not easily mastered. You can't expect to take them on with just your Unova Pokémon, you will have to use every resource you have. Syllan warned. Before Ash could answer, the speaker present the room flared up. Trainer Ash Ketchum, please make your way to the arena. You are required to bring your Pokémon along with you. I repeat, make your way to the arena. Ash took a deep breath. Well, that's my cue, guys, wish me luck. Recalling the 5 of his Pokémon, he then looked at Pikachu. Hop on, buddy, this is our time. Thunderous applause from the over 50,000 spectators greeted Ash as he entered the arena. Shaking hands with his old acquaintance, Mr. Charles Goodshow, and the Unova League champion, Alder, Ash had been handed the trophy by a pretty girl. The golden trophy, sleek and royal in its design, felt almost unreal to Ash as he held it. Soon, he shook hands with Virgil, who thanked him for giving him the best match of his entire career. As Ash held the trophy proudly in his hands, his mind went into the various flashbacks over just how many times he had lost before. Charizard sleeping in his battle against Richie's Pikachu. Tyson's Meowth in boots. Harrison's Houndoom. The legendaries of Tobias. Every hurdle. Every challenge he had faced till now, had been for this very moment. The first step in his quest to etch his name in history as the best that there ever was. As Ash looked around him, his face filled with pride. Garchomp was present in the air above him, a proud grin etched onto its face. Levany, Crocodile, Duat and Pignite stood proudly around, while Pikachu was in its usual spot on its trainer's shoulder. Charles Goodshow, president of the Pokémon League, stood beside Ash. The old man, despite showing an outer calm, felt much happiness as he watched the young trainer beside him. Having followed Ash's journey from the very moment he first met him in the Indigo League, the old man felt much pride for the boy. He had heard nothing but praise from each and every champion or Elite Four that Ash had ever met on his journey. Ash didn't know it, but he was quite the popular guy among the Elite Four and champions. His role in defeating the multiple criminal organizations was well known in the United League of Regions. Now, finally seeing the boy win his first league. Well, it was quite the experience. As per tradition, it was the Unova League champion, Alder, who presented Ash the trophy. Ash had met Alder during his Unova journey, was quite happy when Alder recognized him. The Unova champion was a large man with wild orange hair which came till his lower back. The champion was also smiling widely at seeing Ash with the championship. Alder had also taken it upon himself to announce Ash's victory to the arena, which unfortunately didn't go well. Ladies and gentlemen, Alder started in a loud voice over the mic, I present to you, this year's winner of the Unova League, Ashton Ketchum of Pallet Town. He finished in a jovial tone. Dot. 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 Almost the entire arena face faulted at the rather horrendous blunder from the champion, who was looking rather quizzically at the anime tears of Ash. Trip facepalmed, this is the guy I admired the most in my childhood. What's the matter, Ashton, you've just won the league. Cheer up. Alder said. How? Ash practically screamed, how can you get my name wrong? He then wildly pointed towards the large jumbotron, which clearly showed Ash's correct name, its clearly written ASH Ketchum. Ash would have yelled even more at the clueless champion if not for a loud voice coming from the stands, which was made clearer by the stunned quietness of the crowd. Ha! How's it feel, Ash? Ha! How's it feel to get your name wrong for once? Stefan asked in a rather smug and victorious tone. What are you talking about, Stefan? No one gets your name wrong. Ash said rather confidently. See. You did it again, it's Pidgeot. Stefan yelled out in anguish. Calm down, Stefan, you're creating a scene. Cameron tried to placate his friend. Even Sock tried to pull its trainer down. You did it too. Stefan yelled out in frustration as security started gathering around him. Mr. Stefan, we advise you to keep quiet, you're creating quite a scene. A man in black suit and glasses said to Stefan, who almost tore his hair out in frustration, but finally sat down, shaking in anguish all the while. Well, that was weird. Ash said out loud, after things finally came to order as a few league officials convinced Alder that Ash's name was really Ash and not Ashton. The champion was easily lured to the background as the two beautiful trophy girls came out. Ash raised the trophy high above in the air as the crowd cheered wildly for the youngest Unova League winner in 10 years. Garchomp, Pikachu, Duat, Pignite, Levany and Crocodile also stood with proud smiles on their faces. Crocodile's glasses shined with the hundreds of camera shots being taken. Ash's eyes shimmered as multiple faces flashed past in his mind. I've finally won, guys. Brock, Misty, Tracy, May, Dawn, Max, Iris, Scylla, thank you all for supporting me all the while. Ash thought of his previous traveling partners as well as best friends. I wonder whether they watched my match or not. Twinleaf Town, Sino, before Garchomp vs Flareon. While Ash celebrated his victory in Unova, that didn't mean things were quiet in other places. Go Ash. Go Ash. If you can't do it, no one can. A blue-haired teenage girl dressed in a pink cheerleading uniform cheered as she jumped in front of the large television, a brown bunny-like Pokémon almost identically dressed doing the same. Bon! Bon! Buniri cheered on her crush Pikachu as he clashed with Umbreon. Piplup was nearby, making his own little sounds of approval. Dawn had been amazed by the fact that Ash had reached the finals of the Unova League. Not that she didn't have confidence in him, just because it simply was such an amazing achievement. And even if she couldn't go and personally cheer on Ash in Unova, she sure as hell could do it in her home. Dawn gasped, laughed, cheered and bit her nails as the battle progressed. Just as Garchomp's Dragon Rage finished off Flareon, Dawn embraced her starter Piplup and Buniri with a squeal. Ash won Piplup. Buniri. He really did it. Little Gibble has grown so strong now, dominating opponents. Winning leagues. Isn't that right, Piplup? After all, you and Gibble were the best of friends, right? Piplup itself was shocked to the core. Gibble had actually evolved. Gibble's Draco meteors were troublesome enough when he was little. Now that he was a beast, how would Piplup even survive? Apparently, Piplup hadn't forgotten the number of times Gibble's Draco meteor hit him out of nowhere. Johanna's sweat dropped from her spot on the couch at the eccentric displays of her daughter and her Pokémon. Imagine her surprise when she turned on the television to watch the match of Dawn's traveling partner Ash, against a boy named Paul in the Sino League, and she sees her daughter cheering the boy on like a high school cheerleader. And not only cheering, her daughter apparently had the total package, full on with a scanty uniform and pom-poms along with an equally excited Buniri. Needless to say, she had been surprised, to say the least. But she had been even more surprised when Dawn totally denied that she was in a relationship with the boy. Even though Johanna assured Dawn that she liked Ash, and that his mother was good a person to talk to too, and thus she didn't have any problem if Dawn was in a potential relationship with him. But all she got in response were fervent denials and dismissing. I get it that you need to support your boyfriend Dawn, but is this all really necessary? She asked in exasperation. Dawn froze her celebration and turned beet red. MOM. How many times do I have to say to you that he is not my boyfriend? Dawn said in a squeaky voice while her two Pokémon snickered. Dawn sighed. It was like this ever since she returned from seeing off Ash and Brock after they split up. Her mom had somehow got the crazy idea that Ash was her boyfriend. Just because she cheered for him in a cheerleader's uniform, traveled with him for more than a year, denied the offer of her childhood friend, who had a crush on her mind you, to travel with, and totally admired him as a trainer and as a friend, didn't mean she liked him. At least not in a romantic sense. Did she? Johto, Azalea Town. A group of coordinators were huddled around a television as the finals of the Unova League was coming to a close, with Garchomp dominating its opponent thoroughly. All four watched anxiously. Well, one of them did, the rest three were somewhat convinced to watch. May, Soledad, Drew and Harley watched in amazement as Ash's Garchomp curb-stomped Virgil's powerful Flareon. Even though the fight looked to be equal amount of offense from Flareon, Garchomp didn't take any damage at all. That was nothing if not a very one-sided battle. Just as the referee raised the flag to indicate Ash's victory, May erupted in a large squeal of joy, causing her fellow coordinators to cover their ears. Yeah. Ash won. He really did it. May yelled happily as she jumped up from her seat. She then pointed a finger dramatically to the slack-jawed green-haired boy Ha. Take that, Drew. You said, Ash doesn't have a chance of winning, but he did. And he didn't just win, he utterly crushed that other boy. A little overstated, but oh well. Glaring at the television, Drew reluctantly came to terms with the fact that the boy he secretly considered his biggest rival, Ash Ketchum, indeed had won the league. Humph, you may have won the league, Ash, but the ultimate victory will be mine. He thought resolutely. He had thought that traveling with May during the Johto journey could increase his chances, but so far it was useless. May not only didn't show any obvious romantic interest in him, whenever she talked about her previous journeys it was always about either Ash, Max, or Brock. Preferably Ash. And that annoyed Drew to no extent. Even though they did have their moments, so to speak, it had never been enough to make him truly confess. But keeping all matters of romance aside, Drew didn't have any hard feelings towards the Kanto native. And if he were to be honest to himself, it was about DMN time he won a league. While Drew didn't speak up or comment of Ash's victory, a particular purple-haired coordinator had no such plans. Humph, such an uncouth and savage victory. Harvey started in a snobbish tone, but then again, what could you probably expect from May's boyfriend? Harvey said with a rather smug grin. He knew that his statement would draw the ire of two particular people in the room, but for completely different reasons. Truth be told, even Harvey was impressed at Ash's dominating victory. The statement had the obvious effect, as May began to fervently deny any and everything, while Drew glared daggers into a nonchalant Harvey's back. Sitting on the couch a fair distance away from her fellow rivals, Soledad shook her head at their childish antics and silently congratulated Ash in her mind. He had really come a long way from when she had last seen him. Pallet Town, Kanto. The mood in Pallet Town was one not experienced in more than 15-20 years. Not since a certain someone plowed through the league and became champion. But today the same atmosphere was present, even though a little bit subdued. Most of the streets were empty, but each and every house had its lights on. The lone bar in Pallet was also filled to the brim as people anxiously watched the match of one Ash Ketchum, the first trainer in many years to reach a league final. Ever since Devon Corporation had extended its reach into the television and marketing department, people of all regions could now watch the finals and championship battles of other leagues. People in Kanto could watch the finals of Johto, Hoenn, Sino and Unova and so on. This also had the added effect of Pokémon League finals now becoming much more marketed and better organized events. The league matches were properly dated, so that the people could watch all of the anticipated matches without missing another. It had extended to such a point that the month of April had been dubbed as Battle Month. With the final week being the ultimate finale of 5 league finals in a row. Professor Oak's lab. The tension at Professor Oak's lab was thick enough to be cut with a knife. A large group of Pokémon and humans alike were watching Ash's exciting match against Virgil. A large screen and projector were set up in the grounds where the Pokémon resided, allowing the large group to comfortably watch the finals. Normally Professor Oak wouldn't have made such extravagant arrangements, but since it was Delia's son in the finals, not to mention he knew the boy since childhood, Oak had decided to make such arrangements. Professor Samuel Oak, Pokémon watcher Tracy Sketchit, Cerulean City Gym leader Misty Waterflower, former Pewter City Gym leader and presently Pokémon doctor in training, Brock Stone, along with a large group of Pokémon, were excitedly watching the fight between Garchomp and Flareon. "Garchomp is quite impressive," Gary said, which was agreed by all. Even though Garchomp didn't have to show his full strength against Flareon, its power was still impressive, not to mention it was Garchomp's first official battle in its evolved state. Delia looked on with pride at her 16-year son. "It feels as if it was just yesterday my little baby left to fulfill his dream. Even Pikachu didn't listen to him back then," she thought nostalgically. A certain orange-haired girl was rather slack-jawed at the amount of skill showed by Ash in the battle. Real skill, not the dumb luck and innovative ideas he mostly used. "Whoa Brock, is that the same brash boy who spent Caterpie against Pidgeotto?" Misty asked rhetorically. She was deeply impressed by the skills Ash's Pokémon showed in the battle, as well as the change in attitude of Ash from a brat to a focused battler. "I am wondering whether this is the same kid took on Onyx with his Pikachu." Brock deadpanned. "But it seems that our dear friend has all grown up now." Brock finished proudly. Traveling with Ash for 5 years was an experience he could never forget. It was safe to say that Brock never regretted the day when he made his decision to travel with a brash 10-year-old and a fiery redhead. Brock also realized that Misty missed a lot of Ash's growth during the Hoenn and Sinnoh journeys. Him winning the Battle Frontier was an example of it. Not to mention Paul, that guy might have been the one to have the greatest effect on Ash. He was the one who shook him up the most. Misty looked at the television, where an image of Ash was shown. "He's grown," Misty thought. The last time she had seen him had been during his Hoenn journey. "It's been way too long, Ash." Ash had always been a bit short for his age, but it seemed as if 2 years in Sinnoh and then in Unova had some effect on Ash. His height was now average for his age, his hair looked tamer, heck even his face looked mature. "That's true." Misty agreed with Brock's last statement. She still fondly remembered the days she spent traveling with Ash, Brock and Tracy. Even May and Max for a little while. The number of legendaries they saw during their journeys was nothing short of extraordinary. More ridiculous was the fact that how many times Ash had risked his own life to save the day and sometimes potentially the world. So many organizations and individuals spent their entire lives looking for legendaries, digging for ancient clues and spending a bucket load of money. But Ash as a beginning 16-year-old had seen and made friends with more legendaries than those researchers ever did. Ash was her best friend, there was no doubt about it. Even though she had initially followed him as a petty way to get back her bike, the sheer number of dangers and adventures they faced together made them the best of friends. But still Misty couldn't help but question herself, was she and Ash just friends or something more? She shook her head, now wasn't the time to think such things. Ash needed her support. Although she was a bit sad that she couldn't visit Unova herself. Since the gym was closed for off-season, she had enough free time to visit Unova. But no one had anticipated Ash to actually reach the finals, and so the tickets were already sold out by the time anyone could think of going. At the corner, Tracy was busy sketching the scenes from the battles as fast as he could. He could at least do this much for his friend, even though he couldn't go and support him in person. With Ash's Pokémon, Staraptor, Glisker, Swellow, Unpheasant and Noctowl watched calmly as they perched upon the large tree present on Torterra's back. Kingler, Palpitoad, Totodile, Bizel and Corphish were watching from their position near the edge of the pond in Oak Corral. Bulbasaur, Mook, Snorlax, Heracross, Bayleaf, Kalava, Donphan, Sceptile, Torkoal, Glalie, Infernape, Scraggy and Boldore squirmed for space on the congested ground as each one tried to get the better view. Snivy however had a front row seat, seeing as Pignite was fighting in the finals. The reason for the lack of space could be attributed to mostly 2 Pokémon. One being Snorlax, whose large body took up much of the space, and the other was a large orange dragon-like fire type. Charizard had come all the way from Cherasific Valley to watch the league finals of its trainer with its fellow Pokémon. The fire-breathing dragon looked with calculative eyes as Garchomp battled in a style much similar to its own. Destructive. Brutal. Not a shrimp now, is he, Charizard? Bulbasaur asked smugly to his longtime friend. Charizard grunted. The first time he had seen Garchomp was when he was just a little Gibble. Charizard had called Gibble puny and weak, effectively creating a one-sided rivalry. But since Gibble had evolved into Garchomp, the rivalry wasn't entirely one-sided now. He might have grown big now, but he ain't no match for me, Flower. Charizard grumbled out, even though he knew that in truth, Garchomp could provide more than just a challenge to him. Sure, whatever you say, you overgrown lizard. Bulbasaur teased Charizard as he went back towards the place where Ash's grass types were huddled. Charizard gained a tick mark on its head as it scowled towards its old comrade. You wanna go, Flower? Charizard asked as the fire on his tail grew larger, causing much concern among the other Pokémon watching. Torterra shuffled nervously. Bulbasaur, sir, I don't think that you should make Charizard angry. Even though Torterra was the largest among all of Ash's Pokémon, it was still the youngest among the grass types. Even Snivy was older than him since she previously belonged to another trainer. Bulbasaur yawned lazily. No need to get worried, kid, it's not as if he can actually do anything to me. Charizard stomped towards Torterra, making the continent Pokémon sweat under his gaze. All of Ash's Pokémon knew of the power Charizard possessed, and thus knew to never PSS him off. And why the hell are you calling Bulbasaur, sir, anyway? You are the continent Pokémon, for heaven's sake. You can crush the little Flower every day of the week. Charizard asked incredulously to the nervous Torterra. However, Charizard's size statement caused a complete silence among the chattering Pokémon. It was no secret among Ash's Pokémon that Bulbasaur's size was a sore topic for him. Since each and every one of Ash's grass types had evolved till now, Bulbasaur's size was getting to be more of a delicate matter every day. Add to that Snivy's desire to eventually evolve into Superior, Bulbasaur was definitely not a happy guy to discuss evolutions with. Unfortunately for Charizard, his comment was wrongly translated into "is.weak" by many of Ash's smaller Pokémon. Snivy came forward and looked Charizard in the eyes without flinching. Are you assuming that size represents power, Charizard? She asked with narrowed eyes and a tone which Charizard duly remembered from his time with Charla. Charizard gulped. Even though he was many times stronger than Snivy and had the type advantage anyways, that threatening tone of voice which only female Pokémon could make anyone male Pokémon nervous. And no. It's nothing like the dash. Charizard's stuttering explanation was cut off as many others started snickering. Most prominently Mook. Gurk gurk gurk. Mook laughed at the whipped behavior of his Kanto friend. Charizard clenched its fists to control its anger, but when sounds of PP and whip started coming, he couldn't take it anymore. He started punching the sheet out of Mook, who by the time Charizard ended, was a smear on the ground. How do you like that glob? Huh? Not so funny now, is it? Charizard asked with triumph in its voice, sneering down at the purple poison type. But in an event that caused much shock and disbelief, Mook wasn't even knocked out. Gurgluk gurgluk gurgluk. Mook's laughter came from even the smear, which shocked and creeped everyone out. Holy shit, how did you survive that, Mook? Virgil asked in amazement and mild disgust. No answer came from the glob, rather, it started growing bigger, and eventually, eyes and mouth appeared onto it. Many of the puncture marks created by Charizard were immediately puffed out, like a S body gradually regained its shape, without even a scratch on it. Gurk gurk, that tickled. He mocked Charizard further, who by this time moved to another place so as to not murder the living blob. As everyone laughed good-naturedly, Totodile's sudden happy scream got everyone's attention. Every Pokémon turned their eyes towards the projector where they saw Ash's face being illuminated on the TV screen, with "Winner" written under it. With most of the Pokémon becoming speechless and wide-eyed for probably the third time in that minute, the Blue Croc decided to take matters into his own hands. Jumping onto the screen, Totodile threw his fist out in victory. Ash has won. I repeat, Ash has won. Totodile yelled in his raspy voice as he started dancing in happiness. The sudden shout breaking the ice, all of the Pokémon let out a whoop of joy as multiple elemental attacks were launched in the sky, showing the excitement of the Pokémon. Heck, even Snorlax jumped up once, creating a mild earthquake in Pallet Town. Never mind, it went back to sleep immediately after. While the others celebrated in various manners of triumphs, unseen to all, Bulbasaur made his way to Charizard, who stood a large way back. "Yo, Charizard." Charizard raised an eyebrow at the sudden appearance of his old friend. "What's up, Bulbasaur? Aren't you happy for Ash? He finally won after all this time." Bulbasaur said to Charizard, who snorted. "What a stupid question, of course I'm happy. It's just that I wish they were here with us too." "Who, they?" Bulbasaur asked in confusion. "Pidgeot, Squirtle and Butterfree. You know, the original 6. Charizard said, with nostalgia seeping from every word. "Yeah." Eyes shimmering as memories long gone by came to life in a matter of seconds. "I do wonder many times how are they?" Bulbasaur said as he and Charizard sat facing the beautiful starry night, the two old friends sitting quietly, wondering the fates of their friends. Looking towards the large dragon, who was looking towards the star-draped night sky, a mischievous look came to Bulbasaur's face. "I can't help but feel that you're getting unusually sentimental today, Charizard. Can I expect a hug from you too?" Bulbasaur asked jokingly. "Humph, don't get too used to it. 500 feet, in Unova airspace. Are you sure you can fix it, Meowth?" A voice, belonging to a young woman in her 20s, spoke up as two people and two Pokémon huddled around a television in a Meowth-shaped hot air balloon. "Shut your trap, Jessie, I'm doing the best I can." Meowth grunted as he hit the television to finally make it work. "Come on, work, you piece of trash." Finally the television started getting a signal, showing Ash's Pikachu clashing with Virgil's Umbreon. "Wow, the twerp's Pikachu sure is strong," James commented as Pikachu gained the upper hand against Umbreon. "Well, that's why we have been after it for so long," Jessie agreed. Suddenly both Pikachu and Umbreon fell down, completely exhausted from the battle. The three gasped, "Oh no, Pikachu is down. What can the twerp send next?" James wondered. They didn't have to wait for long as Garchomp emerged in all its glory. "It seems he has saved the best for the last." As Garchomp hit the Dragon Pulse, Meowth exclaimed, "Garchomp sure packs a blast." "Wabba Wabba Fett." Wobbuffet apparently agreed as it looked down from its position behind Jessie. When Flareon was finally finished off by the Dragon Pulse, the trio jumped in joy. "Woohoo! The twerp really did it!" Jessie yelled as James and Meowth high-fived each other. When the award ceremony was shown, the trio were almost in tears. "Sniff sniff, the tup won the league," Meowth said, wiping a few unfallen tears from the corner of his eyes. "You know, we've been following the twerp for so long, it seems as if one of us has won it," James said honestly as the other two pondered over his words. "But don't we want to steal Pikachu?" Meowth asked in confusion. The trio wondered over the sudden change in thoughts. Even though they had spent so much time and money chasing after the twerps, they could at least admit that it took them to places they had never even imagined before. Heck, they remembered the time when they almost sacrificed their own lives to help the twerp. They couldn't help but wonder, what if they even succeed in stealing Pikachu? What then? Not to mention, the boss they had so religiously served all these years didn't seem to particularly care about them. The memory from Operation Tempest was still fresh in their minds. Jessie, James and Meowth didn't know it then, but they had taken a big step in a positive direction. A direction which would eventually lead them to their true destinies. Ash POV. I blearily opened my eyes as I woke up. I felt a weight on my chest, making me breathe harder than I needed to. I smiled at seeing my longtime companion, Pikachu, happily snuggling on my chest along with my Unova League trophy. "Wait, what? Trophy?" I muttered out in confusion. I sat up, careful enough to put the electric type beside me since it was never nice to get a good morning thundershock from Pikachu, who I had learned from experience was not a morning Pokémon. I carefully picked up the trophy and turned it sideways to see who it belonged to. Ash Ketchum, Unova League winner. My voice and eyes grew larger with every word I read. I rested against the wall, joined to my bunk with a smile on my face. So it really happened, huh? I really won the league. I looked around the room to see my travel companions Iris and Sylvan out of their beds, probably getting ready from breakfast. Pikachu. A curious voice broke my thoughts as I turned to look at my starter Pokémon. I held up the trophy for him to see. Look at this Pikachu. After all we've been through, we finally did it. A tear almost escaped from my eyes, but I held it back. One of the things I remembered my dad saying was that real men never cry, seeing as I am 16 now it's better late than never. Pika. Pikachu jumped into my arms with a happy voice. Pikachu was really happy for its trainer. Each and every Pokémon of Ash knew how close he held his dream to his heart, and even though they didn't show it, they were always disappointed when they came up short in the leagues. After getting freshened up, I walked to the cafeteria with Pikachu on his usual position on my shoulder. I expected Iris, Sylvan and Axu to greet me, so needless to say I was pleasantly surprised to see all my friends gathered together eating breakfast, although there was a bit glaring between Georgia and Iris. Trip was absent, seeing as his relative's home was in the nearby town. Good morning guys. I greeted them as I walked to the buffet table to get my breakfast. XXX. Ash's Unova rivals and friends sat together on a large table which Nurse Joy was kind enough to provide for them. Since it was already late night by the time Ash's battle was over, they had decided to stay the night in the Pokémon Center and leave the next day. How the hell can you eat that much? Georgia asked in disgust as Stefan gulped down a rather large portion. She herself was eating a normal breakfast of bread and boiled eggs. As Stefan gulped down another large serving of pasta, he wiped his mouth to give an intelligible reply to Georgia, but before he could do that, he along with everyone on the table, excluding Iris and Sylvan, was shocked to his inner core as Ash sat down on the table. Ash looked at them with a puzzled expression, but thought it might be because he had won the league yesterday. He then began his breakfast. 10 minutes later. Well, that was some nice breakfast. I wonder what's for dessert? Ash asked to none in particular. Everyone stared at Ash in amazement as he patted his barely swollen stomach. It was as if he had never eaten the mountain of food. WWWH how? Bianca couldn't even form a proper sentence as Iris patted her on the back. Don't worry Bianca, it happened to us too. Iris said as she nodded her head in understanding. The strangest thing was that Ash didn't eat like a glutton, in fact his table manners were quite top-notch, making it even more weird how he was able to eat all that food all the while maintaining his table manners. You all shouldn't really be surprised, Ash usually eats way more for dinner. Sylvan said casually as everyone's eyes widened even further. Where the hell does that all go? Georgia asked the question which was on everyone's mind, even Iris and Sylvan. The food Ash ate daily could hardly be considered vastly nutritious, and did in fact contain a lot of fat. But Ash wasn't fat or even chubby. He had remained rather skinny till his Hoenn journey, and it was only in Unova that his body matured enough to start getting visible muscles. Stefan was shocked too, but for a completely different matter. How did Ash eat more than me? I had thought I was the person who ate the most in our group, but Ash had defeated me once again. Stefan raged in his mind. You are an even more worthier rival than I thought, Ash. Now I have one more thing I need to defeat you in. Even Cameron was shocked, but decided to keep quiet and focus on his own food, because if he looked at Ash for even 1 second, there was no doubt he would lose his entire appetite. XXX. I patiently sat on the seat before one of the video phones in the Pokémon Center. I was calling Kanto Mom, since there was no doubt she would love to hear the news of my victory. Ring 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 ring. Hello, Ketchum residents. The sweet voice of my mother spoke up as her picture came on the screen. Delia Ketchum was a woman in her 30s. But anyone who saw her beautiful face couldn't mistake her to be more than 20, much less a mother of a 16-year-old teenager. "Hey Mom." I began with a grin before my mom cut me off with the shrillest squeal she had ever made. "Ashy. I am so proud of you, honey. And you too, Pikachu," she said with the brightest smile I saw on her face in a long time. But first things first, how did she even know about my victory? As far as I remembered, no foreign league battles were shown when I lived with my mom. "Thanks Mom." "Chew Pikachu." "But how did you know Mom?" I asked. "I watched your match, silly." She stated the obvious. "Now every region's league battles are shown on television," she added as an explanation. I nodded in wonder. Every region, huh? When I left for my journey, I didn't even know about any of the other regions. I conveniently chose to forget about my less than stellar marks in geography. "So how are you Mom?" I asked the question probably everyone asked their loved ones after calling. "I am fine honey, but you Pokémon are not," she said with a stern face. I almost fell down my chair in shock. "What happened to them?" I asked demanded. "They miss you of course," she said as I almost face-faulted, "but now since you have won the league, they are even more anxious to meet you." I nodded in understanding. After all, they are my Pokémon. Of course they will be excited to see the trophy. But how did they know I won the? All of them were so excited when your match was being shown. Samuel set up a large screen and projector in his backyard to watch the match with all your Pokémon. Even Misty and Brock came. Mom answered my unasked question. Did she read my mind or something? My eyes grew a bit wide when Mom mentioned Brock and Misty. It had been so long since I had talked to them. I looked at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. Me, Iris and Sylvan had decided to take off on our journey at midday, and since it was the beginning of summer, the atmosphere would be perfect of traveling in Unova. The reason being that Unova was a naturally cooler place than Hoenn or Kanto, since it was located in the southern regions. "Talk to you later Mom, take care," I said with a smile as I prepared to cut off the phone. "You too honey, and by the way when are you returning home?" she asked anxiously, obviously jittery to again see her son in the person after such a long time. Me, Iris and Sylvan have decided to return to Kanto through the Decolora Islands. So give or take, we will be home in 1 month. I said as I explained to Mom the 1-month delay. We were originally scheduled to return in 1 week, but the Decolora Islands were too nice of a place to write off. If only I knew. Be safe Ash, and give my love to Iris and Sylvan too. That's my mom, always so caring and affectionate. And don't forget to change your underwear daily Ash, she said in a cheery tone as she cut off the phone. DMN, sometimes I wonder whether she does that to just embarrass me. I turned around as sounds of heavy snickering came. Turning around I blushed in embarrassment at seeing all of my friends snickering, heck even Sylvan was among them. Change your underwear Ashii, Cameron said in a poor imitation of my mom's voice as he and Lucario high-fived at their bad joke. Well it was bad for me. What a kid. Iris said in her usual tone. And for once everyone could actually agree with her. Looks like you've got a very doting mother Ash. Georgia deadpanned, in slight disbelief over what she had just heard. It was as if Ash never grew up from the 10-year kid who left his home on his journey in Mrs. Ketchum's eyes. Yeah, very funny guys. Laugh it up everyone. I said sarcastically as I waved my hands around, which unfortunately had the wrong effect as everyone actually started laughing harder. TCH, looks like I am not getting the respect I deserve over here Pikachu. I grumbled to my starter who almost snorted as he controlled his own quiet snickering. I however didn't really notice. Humph, let's go outside Pikachu, where my legion of fans must be waiting for me, I said in a regal tone as I walked towards the gates of the Pokémon Center. Yeah, as if. Stefan said as he nudged Cameron. Why would Ash have fans? But to everyone's shock, I was actually mobbed by a group of 6 girls. All of my friends rushed out to see the unbelievable scene of Ash Ketchum actually having fans. And not only that, female fans. "Hey, look, it's the Unova League winner," a brunette girl said as her friends looked on at Ash in wonder. "Hello." I greeted them with a smile, which for some unknown reason made them even happier. "Wow, he's such a cutie, isn't that right, Isa?" One of them not so subtly whispered to her blonde-haired friend. "Yeah, just look at those cute Z's on his face." The blonde girl gushed over my birthmarks for some reason. "Well, I've got them since my birth," I tried to explain, but was again cut off from one of the girls, who looked at me with a disarmingly beautiful smile. XXX. What Ash did not know was that these were the exact kind of girls to keep away from if one becomes a famous teen celebrity. But Ash, being Ash, didn't really know all this and happily accepted the questions and requests of the girls. In all respects, Ash was in no way a bad-looking guy. In fact, he was quite handsome with his traveling toned body and spiky black hair. But Ash's love for Pokémon and overly innocent upbringing by his mother prevented him from getting into romantic relationships with any of the girls who expressed an interest in him. The fact of the matter was that Ash didn't even know much about male-female relationships, other than that couples kissed and spent time together. Or something. 1. His friends looked on in wonder as Ash was gushed over by a gaggle of pretty teenage girls as if he was some teen celebrity. Which he probably is, since he in fact is one of the youngest winners of the Unova League till date. George's eyes twitched when the clueless league winner was made to stand with the girls for many pictures in various poses. The coup came when 2 of the girls even kissed each one of Ash's cheeks, who was blushing bright red by that time, and got a picture taken. Finally the girls dispersed, but not before squeezing the life out of Pikachu, apparently happy with their work. Ash walked towards his friends with a normal smile on his face, as if he had not just now been mobbed by hormonal teenage girls. "Wow, those girls were awfully friendly, huh, Pikachu?" the unbelievably naive boy asked his equally dense starter. Almost everyone twitched at that particular statement, but decided to remain quiet. Spending half a day with Ash had introduced them to more than enough quirks of his, they didn't need to learn more. XXX. Time skip, 1 month. I took a deep breath as me and my 2 companions stood on the hill preceding Pallet Town. The town itself was visible in all its peaceful glory today. A moderately large number of 1- and 2-storied houses, with a single multi-storied building serving as the city's mall. Visible even from such a great distance was Pallet Town's greatest landmark, Professor Samuel Oak's lab. A wonderful mixture of peace and quiet, U-Town makes up for a unique flavor indeed. Ash Sillin couldn't help but pour his heart out at seeing the beautiful town, untouched by the pollution-ridden machinery from larger cities, and unharmed from major gangs due to Professor Oak's and a great number of seasoned trainers' presence. I smiled at Sillin's odd explanation. I had gotten rather used to his eccentric speeches and behavior. It was all a part of his profession. Being a sommelier was not an easy job, and to see Sillin's passion for it made my heart glow. Damn it, now I am talking like him too. Our little detour through the Decolora Islands turned out to be anything but. Between foiling Team Plasma's plans, changing N's ideals regarding Pokémon trainers, stopping and making friends with Genesect, and meeting a female Mutwo, our detour turned into another adventure in itself. And for that matter, I will have to remember to inform Mutwo, the original one, about another one of its species existing, that is if we ever meet again. I shook my head as I walked with practiced ease towards my home. Since I had already informed Mom about our arrival in Pewter City, there was no chance of her not being at home. XXX. I walked rather embarrassed towards Professor Oak's lab. It turned out neither Mom nor Mr. Mime was present at home. So the only other place I could go to was Oak's lab, which had the added benefit of meeting all of my Pokémon. But much to my confusion, neither Professor Oak nor Tracy was present in the lab. Where the heck is everyone? I was actually getting worried now. Did you tell your mom the correct time of your arrival, Ash? Iris asked with concern. I furrowed my brows as I tried to Remember, I'm pretty sure that I did. Strange thing is that even Brock wasn't present at the pewter gym. Suddenly Pikachu's ears twitched as it jumped off my shoulder. What's the matter, Pikachu? Sylin asked to the yellow rodent. Pikachu didn't say anything, muttering a mild Pika. It started running towards the direction where the gate separating the lab and the fields was present. Hey Pikachu, wait up! I shouted as I ran after my renegade Pokémon, Iris and Sylin following close after me. Pika Pikachu! Pikachu yelled as it jumped on the door, opening it. What's the matter, Pikachu? Why we dash, I was by a loud group chorus. Surprise! Came a large muddled voice. I looked with a bright smile as I saw all of my previous traveling companions, bar Max, standing before me, with a huge "Congratulations ASH Ketchum" poster hanging between two poles present in the field. Whoa! How are all you guys here? I asked in amazement. Last I heard, Dawn was in Hoenn, May in Johto and Brock off to be a Pokémon doctor. Not to forget Misty had her duties as the Cerulean City gym leader. Well silly, you didn't expect us to not come to congratulate you, did you? Dawn asked as she giggled, probably at my gaping fish expression. Dawn started walking towards me. Dawn's outfit was the same as the one she wore during our Sino adventures, just the color of top was changed from black to white. But she somehow looked different. 1. We did our usual high five, but for some reason her fingers got entwined with my own, which even strangely caused her cheeks to glow red. Piplup! Piplup exclaimed from its position between Dawn's arms. Piplup was happy to meet again after so many months. After Dawn and her mom, Ash and Brock were his favorite persons, not to mention his best friend Pikachu. Congratulations at winning the league, Ash. You really deserve to win. May said with a genuine smile as she started moving towards me. May's outfit was also similar to the one she wore during the time we met in Sinnoh for the Wallace Cup, but the color scheme was green instead of orange. But I couldn't help but notice the same strange differences in her, like Dawn, too. Yeah, Ash, you finally achieved the first part of your dream, Ash. We are all very happy for you. Brock said with a proud smile as he looked towards his younger brother in all but blood. You certainly have come a long way from the little kid I caught on my fishing pole 6 years ago, Ash, Misty joked as she came near me. Misty's outfit had not changed much since the time I met her in Hoenn, but she had grown taller and somehow looked different, just like May and Dawn. 3. Well then I must be your greatest catch yet, Misty. I said with a grin, but much to my confusion she didn't grin back or even get angry. Rather, her cheeks too glowed red just like Dawn's. Well, who are the two people behind you, Ash? May asked curiously as she looked at Iris and Sylin. Oh yeah, guys, meet Iris and Sylin. They were my traveling partners throughout my Unova adventures. I said as Iris and Sylin moved forwards to meet up with my older companions. I however had a question to ask to May. Hey May, where's Max? I asked. Max has already left on his Pokémon journey, Ash. She replied. Wow. Really? What did he choose as his starter? I asked with excitement. May giggled at seeing Ash so excited. It was just so Ash-ish. He chose Trico. They are already quite a team, you know. He said that it was after seeing your Sceptile that he decided on Trico. May explained. Ash smiled at that. Sceptile is indeed one of his strongest Pokémon, not to mention fastest. But then a sudden thought came to his mind. But then what about Rolf's? He is planning to take him once he meets him on his journey. And what about you, May? I asked one of my best friends who I was seeing after a couple of years. I've been fine. You know, the usual, competing in contests, defeating Harley and Drew. She said in a casual tone of voice. I chuckled. I'm sure, May. You're one of the best coordinator I have ever met. I said in a genuine tone. May suddenly grew sad at that. But that wasn't enough for me to win the grand festival. She said as she bitterly remembered her semi-final finish. No need to worry, May. I said, taking a page out of my Bluenet friend, you should be really proud of your achievements. I wasn't able to reach the top 4 until 5th year of my journey. You are much more talented than 90% of the people I have met, May, both you and Dawn. I said as I put a hand on May's shoulder, making her turn red for some reason. Thanks Ash. May said as she smiled at Ash. Truth be told, she really missed Ash, Brock and Max's constant support while in Johto. The worst thing was that Ash wasn't there to cheer her up when Harley constantly tried to put her down, and that really affected her performance many times. But she also knew that she had to get used to such things if she really wanted to achieve something big. Being dependent on others will never allow her to reach her true potential. True, Drew was there for her many times, and even supported her on her contests. But that didn't mean that she didn't miss them, and him. XXX. So you're the new girl who traveled with Ash. Misty said as she looked at the purple-haired girl. Hello, I'm Misty Waterflower, the Cerulean City gym leader. I traveled with Ash during his Kanto, Johto and Orange Island journeys. Misty said with a smile as she introduced herself to the long-haired dark-skinned girl. We've already met, but for the sake of formality, I'm Dawn and I traveled with Ash on his Sino journeys. Dawn said with a bright smile as she hugged Iris. I'm May Maple, nice to meet you. I traveled with Ash during his Hoenn and Kanto Battle Frontier journeys. May introduced herself as she shook hands with Iris. She had managed to remove the light flush from her face as she had walked back to the girls, not intending to give them the wrong idea. Nice to meet you all, I'm Iris, and I traveled with Ash through Unova. Iris formally introduced herself with a smile. Axu Ax. The 3 girls were startled as the green dinosaurian Pokémon emerged from Iris's wild hair. Iris giggled at Axu. Oh yeah, and this is my partner Axu. The 3 girls smiled at the cute little Pokémon as he jumped off Iris to meet up with the Unovan Pokémon of Ash. So, how was it traveling with Ash? Dawn asked. Misty and May were intrigued too. Iris touched her chin with her finger as she took on a thinking pose. Well, it was pretty nice. Although we did get into some serious trouble many times. Yeah, we can attest to that. Misty said with a knowing smile. So, what do you think about Ash? May asked with a tone that immediately made the other 2 girls pay attention as well. Iris was confused by the rather sudden question, but answered nonetheless, he is a pretty nice guy, and always helps his friends. Iris said with a smile as she remembered all the times Ash had helped her out. But he could really be such a kid sometimes, you know. She added with a sigh. The Cottony incident and the later on his interaction with those girls really proved her beliefs. Dawn was confused by this statement of Iris. After traveling with Ash through Sinnoh, she could hardly consider Ash immature. It took a whole lot of courage to face Team Galactic. Not to mention the gods known as Arceus, Dialga, Palkia and Giratina. For God's sake he rode on Giratina's head. May and Misty were of similar minds. May still remembered the time Ash pushed her into the escape capsule selflessly to save her life. That moment was easily the most terrifying one of her life. Not only was she scared for her own life, but most of all of Ash's. She had never been more relieved than when she saw Ash emerge from the sea. And later on, the incident with Groudon was fresh in her mind. What do you mean by that, Iris? Dawn asked with a confused tone. Iris sighed as she began to tell the girls about how Ash had perceived the emotions of the Cottony they met, as well as his obliviousness to the girls' true motives. By the end the trio didn't know whether to laugh or hang their heads in despair at the level of naivete their friend showed. As Iris noted the rather obvious show of emotions on the girls' faces, a glint entered her eyes. As Dawn and Misty took their leave to meet with Syllan and Ash, she looked at May with a devious smile, who sweated nervously. What's the matter, Iris? May asked rather nervously at seeing the expression on her new friend's face. So that's why you asked me that question, huh, May? Iris said as she raised her eyebrows in a knowing manner. What? So you like him, huh? Iris asked in a rather normal tone. HHUH. May was shocked at the bluntness of the purple-haired girl. You like him, that's why you asked me about how I felt about Ash. She said as she wiggled her eyebrows suggestively. In any other situation, it might even have been funny. And no. I mean yes, of course I like him, he's my friend. May exclaimed as she furiously nodded her head. Oh come on, don't play shy with me May, I promise I won't tell him. Iris said as she put her hand on May's shoulder to placate the older girl who had turned red by this point. Well, I might like him a little bit. May said as she poked her fingers shyly. She didn't even think about how a girl she had just met made her say one of her biggest secrets. The fact of the matter was that no one had ever asked her about her feeling about Ash so bluntly before, so it was not as if she had a ton of practice denying it. Iris smiled at May with a smile too genuine to be real. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? But what are you going to do about the other two? Iris asked as a small frown appeared on May's face. What other two? May asked. Well, you know, Dawn and Misty. Iris said in a whispering tone as she pointed towards the two girls chatting animatedly with Ash, who had just been mauled by his various Pokémon. May was rather stunned by the revelation. They like Ash too. Iris shook her head in exasperation, were all of Ash's friends, except her, little kids. XXX. So you're Sillin, huh? Nice to meet the guy who took over my job to feeding the bottomless pit known as Ash's stomach. Brock said good-naturedly as he shook hands with the green-haired sommelier. And I'm Tracy, I traveled with Ash during the time we visited the Orange Islands. Tracy said as he smiled at Sillin. Sillin smiled, it's nice to meet you too. Ash talked a lot of times about how he could never choose between mine and your cooking. Sillin added with a laugh. That's Ash for you, Pokémon and food, the two main things in his life. XXX. I stood alone on a bare patch of earth. It was as if even the grass knew not to grow in such a potentially dangerous place. Pikachu had already jumped off my shoulder and was standing a safe distance away, even he didn't have the courage to face the danger I was acing right now. The yearly affectionate mobbing of me by my ever-growing number of Pokémon. Bayleaf, Kalava, Totodile, Kingler, Bulbasaur and just about each and every one of my Pokémon nuzzled me. I was lucky that Snorlax was lazy enough to stay a safe distance back. But all of 30 Tauros were unfortunately full of energy and thus didn't hold back. Alright. Cut it out guys. I yelled in vain as my Pokémon kept hugging me to their heart's content, Bayleaf and Mook being the most emotional ones. Finally happy, my Pokémon let go of me as they stood in a large circle surrounding me. It was a tradition we had developed since Hoenn, each year I would introduce my newly caught Pokémon to the older ones. Suddenly a relatively harmless flamethrower hit me in the face, singing my upper clothes and hair. Wait a minute. A flamethrower? Infernape, Kalava and Torkoal never hit me, so it could only be Charizard. I yelled happily as I turned around to hug my first fire type. I had sent back Charizard after a couple of weeks since I had wanted to spend more time with Garchomp. I had expected Charizard to return to Cherisific Valley, so it was a pleasant surprise to me to see Charizard was still here with his older friends. Cha! The normally brutal Charizard nuzzled his trainer happily. Ash was the one and only person Charizard ever allowed to touch him like this. Not even Liza had this privilege. He could probably allow Brock and Misty, but only because Brock made such good food and Misty, well, because she could get absolutely batshit crazy if denied something she really wants. Yeah, even Charizard knew better than to anger Misty. Facing a Hyper Beam happy Tyranitar was a better option for him. We've got some new friends guys, so I want you all to welcome them into our family and make friends with them, okay? I asked my Pokémon as they enthusiastically yelled their names in response. Ash didn't know it, but whenever his Pokémon heard him call them his family, it warmed their hearts immensely. I threw the 5 Pokeballs that were present on my belt. Duat, Pignite, Levany, Crocodile, Garchomp, come on out. The 5 figures of varying sizes materialized from their respective Pokeballs. Snivy, Unpheasant, Scraggy, Palpitoad and Boldore, come and join your friends. I ordered as the 5 Pokémon duly came and stood in a line with their friends. Garchomp got the gist of what was happening as he left the group to go stand with the Sino Pokémon. I watched with happiness as Virgil sized up Duat, who did the same. No doubt both of them sensing each other's competitive nature and love for battling. Pignite and Infernape fist bumped, both of them happy to get a perfect sparring partner, seeing as both of them had dual fire fighting typing. Levany and Snivy joined my other grass types, Snivy already familiar with them and Levany quickly making herself a favorite due to her nature of making cool poke clothes. Boldore and Crocodile stalked off somewhere, neither of them particularly eager to make friends. I hoped that would change soon. Unpheasant also rejoined her previous place on the tree where his other flying types rested. Pikachu himself had gathered a large group of Pokémon including those of Dawn, May and Misty. It was something Pikachu did every year. He made the entire Pokémon available gather in a group and recount to them the various adventures and legendaries they came across while traveling in the new region. Most of the Pokémon were in disbelief when Pikachu said that Cyllon's food was almost as good as Brock's. They hadn't thought such a thing to be possible. Scraggy however stayed by my side. I saw that a few tears were leaking down its face. I knelt down to its level. "Hey buddy." I greeted him gently. Scraggy didn't reply, it merely jumped at me with all its strength and hugged me tight. "What's the matter Scraggy, don't you want to make new friends?" I asked Scraggy. Frankly I was getting scared by his behavior. Was he sick? Thankfully my worries were put to rest as a voice I knew from a long time spoke up. "It's because Scraggy recognizes you as his parent Ash." "But how come, Professor Oak?" I asked, confused. "Since it was you who Scraggy saw first after hatching, and you again who raised him, Scraggy naturally sees you as his parent," Professor Oak said, going in his professor mode. "But then why was he crying?" I asked the second question which was bugging me the most. "You left him for many days in my ranch Ash, naturally Scraggy must have missed you a lot." "I see," I muttered as a wave of guilt passed over me. I hugged my shaking Pokémon tighter, which almost immediately made him happy. "I am so sorry buddy." I apologized to Scraggy, who by now had passed the stage of raging emotions and was now blushing in embarrassment over its over-emotional display. "Scraggy Scrag." Which basically translated into, "It's alright father." Unfortunately, me and my Pokémon were caught during our bonding time by 2 of my best girlfriends. "Ah, how cute." Dawn gushed over me and Scraggy while Misty looked impressed. "You really take good care of your Pokémon Ash," she commented. I smiled back as Scraggy motioned for me to put him down. Almost immediately he ran away, his face a deep scarlet over being seen by so many people. He was the hoodlum Pokémon dammit. "So how've you two been Dawn, Mist?" I asked my 2 friends as I motioned for them to sit beside me. "Fine." Both said almost simultaneously, which made all of us chuckle. "And what about you Ash? Knowing you, you must have gotten into some serious crime fighting in Unova too," Dawn lightly teased as she sat on my right. Misty didn't even wait to hear the answer, it was so predictable. She took the seat on my right. I grinned. "You got that right Dawn, there was this crazy team called Team Plasma, and its even crazier leader Getsis. Their goal, which seemed somewhat nice at first, was Pokémon liberation. By the time I finished my story, both of the girls were in disbelief that any organization could even dream of something as radical as Pokémon liberation. More than 95% of the trainers treated their Pokémon with love and respect. The few who abused their Pokémon were mostly caught and spent long terms in jail. But unfortunately few got away, giving bad name to the masses. Pokémon were naturally inclined for battle. Being captured by trainers provided them a safe environment for such and also timely nutritious food. Each Pokémon also dreamed of being the strongest of its kind, which was never possible while remaining in the wild. Also, Pokémon battles extremely rarely resulted in death of battling Pokémon, while territorial battles had a much higher mortality rate. It also helped create an unprecedented bond between the sentient creatures and human beings. But you must admit Ash, as horrible as Team Plasma was, they didn't match up to Team Galactic. I mean, they literally tried to erase our universe and create a new one. Dawn said in a matter-of-fact tone as Misty's jaw dropped. Are you serious, Dawn? She asked in an incredulous tone to my brunette friend. Me and Dawn proceeded to tell Misty about the events with the Lake Trio and the Red Chain. Misty listened with horrified fascination as a shiver made up her spine at the thought of Galactic's plans actually coming true. There's no saying what they could have achieved with Dialga and Palkia under their control. I said seriously, remember, Alamos Town, Dawn? I asked to the girl on my right. That was a scary experience, all right. She said as a dry chuckle escaped her throat. I thought that I would die, Dawn, but you really saved my life back there. I said as I remembered the particular incidents where I was nearly blown off due to the intensity of Dialga and Palkia's attacks. She blushed a bit at the memory, where she held Ash's hands and he held her own. Truth be told, she had never been more scared in her life than at that particular moment. Meeting the Pokémon who were known to create the very universe, along with Arceus himself, was something she won't forget, ever. Suddenly Dawn's eyes went on Virgil, who was staring back at her. It was then that I remembered that Virgil used to be Dawn's Pokémon before I exchanged Ambipom for it. Go and meet him, Dawn. Virgil must be very happy seeing you after such a long time. Dawn happily nodded and went to greet her former Pokémon, who jumped into her arms with affection. This left me and Misty sitting quietly together. I decided to indulge her into a question as well. So how are things at the gym, Mist? Truth be told, Ash, after hearing about your adventures in Unova and Sino, my life at the gym feels extremely boring. I really miss the days I spent traveling with you, Brock and Pikachu. Nothing could compare with that. She said with a sad smile and took a moment to curse her sister for leaving her burdened with their responsibilities, even though she actually liked the gym. I frowned at seeing the sad expression on Misty's face. I took one of her hands into my own, eliciting a startled gasp from her. You know you could travel with me anytime, Misty. I said genuinely as I looked into her eyes. I had read somewhere that saying something good while looking into the other person's eyes makes them believe it. But it had another effect on Misty. Her face flushed red at the closeness between her and Ash's face, intensified by the fact that Ash was holding her hand. Thank you, Ash. She said back with a light stutter as she diverted her gaze. I smiled at hearing those words. But a sudden cough caught both mine and Misty's attention. I turned to see my oldest and fiercest rival, but now friend, Gary Oak. He was looking at us with an amused smile, which immediately made Misty retract her hands from mine and take her leave as I watched on in confusion. You work fast, Ashy boy. Gary said with a knowing grin. He had arrived way back and had been observing the various girls' interaction with Ash, as well as eavesdropping on Iris's and May's talk. He didn't have a particular reason to do so, it just felt as the fun thing to do at the time. Work fast. What? I asked in confusion. This only made Gary shake his head. Damn it, I hate it when people treat me like an idiot. Leave it, Ashy boy. And by the way, congratulations at winning the league, Ash. Gary said with a smirk as he extended his hand, which I shook strongly. Thanks, Gary, it wasn't easy, I can tell you that. I know, I saw your match. Gary said casually. What? You did? I asked incredulously. By that point on we endlessly discussed my various strategies during the battle. It was as if me and Gary were kids again. Discussing the various fine points of the battle we saw on television those days was our favorite pastime. Now that Gary was a researcher, his knowledge of Pokémon far surpassed mine, so it was mostly him who gave reviews on my 6 vs 6 against Virgil. "So how's your research coming along, Gary?" I asked as a way of diverting Gary from a particularly scathing speech about how I shouldn't have continued Levany against Flareon. This had the intended effect as Gary's trademark smirk returned. "You wouldn't believe it, Ashy boy, but I and my fellow researchers have made a great breakthrough into the technology involved in reviving fossil Pokémon." Gary was rather confused at seeing the terrified expression on Ash's face. "What's the matter, Ash?" "Don't get me wrong, Gary, but I think that fossil Pokémon should be left to rest in peace," I said with seriousness. Genesect were crazy strong Pokémon, and with the additional enhancements done to them even more. And although I had made friends with them after the misunderstanding was over, it would have been best if they had never been revived. "You're being vague, Ashy boy, tell me what happened," Gary almost demanded. Gary had heard of the various adventures Ash fell into with legendary Pokémon, and it was safe to say that Gary was very jealous. "Do you know anything about a Pokémon called Genesect?" XXX. Gary stood dumbfounded at the newfound knowledge that Genesect, a Pokémon extinct for millions of years, was not only alive, but a whole group was so. "Ash, I know that this has been said many times before, but your idiocy is perhaps unrivaled by anyone, Pokémon or human," Gary said with utmost seriousness as he sympathetically clapped his hands on Ash's shoulder. "What? Why?" I was shocked by the sudden insult from Gary. "Hadn't we put this behind us? Look back at your adventures, Ash, you've seen almost every legendary Pokémon known of. If that isn't something extraordinary, then I don't know what it. Do you even know how much you could contribute in the scientific society if you share your knowledge with the grandpa, or even me? You could help solve so many mysteries, Ash. Heck, probably the only legendary you might have not seen is Arceus," Gary added with a laugh in the end. But the laugh started dying down when he looked at Ash, who was sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. "Well, actually, I started. God of NG damn it." Gary rubbed his forehead at the godly luck of Ash. XXX. Gary was almost in a coma by the time I finished retelling my experience at Alamos, then with Giratina and the reverse world, and finally the one where Arceus woke up and almost destroyed the world in its rage. "Why?" he asked in a whisper. "Why what?" I asked in confusion. Why was Gary acting so oddly anyways? "Why didn't you tell anyone about this?" he added another whisper. "Is it really that important?" I asked as a frown made its way to my face. Gary twitched. Most professors he knew would sell their left nut to meet and befriend half as many legendaries as Ash had met. And this moron was asking him, is it important? Gary didn't say anything, he just broke down into sobs and dragged Ash's butt to Professor Oak's lab. XXX. 1 hour later. I twitched from the place on the couch. Both Professor Oak and Gary were frothing from their mouths as they lay unconscious on the ground. First of all, Gary had forced me to tell Professor Oak about my Sino adventures. While they started writing crazily on a notepad, Gary urged me to tell about my every experience with legendary Pokémon, which I gladly retold. Well, except Mutwo, I wouldn't break my promise to him to keep his existence a secret. I guessed that the femme Mutwo I met with Iris and Scyllin counted in that too, so I just left out female Mutwo's role in stopping Genesect. That made it pretty hard, actually. With the femme Mutwo evolving, so to say, the story seemed even more prudent to keep a secret. I think that the time to meet the original Mutwo was rapidly approaching. He would surely be excited to meet another member of his species, and not to mention know about the possibility of a higher power state for him. The thought made me shudder in mild horror. While femme Mutwo was strong, and even stronger in her evolved state, I had no doubt that my Charizard and Garchomp combined could have given her an adequate challenge. The champions wouldn't have had problem with their strongest Pokémon. But the original Mutwo. That was the pure definition of what a Pokémon could be after reaching the levels that only the creation trio of Sinnoh had reached. Mewtwo wasn't bluffing when he said that he could destroy Kanto, it was only luck that Mew came to duel him. If Mewtwo achieved his own evolution, even the champions combined would not have been able to take him on. Both of the Oak's eyes had kept on widening as I continued telling them about my experiences. At one point Professor Oak had snatched my Pokédex from me and plugged it into a computer, after which their breathing had also gotten heavier. By the time I finished recounting my meeting with Zekrom, Reshiram and Victini, Gary had already passed out, with Professor Oak following soon after learning about Genesect. I sighed as I leant back into the couch I was sitting on. Since all of my Pokémon were out in the fields, I had to wait for the normal amount of time it could take Gary and Professor Oak to wake up from their temporary coma. I looked around the room which I had seen countless amount of times since my childhood. My mother, Delia Ketchum, had been a student of Professor Oak in her childhood and teenage years. Thus it was with no surprise that I was a frequent visitor to his lab in my younger days and first developed my love for Pokémon. Professor Oak's Dragonite was my absolute favorite at that time. Although his Charizard always looked as if he knew me already, which was quite strange, for it was also here that I first met Gary. The room had changed a lot in the last 10 years. A lot of new charts and updated models depicting various scientific mumbo-jumbo were newly established in the room. But my eyes felt on an official-looking brochure kept on the table. As I picked it up, my eyes widened at seeing to whom it was addressed to, as well as a Pokémon League letter falling out of it. I opened up the letter, which was also addressed to me, and started reading through it. By the time I finished reading my mind was in a similar state as both the Oaks. Dear Mr. Ash Ketchum, we sincerely hope that this letter reaches to you as fast as possible. The matter is about your victory in the Virtus Conference. As you might have expected, you do indeed have the chance to challenge the Elite Four and potentially the champion, Alder. But since the Decennial Pokémon Champions League is also coming up in 1 year, we have after much deliberation decided to postpone your challenge for after the Champions League. That is of course if you still wish to take part in it at that time. Rest assured, your fellow League victors have also been sent the same letter which you are receiving now. We are very sorry, but this is not negotiable. Your Elite Four challenge will remain open for 5 years from the date you won the Virtus Conference. We hope that is an adequate compensation for the gross injustice we are doing in not allowing you to take the challenge which is rightfully yours. But as the Pokémon Champions League is an event of utmost prestige and honor, it simply takes precedence over any other. Champion Alder wished to add his own words regarding this decision. We have attached the letter with our own, please read it. We also wish for you to take a look at the brochure we have sent with this letter. Such a brochure is also being sent to every Pokémon trainer registered in our official database till date. The reason for this will become clearer if you take the time to carefully read the brochure. Additionally, if you manage to make it to the stages where you can challenge the Elite Four and champions, any victory over a Unova Elite Four will be taken into consideration. We of the Pokémon League, thank you for your cooperation. John Dale, Managing Director. Pokémon League. I was in shock over the sudden turn of events. Here I was, totally ready to spend my 2 months at Pallet Town, training for my Elite Four challenge, and now they are saying it's postponed. And not only me, every other league victor of this year. What the frig? I decided that reading Alder's letter was more important than reading the brochure. It was not every day that one gets a letter from the champion himself. Dear Ashton. I twitched. However, the scrawny style of writing immediately solidified it that it was indeed the champion who had written to him. That, and the Ashton. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate you Ashton on winning the Unova League. I must say, I hadn't pegged you to be a league winner in the beginning, but boy am I glad I was proven wrong. Lance, Cynthia and Wallace, all have expressed similar opinions about you, kid. While me and Wallace were not able to participate in life-threatening adventures with you, unlike Cynthia and Lance. We both recognize the talent that you display in battling, as well as the bonds you share your Pokémon. I would have loved to face the legendary trio of Unova though. However, my letter is also regarding another very important matter. The Pokémon Champions League is a very important and historic competition, son, and to miss it for something like an Elite Four challenge is simply unacceptable. Especially since you can take it immediately afterwards. The Pokémon Champions League is something that will allow you to explore your skills to an extreme you would never have dreamed before. Why, I still remember my first Champions League. I didn't get too far, but let me tell you this, that was the competition that led me on my way to what I am today. I hope that my words help to motivate you, Ashton, because I will accept nothing less than a stellar performance from you in the Champions League. P.S. Between you and me, I totally think that you could have beaten the Unova Elite Four, winky face. Unova Champion. Alder. I smiled as I read Alder's letter. A small part of me was shocked that Alder could have written such a nicely worded and thoughtful letter, but I concluded that such things must have been a part of his champion duty. The part about Cynthia and Lance advocating about me really pumped me up, and even Wallace, although I had a really brief meeting with him. Suddenly, I looked at the brochure. Alder too regarded the Pokémon Champions League as something of extreme importance, and the league letter said that all the information would be present in the brochure. I furiously reached for the brochure to make any sense of the situation I was in. Nothing could have really prepared me for what I was about to read next. Greetings Pokémon trainers, coordinators, and gym leaders. As you all may or may not know, the prestigious Pokémon Champions League is an event taking place every 10 years to see just who is the best trainer in the whole wide world. Till now, 54 Pokémon Champions Leagues have taken place, all but the last 2 of them have been closed affairs and with much restriction. The minimum requirement for the Champions League before was for a trainer to have reached top 4 in a regional league, as well as top 8 in 2 more. Also the trainer was required to have at least 32 badges, showing participation in 4 regional leagues. But no more. Under the new management taking charge over the Pokémon League, it has been decreed that any Pokémon trainer with experience of 1 second to 1 century can take part in the Pokémon Champions League. In the tournament, no one is a gym leader nor a newbie. All are Pokémon trainers, and thus will compete at an equal level. This, our friends, will make it a true tournament. Everyone will have a fair chance of winning. The only ones excused are the Elite Four and the champions. This has been done to even out the playing field in the lower levels of the battles. Since the Champions League takes part over a number of months, we believe that even lower-level trainers could make them strong enough after getting a taste of the competition. So to include the Elite Four and the champions in the earlier stages would be grossly unfair to a number of young battlers and coordinators. The details are given at the end. Many of you might be confused over how such a large event could take place and not take more than a year. The answer is that the Pokémon Champions League will take place in 2 levels. The first level is the one where gym leaders, trainers, and coordinators will battle it out in various modes of battles ranging from 2 versus 2 to full 6 versus 6. The preliminary stage will be the one where knockout battles will take place over a course of 5 days, after which trainers will be randomly divided into groups of 5. From each group 2 people will qualify for the following rounds, in which the gym leaders will be entering. The knockout battles with the gym leaders will finally determine the trainers, coordinators, and gym leaders reaching the second level. This level will be known as the Pokémon World Tournament. The second level will be the one where the select trainers will be drawn against the Elite Four and champions. This also means that there might be potential battles between the Elite Four and champions themselves even in the first round of second level. The final victor of the second level will be the one to have his or her name forever written in the echelons of history and truly considered the Pokémon Master of the world. This level will be known as the Elite Battlers Conference. We sincerely hope that all of the Pokémon trainers reading this come to take part in the once-in-a-lifetime event. Thank you. My hands shook as I tried to fully grasp what I was reading. The Elite Four, here I have a chance to take on the Champions League, something happening once a decade. Here I really had the chance of emblazoning my name in the history books. Here I have the chance to actually become a Pokémon Master. Thump. Ash's 16-year-old mind couldn't really take all this information, and he, just like Gary and Professor Oak, fainted. But unfortunately, as he fell from his seat, he didn't touch the ground, rather he fell on something much softer. XXX. Dawn looked around the lab for any sign of Ash, Gary, or Professor Oak. The trio were missing for quite a while now, and Ms. Ketchum had sent her to look for them. Just where are you, Ashy? She thought, but it was just a split second later that it dawned, on her mind what she had called Ash. Oh my God. Even I am thinking like Mom now, ugh damn it. And Ashy is way too corny of a name anyah, what am I thinking? Dawn shook her head to get rid of the thoughts as she knocked on the door to Professor Oak's study. Ash? Are you in there? She asked softly, but received no response. She was about to move to other rooms, but suddenly she noticed that Ash's sneakers along with 2 other pairs of shoes were opened outside the room. She opened the door and took a peek inside, only to rush in when she saw Professor Oak fallen on the floor. Oh no! Professor, are you all right? She asked as she shook the unconscious professor. Her worry increasing, she moved forward to look for Ash and Gary, only to freeze in her steps when her eyes fell on the scene. Okay, I will close my eyes, count to 10, and all this will turn out to be an illusion. She confidently said to herself as she did the same. When her eyes opened again, the horrible scene in front of her hadn't changed for one bit. Gary was lying on the floor, with Ash lying over him. But the thing which nearly caused Dawn's mind to shut down was that Ash's mouth was on GA. This can't be real. No. No. And oh. Dawn gave a last girly shriek as she fell face down, unable to see the atrociousness of her crush doing something like this. Since it was almost night time by now, the group were discussing sleeping arrangements. Since Professor Oak's lab didn't have any guest rooms, the large group were forced to sleep in a very cramped house of Mrs. Ketchum. After much deliberation, and whining from Ash, the arrangements were finally agreed upon by everyone. Brock and Ash were settled in the lone guest room of the house. Ash's mother slept in her own room while Pikachu, Piplup and Axu stayed outside in the ranch, wanting to catch up on their friends. Gary was still in the lab, where he and Professor Oak were hurriedly examining all of the data Ash had given them. It was unlikely that they would even get a wink of sleep this night. Finally, the girls were all grouped together in Ash's room, much to their pleasure. Ash's room. May, Misty, Dawn and Iris looked appreciatively around Ash's room. It was surprisingly clean for a boy's room, which could probably be because Ash didn't really stay in his room for much long between his various journeys. The girls were dressed up in their respective night wears. Dawn's hair was in a ponytail, with May, Misty, and Iris in their usual hairstyles. Wow, Ash's room is neater than I had thought. Iris said, as the statement drew a snort from Misty. She had decided to sleep in the room for once, since she didn't want her new friends to immediately think she was a weirdo by sleeping in a tree. Once they got to know each other well, she could get back in her comfort zone. Also, she had rather interesting conversations to make. Don't get too excited, Iris, it's Mrs. Ketchum who keeps the room clean. If it were up to Ash, the room would have been meters deep in dust. Even though the statement was a bit exaggerated, it wasn't completely wrong since Ash rarely paid attention to things like hygiene. Delia, being the doting mother that she is, had always taken care of such things for Ash. It was safe to say that Ash had been much spoiled in such matters and was very lucky Brock had decided to go with him. May looked around the room. The only decorations present were posters of Pokémon battles and video games. She also noted with a warm smile that Ash kept framed pictures from every year of his journey. There was a picture of her, Max, Brock and him of the time they had journeyed through Kanto for Ash's battle frontier. Not much decoration, that's for sure. May's mother and she herself spent much time on such stuff, so it was natural she would think like this. The walls were painted in a pale yellow color and only the posters filled some of the void. But the thing which gained every girl's attention was the large trophy cabinet, proudly displaying Ash's multitude of achievements over the years. It was things like these that really showed the girls that Ash was indeed a very accomplished and veteran trainer, at least relatively. The trophy cabinet didn't just show the smaller cups of the major leagues, the Kanto Battle Frontier symbols, the Orange League trophy, the 40 gym badges and the various smaller cups and certificates from minor competitions. From the Pokémon posters and Voltorb alarm clock, it's pretty clear what Ash's first love was. Misty said with a giggle. Probably only love, she depressingly thought in her mind, but didn't say it out loud. She did notice that Ash's room had a rather large window, perfect for viewing the beautiful scenery of Professor Oak's Pokémon fields. A sudden squeal from Dawn gained everyone's attention. "Guys! Come and look at these!" she yelled as she motioned to the confused girls. All of their eyes widened when they reached the place Dawn was pointing to. It was a rather old box, which had no lock. However, the thing which surprised them was the content of the box. Inside it were numerous Pokémon plushies and action figures. How cute! May gushed over the various soft toys Ash played with in his childhood. "Humph, such a kid," Iris said in her usual manner, although there was a small smile on her face. As the girls checked out the various soft toys, a particular picture gained Misty's attention, who immediately pointed it out to the girls. "Look at this picture, guys." The picture in itself was very old. Ash looked about 6 years old in the picture, with his face looking almost the same as now, only a lot chubbier. Ash was standing in his usual victory pose, with his army of soft toy Pokémon behind him in various strategic positions. It was scene which could immediately make a girl squeal over its cuteness, as well as a guy GG, as well as say, PP. "Ash looks so cute in this picture." Dawn exclaimed without thinking what she was saying. "Yeah. Just look at the little Z's on his cheek." May smiled warmly at the picture. "He hasn't really changed a lot from back then," Misty said, looking fondly at the chibi Ash. A sudden evil-sounding chuckle made the three girls turn their heads towards Iris. "Cuckoo, you would really think that, wouldn't you?" she said with a knowing glint in her eyes. May's face immediately reddened, remembering the conversation with Iris from before. What are you talking about, Iris?" she asked with a nervous chuckle. TCH, don't play coy with me, May, you know what I'm saying." She waved her finger dismissively. "Huh? What's this about, May?" Dawn asked in confusion. Had something happened between Iris and May? "Yeah, May, what is Iris talking about?" Misty was confused too. "No. It's nothing." May waved her hands wildly in the air. Misty turned to Iris. "Okay, now I'm really interested. What's the matter?" May crossed in her arms the NO position as she looked at Iris, who was in deep thought whether to tell the other two or not. "Oh come on, May, they will know one way or the other, best you tell them now," Iris said. Truth was that she was afraid she won't be able to keep it a secret for much longer, hence it would be better if May allowed her herself. May thought for a while before she gulped and nodded. "May likes Ash." "What?" Two very large voices came from the two girls as they looked at May with stunned eyes. May put her face into her palms. She was so embarrassed. Oh, why did she allow Iris to say so? "Is it true, May?" Dawn asked, her voice just above a whisper. May just nodded her head, not even removing her face from her palms. The light blush she had was now spread through her neck. "But I thought you liked that green-haired guy?" Misty asked in confusion. "What? Don't be ridiculous, Misty, I don't even like him much as a friend." May shouted incredulously, although the statement about her and Drew not being good friends was false. Dawn couldn't believe it. Even May liked Ash. It was not as if she could blame her. Ash had a really magnetic, if dense, personality. That was why she had fallen for him after all. "Why are you so worried, Dawn? Could it be?" Iris drawled out as she looked at Dawn suspiciously, who tried to reel in her emotions. "See, could be what?" she stuttered. "Do you like Ash too?" Iris asked, as blunt as she was with May. Dawn was surprised, but not as much as May, since she had already been asked the question from Laura while they traveled with her and another boy during Sino. And if she could deny it then, she could surely do it now. "Don't deny it, Dawn, Iris will get it out of you, it's no use," May said in a defeated tone as she sat quietly with her face having a light blush, her brown hair in the usual upside-down V. Dawn sighed. What the heck, if anyone had to know, why not her best friends? "Yeah, I might have a little crush on him," she said, still denying to herself that it was anything more than that. Dawn cursed Iris in her mind. Till now she had been able to deny it to herself that she liked Ash, but now, she won't be able to look at Ash in the same light ever again. "Oh, and what about you, Misty?" Iris said as all the three girls' attention turned to the redhead sitting quietly, who was sweating nervously by now. What about me?" "Well, you know." This time it was May who asked. Do you?" Dawn continued the question, almost fearing the answer. Misty looked at the faces of the other girls. She had truly never imagined that such a situation could ever arise. All three of them were shy enough to not talk about such things, but the arrival of Iris changed it all. "DMN that nitpicking girl." "Yeah," she finally said with a grumble. XXX. Unknown to the four girls, a certain dark-skinned, squinty-eyed, former gym leader turned Pokémon doctor was crying waterfall tears as he stood eavesdropping near the door to Ash's room. Since the only other toilet in the Ash's house was near his room on the first floor and not connected to the guest room, Brock had to walk up the stairs to answer the call of nature. Imagine his surprise when he hears the various girls he had traveled and considered as his siblings discussing about their feelings about Ash of all people. "I've never been prouder of you, Ash," Brock exclaimed in his mind as Ash immediately gained 100 man points in his book. XXX. Ash POV. I woke up early the next morning. Since Professor Oak and Gary were busy yesterday, I had decided to wait till the next day to ask Professor Oak about the Pokémon Champions League. I had discussed about that with my other friends, but only Brock had any prior knowledge about it. Misty, May, Dawn and Iris had decided to call their homes today and ask whether a brochure similar to the one I had got was received by them. As I reached the door of the large windmill-equipped laboratory, a large squawk gained my attention. I looked with a smile as my fully evolved Sino flying type, Staraptor, descended down to stand in front of me. "Hey Staraptor, up early?" I asked, to which the bird gave a happy cry of its name. As I waited at the door, I petted Staraptor's head. Even though Staraptor wasn't my biggest flying type, it was in moments like this that I could truly see the size and build of my Pokémon. But even though I knew Staraptor had been quite large, he still seemed to be a bit taller than before. "Say Staraptor, have you been training while I was away?" I asked to the large raptor. Staraptor happily nodded his head. He had indeed been training pretty hard, along with Noctowl and Swellow, while Ash was away. He had even learned a new move. It was just then that the door of the lab was opened by a person zombie who I barely recognized as Gary. "What's yous doing here?" Gary asked in a sleepy voice. His eyes had dark circles beneath them and his hair was wildly spiked out. Even though it was pretty early, Ash didn't understand why Gary was so sleepy right now. Can I come in?" I asked tentatively. Now that Gary actually talked, thought of him turning into a zombie and eating my brain stopped. Staraptor had already escaped from the place, creeped out by Gary's appearance. Gary's sleep-deprived mind took one complete minute to process Ash's question, while Ash awkwardly stared at Gary's face. "Sure," he finally answered. As I got inside the lab, my eyes widened at the stacks and stacks of research notes and books strewn about. For as long as I had known, Professor Oak had been a cleanliness freak. Had Swellow got inside and used Hurricane? Or was it a wild Pidgey using Gust? What the heck happened to Gary? I asked to my friend who I looked had stopped walking. Gary didn't answer, so I tapped his shoulder. I asked, "What happened here, Gary?" I asked a bit louder as I shaked him. When he still didn't respond, I got irritated. "I'm talking to you GAWOAH. I exclaimed as I caught Gary, who was falling forwards. When I heard snoring, I sweat dropped to see that Gary had somehow fallen asleep while walking. For some reason, he reminded me of someone I had met a long time before, but couldn't remember. I let Gary fall to the floor, where he woke up with a start after his head hit the ground with a thunk. What? Ericus, Giratina, Particletheory, Spacetime-Bridge, Maltress Fire, F. me. He started screeching nonsense that is until his eyes laid on me. "Oh, it's you Ash. What can I do for you?" he asked in a rather nonchalant manner, as if he just wasn't sprouting nonsense. I was rather scared by Gary's multiple personalities, so I decided to wait for a few more seconds, lest Gary go into another epileptic attack. "I was here to talk to Professor Oak about the Pokémon Champions League." Gary yawned once again as he pointed to the door separating the lab and the field. "Me and Gramps were up for quite a while yesterday, Ash. Go and meet up with your Pokémon. I doubt Grandpa would wake up any earlier than a couple hours at least. And even I need to get more sleep. The multiple dimension theory really shook up yesterday." I tuned the last part out as I walked towards the door. It was for the best, I thought. This way I will get the chance to get some early morning training with my Pokémon. As I reached the grounds, I was happy to see most of my Pokémon up and about. Dawn, May, Misty, Iris and Scyllane's Pokémon were still lazing around, much to my trainer's pride. But I did notice May's Blaziken in a conversation with my Sceptile. Only Axew and Scraggy looked to be asleep, not surprising since they were the youngest Pokémon among the entire group. Garchomp, Dragonite and Charizard were flying on low altitudes, probably enjoying the fresh morning winds. I was just happy that they had not picked up any fights among themselves. But unlike their counterparts, my pure flying-type Pokémon were comfortably perched up in various trees, with Glisker on Torterra's back. Misty's large Gyarados was absent, probably in the gym. I whistled twice to get the attention of the Pokémon who were awake. All of my Pokémon rushed towards me, along with May's Blaziken, Iris's Dragonite and Dawn's Piplup. "Hey guys!" I greeted my Pokémon as Pikachu made his way up on my shoulder. "Blaziken." I nodded to the fully evolved Hoenn starter, who I knew since she was a little Torchic. "Piplup." Blaziken happily smiled at Ash. It had been a long time since she had met Ash, so she was happy to see him. Piplup had already met him yesterday, so he was a bit subdued, but waved back nonetheless. Garchomp's presence wasn't helping things. Even though Piplup and Gibble were somewhat friends, as a Garchomp, Piplup didn't know what to expect from his once ditzy friend. Bayleaf. Suddenly my breath was knocked out as I was affectionately hugged by Bayleaf. "Hey Bayleaf," I somehow wheezed out. Bayleaf paid no attention and kept nuzzling her trainer. Her eyes were in a upside-down U. Bayleaf's attraction to her trainer was perhaps the most among all of his Pokémon. Even among the most affectionate ones like Mook, Glisker and Oshawott. But when Ash's face started turning blue, Bulbasaur thankfully used his vines to pull of Bayleaf. I raised a weak thumbs up towards Bulbasaur as I petted Bayleaf from a much better position. "Thanks buddy." I then looked towards my vast and varied group of Pokémon, all of them looking at me expectantly. "So, have you all been training while I was away?" I asked to the group. While most proudly nodded their heads, I did notice a few looking sheepish. Most prominently Totodile. I frowned to myself as I last remembered the time I used the little guy. As well as Kingler and Snorlax. It had been ages since I last used Kingler in battle. I just hope Kingler doesn't hate me. He had wiped out an entire team back in Kanto. I should have used him more. The reactions of my Unova Pokémon had really opened my eyes to how I had neglected some of my other Pokémon in battles. I couldn't help but think whether it would have been different had I used my older Pokémon in Hoenn. I might have at least reached the semifinals. Only Sceptile had the real power required for high-level battling. None of his Pokémon were trained at levels necessary to win the Evergrande Conference. Now isn't the time to think such things. If the Pokémon Champions League is really what I've made it out to be, then I can't rely on luck anymore. Each and every one of my Pokémon has to be well prepared for the ridiculous number of battles we would have in both stages. I sure as hell don't want to get knocked out in the first stage. I looked at my Pokémon, and noted with much disappointment in myself to see most of them out of shape and overweight, just like Pikachu had been in the beginning. Being the most energetic among them, Totodile should have been the first one to evolve between him, Bayleaf and Kalava, but he hadn't till now. And as far as I knew, he didn't have any revulsion towards evolving like Bulbasaur and Pikachu, so why hadn't he then? Was it my fault? Alright guys, I have a very important announcement for all of you. Blaziken, Piplup, Dragonite, could you give us a moment? I said seriously as I stood with my arms crossed behind my back. All of the Pokémon turned their attention towards me. Blaziken and Piplup nodded in understanding. Although Ash was their friend, they weren't members of his team, so they didn't need to get involved in team talks. Dragonite merely flew a ways back. Pikachu jumped off my shoulder and stood with the others. In times of team talks like this, no one was above anyone else, and thus even Pikachu had to get off his perch on top of me. In a year's time, we are going to participate in the Champions League. It is a league where we will be facing each and every one of our rivals and friends from the day we started our journey. All of the Pokémon's eyes widened at that. Unseen to all, Garchomp and Sceptile's eyes widened in excitement. They hadn't forgotten the utter humiliation they had to face from the legendary user Tobias. Payback would be nice. The Sino Pokémon clenched their fists as they thought of facing Paul again. That's not all guys, if we manage to cross stage 1. I took a deep breath as I myself got the grasp of the magnitude of the statement I was about to make. We will have to face the Elite Four and champions of every region. Almost all of Pokémon paled at this, although Pikachu, Charizard and Sceptile were much more composed, seeing as they had already faced and defeated legendary Pokémon. Garchomp's eyes had widened the most. Even while he had lived in the wild, Cynthia's Garchomp had been a legendary name among all Gible, Gabites and Garchomps. The thought of facing her incited various feelings in Garchomp: fear, nervousness, excitement. I looked at the scared faces of my Pokémon. Now that just wouldn't do, would it? Don't you all want to win? I asked with a frown. All of the Pokémon gave me a startled look at that. Don't look at me like that, the way you all are getting scared at the mention of facing champions. How will we be able to win when we finally face them? I asked with resolve. I have to also confess something to all of you. I started. This was the thing I had wanted to talk to with them from the time I saw the reactions of my Unova Pokémon. I have not been a good trainer and friend to any of you. I admitted. But almost immediately all of my Pokémon cried out in denial. The Pokémon were in shock. What the F was Ash talking about? He was the best friend and trainer they could have ever wanted. Heck, Donphan and Scraggy had been raised by him. I appreciate it that you all support me guys, but in truth I have never fulfilled my role as your Pokémon trainer. Seeing them getting ready to protest, I raised my hands to keep them quiet. As far as I can remember, most of you have learnt your new moves either trough self-practice or evolution. That is not the mark of a good trainer in any way. I have also been very preferred to Pikachu in all my journeys, leaving you all in the ranch. All of his Pokémon diverted their views from his. It was true that each and every one of them had felt sadness when their trainer left without them on his new journey. It made them feel weak and unneeded sometimes. Pikachu could also admit to himself that leaving his friends each year was not something he was overly fond of. Even though he and Ash were the best of friends, there was only so much they could talk about without understanding each other's languages. I sat down on the soft grass. Looking at the faces of his Pokémon when he mentioned leaving was really downing. Even though I admit we are not strong enough to face them at this time, I know that we can get stronger with time and that we will defeat everyone who faces us. I said with resolve. I won't let my Pokémon become a joke in front of someone like Tobias ever again. And that's why I've decided that all of us will train harder than ever before and get strong enough to even kick the champion's butts. I declared as all of my Pokémon roared in agreement. Torkoal launched a big smoke mushroom cloud, Quilava's flames shot up. Sure, I exaggerated a lot, but whatever pumps them up. To get started, I want all of you to work on your stamina. At their confused looks, I continued. It won't matter if you all know tons of powerful attacks if you crash out after just one of them. And so if you increase your stamina, you can perform at higher levels for much more amount of time. Also for Charizard and Infernape, your ability Blaze will be able to work for a longer amount of time before burning off. So let's get down to work, guys. I pumped my fist in the air as all of my Pokémon did the same. Increasing the stamina of a Pokémon was not something many trainers did, choosing to rather teach their Pokémon new attacks. Increasing the stamina of a Pokémon helped it to last longer in battles with more experienced Pokémon. It also helped during battles where it all ultimately comes down to endurance. But the main advantage of improving the stamina and endurance of the Pokémon ultimately in terms of moves. I am almost 100% sure that Torterra and Sceptile could learn Frenzy Plant much faster if they work on their stamina. Frenzy Plant, Hydro Cannon and Blast Burn were moves that every fully evolved Pokémon of the respective types could do, but the question remained that for how long would the user continue after such a power-depleting move. The main points in my mind were legendaries. Even though I might be able to make my Pokémon strong enough to go toe-to-toe with them, any legendary's natural perseverance and endurance will ultimately result in its victory. I knew that to not expect Tobias to participate in the Champions League was a risk not worth taking, so my Pokémon have to be at a level at which they could defeat his Pokémon. For Staraptor, Swellow, Noctowl, Glisker and Unpheasant, I decided to make them walk on the ground, or hop, so that they can actually get tired. They were flying types and so it was no use making them fly for any amount time, well not until it was for a day or two. And in the case of Glisker, he just glided in the air, so it was especially important for him. I made a mental note to contact or visit either Faulkner, Winona or Skyla to get tips on training my flying types. And Don Fan, no rolling. I warned the sheepish-looking gray-colored Pokémon as he started running. Don Fan moved from one place to another mostly while roiling, even in the wild. So it was very important that Don Fan at least learns to run and move at battle-ready speeds. The rest of them were made to run on the ground till they got tired enough to stop. Charizard and Snorlax were annoyed by this, but bribing Snorlax with food worked out. Charizard was still unwilling to run on the ground, seemingly seeing it beneath him. But then suddenly Dragonite joined the fray. I looked with a confused eye towards him, but Dragonite merely winked at me. I grinned discreetly as I pointed towards Dragonite. Looks like Dragonite is training pretty hard, isn't that right, Charizard? I asked to my strongest fire type, who twitched in response. Seeing Charizard not bulging, I decided to push it further. Well, what can you expect, Dragonite is after all a pseudo-legendary. I noted with genuine praise towards Dragonite, who smiled at the compliment. That did it. Charizard gave a loud roar at that, the shockwave nearly throwing me off my feet, and took off after Dragonite. Virtual sparks flew between the eyes of the two powerful Pokémon as they started running neck and neck with each other. Although Charizard's large wings did pose a challenge for him, Charizard pulled through. Dragonite's tiny wings allowed for better locomotion for him. Garchomp however didn't complain, unlike his fellow large Pokémon, as started running with vigor, Crocodile following soon after with his sunglasses shining in the morning sun. Both of them were workhorses and liked to prove their competence to Ash, even though he didn't demand it from them. Although they and Torterra had to be moved to a separate area, so that the others were not hampered by the mini-earthquakes created by them. I also told Snorlax to teach Totodile, Duat and Palpitoad Ice Beam when we finished the exercise. Snorlax had somehow learned that in the time I was not here. That was enough to make me go numb for a minute. For as long as I had known, Snorlax had been extremely lazy to train, so it was very lucky for me that he had put the effort. Sceptile was barely making any effort to keep up with the others, him being a speed demon helped in the long run. My main battle Tauros was also making little effort in keeping up, seeing as its favorite pastime had been to run along with its herd. So Tauros was my go-to Pokémon whenever I was looking for stamina. The other 29 of my Tauros were keeping me company. Even though I didn't battle with them, didn't mean that I didn't take out the time to talk with them. I was greatly surprised to find out that every Tauros in the herd had a different personality. Some were playful, while others had leadership qualities which they took up when my main Tauros left. Almost none wanted to battle, so I didn't force them to, and neither did I have the need. I chuckled at seeing Infernape and Pignite keeping neck to neck with each other, not intending to give their respective newfound rivals any lead. Although I found it a bit strange that Sceptile and Blaziken were running together, and was Sceptile getting a red in the face? Did he have a fever or something? Yo Sceptile! I called out to my fully evolved Hoenn Pokémon, who looked back at me, Blaziken stopping along with him. I ran near them. Are you ill Sceptile? You face is kinda red. I asked in concern. Sceptile looked at his trainer as if he was the biggest idiot since Doink the Clown. Blaziken shyly turned her head away at being caught by Sceptile's trainer. So you're alright then? I asked a bit carefully since Sceptile was twitching now. When the leaf on his hand which he used for leaf blade started glowing, I took that as a cue for leaving. Seriously, what's up with him? I noticed that Mook was having a lot of trouble keeping up with the others, seeing as he had no legs and in all reality he was a living blob. Mook obviously looked sad at his lack of speed and slowed down even more, his usual happy eyes dimming due to sadness. Don't give up Mook. I shouted in encouragement to Mook, who looked towards me. It's not a race, so need to worry if you get behind, alright? Mook perked up at that and started slugging on the ground with much more vigor, occasionally jumping a small distance. I allowed him to do that, seeing as that too allowed to help increase him stamina, not to mention the speed and flexibility of his body slam attack. Kalava, Pikachu, Duat, Bulbasaur and Totodile were running smoothly without much trouble, with Kalava being the most comfortable, its streamlined body providing at least resistance from air. But in all this, I was left with the one Pokémon I just couldn't understand what to do with. Glalie was sadly looking down on the ground as he hovered before me. What to do with you Glalie? I asked my second Ice-type as I tried to come up with any way to make Glalie train his stamina. Being an Ice-type, I knew that Glalie had major potential. Ice-type Pokémon had the highest attacks of all, not to mention they were super effective against Dragon types. GLA. Glalie muttered in disappointment. He had got the time to train with his trainer after so much time and then this happens. Glalie was really cursing his luck at this time. As much as other Pokémon envied Glalie for having the ability to hover off the ground, Glalie envied others for having the various features like hands and feet. For Pokémon like Arbok, Ekans, Coughing, Weezing and Glalie, who did not have hands, a lot of things were made difficult in life. Even though Palpitoad was in the same boat, at least he could rest in the knowledge that he will get arms once he evolves. As I thought for a few more moments, looking at Glalie's hovering form gave me a brilliant idea. That's it Glalie. You may not be able to walk or hop comfortably, but you could become the best in hovering. I exclaimed. Glalie tilted its head. Body, in confusion. Lie. Hover up and down as rapidly as you can Glalie, this will help you to increase your most hovering height and also increase your speed in dodging. Not to mention it will help you in Euro Ball. For Pokémon like Glalie, who constantly hovered above ground and did not have feet or hands, to learn dodging was a very important art. Glalie's eyes widened in excitement and understanding as he took off to a secluded area to practice. It was then that a sudden idea came to my mind. I called upon one of oldest and first Johto Pokémon. And probably one of the strongest. Heracross. I yelled over the field as Heracross cut off from his place in the running field and hovered to me. Heracross, I want you to take the help of Noctowl and learn to fly better. Heracross gave a whine at this but I immediately cut him off. You are already fast on the ground Heracross, if you learn to fly perfectly just imagine the amount of flexibility you will get in terms of attacks and defense. You could use one of your stronger attacks from the sky or dot, or you could immediately fly up to dodge. I tried to lamely make it sound cool for him. But the ability to fly was a major advantage that Heracross had. There was no guarantee that battlefields would remain the same in every battle, so having the ability to fight while flying was a very edge for Heracross. Heracross thought over it for a while. Even though he had wings, Heracross didn't particularly use them for much transport, instead choosing to move from one place to other by foot. Still looking reluctant, Heracross gave a nod and moved towards Noctowl, who was hopping on the ground behind Swellow and before Unpheasant. Eventually Scraggy joined up with the gang too, although his running was interrupted once while to pick his loose skin up. As I watched my Pokémon sweat and give their very best in heavy exercise after a long time, I felt that I should also share my Pokémon's pain. Many gave me startled looks as I started running with them. But I knew that to effectively train my Pokémon, I have to look strong in their image too. I didn't want another Charizard experience in the Champions League. XXX. 1 hour later. The larger Pokémon, like Snorlax, Torterra, Crocodile, Garchomp and Charizard, and the flying types were completely out of breath and lying on the ground panting. My condition was no better as I was spread on the ground, seeing stars. Others like Mook, Kingler, Corphish, Torkoal and Boldore, who all didn't have bodies made for running long distances, were equally tired. Heracross was massaging his sore wings with his short hands, never having experienced such a torture before. The Pokémon smaller in size like Pikachu, Totodile and Kalava were breathing heavily, but were otherwise alright. Tauros and Sceptile looked perfectly fine, showing that they were indeed training while at the ranch. Bizel and Duot had immediately jumped into the pond to replenish the lost water. I sweat dropped to see Glalie and Mook knocked out from overexertion. I felt really bad to see my Pokémon in this state. It was as if I was going against my own words which I had spoken to AJ. But seeing the looks of determination on my Pokémon's faces stopped me from ending the training. After 15 minutes of rest, me and my Pokémon got up slowly. This is what we have to make a regular thing, guys. I said to my Pokémon, who looked at me with what could only be described as a WTF look. I know that it's tiring, guys. Snorlax scoffed at this, but if we want to win at the Pokémon Champions League, we must not give up at such little things. Most of the group looked a bit more determined at this. It was certainly a great start. However, to expect a large progress in just an hour of training was stupid. I knew that to get to the level we needed to be, such a routine in the morning should eventually become a mere warm-up for us. The remaining 45 minutes were spent in the same manner. Since some of the Pokémon were absolutely dried up by the sudden training, I left the still active ones to spar against each other. Snorlax, however, took the easy way out and kept his namesake by snoring under a tree. Infernape against Pignite was a pretty surprising battle. Pignite had tried to use Flame Charge at one point, intending to take Infernape by surprise. But Infernape just scoffed and activated his superior Flare Blitz, dealing massive damage to the other fire type. The damage could have been even more had there been some Pokémon of a type weaker to fire. But Pignite was never one to give up easily. In a moment of arrogance, Infernape left a hole in his defense. Pignite took advantage of it and immediately attacked with a Brick Break. It was only through his harsh training under Paul that Infernape had been able to lessen the impact by using Mach Punch. I called off the match immediately afterwards. There was no need for a serious battle just now. Next up was the second and last battle. For this I decided to choose the battlers myself, Mook and Heracross. The reason for this was simple. Mook hadn't fought in a serious battle in 2 to 3 years and needed practice. Since Heracross's typing were less damaging to a poison type, he was the perfect opponent for Rusty Mook. Kalava played the referee and increased his flames to signal the start of the match. Heracross immediately attacked Mook with a flurry of punches and kicks, probably a fury attack. Mook did not give any response to these attacks, merely got hit by them. Finally Heracross used a focus punch which knocked Mook off the ground and sent him back a few meters. I was about to run to check up on the injured Mook when a strange noise caught my attention. Gurk gurk gurk. What the hell was that? Much to my amazement, Mook reformed out of the puddle it had formed into and attacked Heracross with a body slam, which was narrowly avoided. I noted with appreciation that the body slam was quite strong, the crater formed on the ground proved it. It seemed that Heracross noticed it too, taking the battle more seriously than before. Mook didn't stop, it relentlessly attacked Heracross with multiple sludge bombs, which I recognized as a sludge wave attack. Heracross used its superior speed to expertly dodge all the sludge bombs. Just as Heracross smirked in satisfaction, my eyes widened. Mook had used the sludge wave in a multiple sludge bomb form and had surrounded Heracross in a closed-off area. Heracross didn't have anywhere to escape, not when its wings were sore from practice. I don't know whether you planned it out, Mook, but using Heracross's temporary disadvantage of not being able to fly was brilliant. Heracross scowled at the grinning Mook and immediately attacked Mook with a Megahorn, intending to follow up with a Hyper Beam while Mook reformed. Mook looked the same as before, not giving any outwards response at the attack. All of the observers thought Mook would take it like before and then reform, but just as the Megahorn reached Mook, the living blob sprang into action and took hold of Heracross, who was panicking at the sudden action from the usually lazy and affectionate poison type. Mook then used its most recently learned attack, Poison Gas. A purplish smoke came out of Mook's mouth, hitting Heracross point blank. The thing with Poison Gas was that not only did it poison the person or Pokémon inhaling it, it also acted as an eye and skin irritant. Although Heracross's armor protected it from skin irritation, its eyes were shut due to the sudden burning in them. The poison took effect almost immediately, effectively weakening Heracross, who barely used a weak horn attack to escape. I decided that it was time to stop the battle, seeing as I had to go to see Professor Oak. Alright guys, that's enough. The Pokémon immediately agreed, with most of the Pokémon looking at Mook in a new light. No one had thought that Mook would be able to challenge Heracross. Heracross went off into the nearby orchard to eat a few berries to recover, shrugging off my concerns. You were great, Mook. Your strategy and attacks were very nicely coordinated. I praised my only poison type. Mook jumped at me with a weak body slam, flattening me on the ground. Mookuk. Needless to say, Mook was very happy from his near victory over one of Ash's main battlers. Mook expressed his happiness in the only way he knew, by glomping his trainer in an affectionate hug. I could barely breathe under the body of Mook, not to mention the stench. I still hugged back Mook weakly. I found the fact that me, Professor Oak and Professor Birch were not dead from being under the body of a Pokémon whose mere presence on the ground made it impossible for grass to grow otherwise, very surprising. Perhaps Mook could control what it wanted to destroy. Why yeah. I love you too, B-buddy. I said as loudly as I could with a 100 kilograms blob on top of me. I looked at Snorlax with pleading eyes, who sighed and used Mega Kick on Mook, saving me from an unfortunate death by choking under my own Pokémon. Mook landed a few meters back and promptly grew back from his deformed shape. I and my Pokémon gave a universal shiver at the creepy laughter from Mook. XXX. So Ash, what was it that you wanted to talk to me about? Now fully up and about, Professor Oak asked me as he sipped on his morning tea. His hair was still a bit disheveled and clothing had crinkles, but he looked fairly awake. It's about the Pokémon Champions League, Professor Oak. The professor's eyes widened at that. Yeah, I saw the letter and brochure which you kept in the lab. What do you want to know, Ash? The professor wasn't surprised by the question Ash asked him in the slightest. In fact, he had been expecting such a question at the moment Ash read the brochure. I want to seriously ask you, Professor Oak, do you think I am a good trainer? I asked bluntly to the professor, who shifted in his seat. Of course, Ash, you are one of the best young trainers I have ever met. The professor said. I did not smile at the answer, I had expected the same thing. But I wanted the honest one, not one which I wanted to hear. No, Professor. Please tell me what you really think about me, about my chances at the Pokémon Champions League, against the Elite Four. I asked in a fierce tone. Professor Oak looked Ash in the eye for a few seconds, after which he sighed heavily and began to answer his honest opinion. He just hoped that Ash didn't think any less of him after this. But unfortunately for Oak. XXX. A few minutes earlier. Delia Ketchum hummed happily to herself as she put some biscuits in a tray to give to the professor. She had been a student of Professor Oak in her younger days and thus was quite close to him and his family. She had brought Ash over quite a few times when he had been a child, and thus nurtured his love for Pokémon. While coming to the lab in the morning, she had been surprised to see Ash with his Pokémon, training hard along with them. She observed them with a proud smile for a few minutes before moving into the lab to make her usual tea for her teacher. My little Ashie is growing so fast. I just hope that his dream comes true soon. Delia thought to herself as she opened the door to Professor Oak's living room. Here's your snack, Prof. Dash. And as you are now Ash, you don't have the slightest chance to win against a champion. She saw as Professor Oak finished with his arms crossed and a depressed-looking Ash sitting before him. She saw red at that, and like a raging Tauros she moved towards the scared shitless professor, who just noticed the enraged mother's presence. Samuel Oak. How dare you put down my son like that? Delia yelled as she raised her tray to hit and probably give a concussion to the shaking professor. No. Delia, it's not Dash. Professor Oak could see his very life flashing in front of his eyes as Delia raised the tray further to get the most painful hit. But then a sudden voice stopped her. XXX. Stop, Mom. But why Ash? How dare that old fart put you down like Dash? Delia once again turned her heated eyes towards the aged professor, who was hiding behind the couch. It's okay, Mom, I needed to hear his honest opinion. I said as I tried to placate my mother. But you won the Unova League, honey, then why did he say that you don't stand a chance against the champions? Delia said in a mildly angered and confused tone. Yes, I won the Unova League, Mom, but the Elite Four and champions are at a completely different level from that. I asked for Professor Oak's thoughts on my battling style and the condition of my Pokémon. And his opinion really helped me, Mom. Now I know what faults I have and I can think about how to improve upon them. I said, hoping that Mom would lose her anger towards the professor, who gave me a discreet thumbs up from behind the couch. Delia looked convinced at that, but didn't leave the room before giving the professor a small glare. Professor Oak looked over the couch and when the coast was clear, sat back on it. Thank you very much, Ash, I think you saved from certain death today. Professor Oak said in a thankful tone. Delia Ketchum was one of the kindest persons anyone could ever meet. And not to mention a doting mother. But when she got angry, Oak gave an involuntary shiver at that. I decided to turn back the conversation to the main topic. So what you are saying is that there is a big power imbalance in my team. This was one of the points which intrigued me the most. Professor Oak closed his eyes thoughtfully. Yes, my boy, your Sino Pokémon are the most powerful bunch among them, whereas your Johto and Hoenn Pokémon are the weakest. Your habit of leaving them here each year did not help in the slightest. The Pokémon slacked off and gave up on their training, well, most of them. Sceptile is one of the few who admirably kept up his training. But why didn't the others do too? I pressed on. You see, Ash, the main reason for Pokémon to train and fight in the wild is either for food or for territory. Since they have a constant source of food here and have no need for territories, they don't have a need for training. My eyes widened at this information. So it is my fault. I abandoned them here, causing them to give up on their survival instincts and grow much too comfortable in a friendly atmosphere. No wonder Torkoal was knocked out after one attack, he had forgotten how to deal with them. So to make them get back their previous power and then eventually surpass that, I knew what I needed to do. And I just had 1 year and 1 month to do it. I need to go on a training trip. I announced to the professor, who looked at me with an appraising eye. And one more thing, my boy, your team needs to have more Pokémon of different typings. From your records, I have seen that you have let go of quite a few Pokémon, would suggest getting them back. Professor Oak said as he remembered the records of a Larvitar, Haunter and Lapras on Ash's Pokédex. Yeah, it looks like the time to get back my old friends is now. Of course, that is if they want to return. Ash thought as he looked out of the large window present in the living room, observing his and his friends' Pokémon interact happily with each other, showing the same bonds of friendship as the one present between their masters. You know, Ash, the information you gave us regarding legendary Pokémon shook the foundations of the Pokémon scientific community yesterday. Professor Oak commented as he took a sip from his now cold tea. How so, Professor? I asked. Did my findings really matter that much? Samuel Oak looked at the young man sitting before him incredulously. My boy, for one, you confirmed to us that these Pokémon actually exist. Before you reported your discoveries to me, no one knew whether Arceus, Dialga, Palkia and Giratina were actually real or not. Of course there was that scientist who was researching the reverse world, but now his statements can be actually believed by me and many others. We know about a new species of Pokémon, Deoxys, for God's sake. From what you have described to me, Deoxys came from another planet. Do you know just how large this information is? I shook my head dumbly. Professor Oak clapped his hands on my shoulder. That means that there are completely different species of Pokémon out there in the universe. Just think of the possibilities. From years we have debated on the possibility of Volcarona belonging from the Sun. The Sun ASH. The existence of Deoxys proves the presence of Pokémon on other planets. Heck, there might be Pokémon on the Moon. Wow. Really, that was all I could possibly say. Professor Oak then raised a finger, and for that, Ash, I have a gift for you. Well, actually it was a gift for winning the Unova League, but now you deserve it even more. I waited patiently in the room as I wondered just what gift could Professor Oak have for me. An egg? Super portions? Set of Pokeballs? Training guides? But what Professor Oak came back with was a fairly large watch-like gadget, with a nice screen on it. I present to you, Ash, my newest invention, the prototype Pokémon Technical Information Device Mode No. A998471. He said proudly as he raised the device in various poses. What? What the heck was with such a large name? Professor Oak facepalmed. URG, it is a new type of Pokédex I have designed, Ash. Its name is Extreme Dex, pretty cool, huh? Professor Oak said in a jovial tone. That's a cool name. I mentally questioned myself, but then shook my head and graciously accepted the device from Professor Oak. So how do I use it, Professor? You just strap it on to your wrist, just like a watch. I did the same, and then my eyes widened in wonder as the Extreme Dex came alive, its 4-inch screen lighting up as various applications came over it, almost none of which I recognized. But the most shocking thing was the sudden voice that came from the device. Good morning, sir. The device said in a polite tone, the voice similar to my older Pokédexes. Whoa, what was that, Professor? I asked in amazement. The professor's chest puffed out in pride. This, Ash, is my ultimate invention in the field of Pokédex to date. The Extreme Dex is a device which works as an all-round gadget. You can use it to see the time, to set alarms, to see information about various Pokémon, set your schedule, and keep phone numbers and so much more. But the main thing about it is the professor was interrupted as the voice spoke up once more. I can talk to you, sir. The voice said politely. Indeed, Ash, the device is fully self-aware and can make meaningful conversations with you on practically any topic. Wow. Talk about modern technology. So what's your name? I asked it. Seeing as it could talk, it must also have a name. My name is Dexter, sir. The device said back politely. Well, nice to meet you, Dexter. I'm Ash Ketchum. I said in a happy voice. After all, when do you get the chance to talk to a real machine? Nice to meet you, sir. My job is to help you in your journey by helping you identify and capture Pokémon. I can also help you maintain any schedule you feed into me. My battery is a bit low, so I would suggest plugging me in to charge me back. By my calculations, 2 hours will be enough for the task. Well, that was a relief. As much as I didn't want to admit it, I forgot about such things pretty quickly. So a device which can remind me of such things is pretty fruit. 1. But then, what if I am in some area where there is no electrical supply? How will I charge Dexter then, Professor? The professor waved off my concerns. That won't be a problem, my boy. If you charge Dexter's battery for a week from now, on electricity, then its batteries will get fully operational, after which the battery life will increase tenfold. Also it has a solar charging screen, so it would hardly be a problem. Indeed. For a device like a Pokédex, which is used by trainers who spend most of their time in forests or training grounds, a device solely dependent on electricity is not viable. I nodded and went to attach Dexter to the power plug, which was quite congested, seeing as many of the lab's machines were attached to it. When I walked back to the professor, he gave me a warning. There is something you must know, Ash. Dexter is a self-aware program, but it is just that, a program. Dexter doesn't understand emotions or feelings or even common courtesy. The only reason he calls you sir is because I have implemented a forced command in it. Also, Dexter might beach about a few things, so be careful. The professor said in a whisper. I sweat dropped at the late warning, only to hear Dexter speaking up once more. Sir, I truly hope that your home is better than my cheap creator's place. I can hardly gather enough energy from this low-life place. Dexter commented in a snobby voice, saying the word creator as if it was beneath him. The Extreme Dex was vibrating at some points, for extra effect of a shiver. As Professor Oak made his way out of the room, a look of extreme relief washed over his face. Finally I got rid of Dexter. Thing was getting so freaking annoying. Just what was I thinking when I installed the curse file in it? Well, Ash, I have complete belief in you that you will be able to take care of it. Probably. Not for the first time in his life did Ash wonder just what he had gotten himself into. XXX. Omake, alternate universe. Ash Ketchum, Pokémon master from 20 years and unrivaled in his battling prowess, walked out to the arena as his trusty Pikachu rode on his shoulder. It was for the first time in 3 years that he was coming out of his self-imposed exile come training session on Mount Silver. He didn't know what Pokémon his challenger possessed, but if he had been able to go through all of the Elite Four and champions, then he must be something alright. He had just been informed that the guy facing him wanted an equal one-on-one battle. His Ninetales against the challengers. Ash had smirked upon the overconfidence of his challenger. Ninetales had been one of his very first Pokémon and certainly the strongest after Charizard and Pikachu. Well, no matter, he would crush this guy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Pokémon master of the world, Ash Ketchum. The announcer yelled in a loud voice as the audience cheered somewhat, confusing Ash. Had the challenger become so popular that he surpassed his own? Well, Ash would see. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you, the guy who overran the competition with a single Pokémon. Ladies and gentlemen, he defeated Cynthia, Lance, Dianthia, Wallace and Alder with the same Pokémon. Presenting to you, Naruto Uzumaki. The audience went ballistic at the arrival of the competitor. Ash observed his competition. The blonde-haired boy in front of him had spiky sunny blonde hair and 3 off-whisker marks on his cheeks. He wore a orange and black jumpsuit which looked much worse for wear. He was grinning and waving to the audience like a goof. Heh, fool. Ninetales, I choose you. Ash yelled as he threw his Pokeball, with a 9-tailed silvery fox emerging from the Pokeball. Ash smirked. Let's see him deal with Nino. The competitor didn't give any hint of worry or fear at facing the strongest Pokémon trainer to date. He simply made a few off movements with his hands before slamming them on the ground. Cuchios, Ninetales. Naruto yelled as the whole arena was covered in a huge puff of smoke. Ash's eyes widened in disbelief and pure unadulterated fear as he saw the behemoth before him. The Ninetales was of a blood-red color, with 9 tails flowing behind him and slitted red eyes. "Holy F, what do you feed your 9 tails?" Ash screamed in fear. His 9 tails had gotten the F out of the arena after seeing the other 9 tails. A lot of spinach. Just as Naruto said that, Kyuubi took out a huge can of spinach from out of nowhere and ate it, with Popeye the Sailor Man's theme playing in the background. Poke speech activated. Time, the night of return of Ash, 1 day ago. As Bulbasaur talked up with the various new Pokémon that Ash had brought back from Unova, he looked back impatiently towards May, who was just about to release her Pokémon for the night. "Getting impatient, are we?" Charizard asked with a smirk towards Bulbasaur, gaining everyone's immediate attention. "Huh? Impatient for what?" Pikachu asked in a confused tone as he looked between a blushing Bulbasaur and smirking Charizard. "Heh, waiting for Bulbasaur's little girlfriend, of course," Charizard said in a smug tone. Bulbasaur blushed even brighter. Pikachu, however, paled and moved a bit away from the scene. No one noticed. "Holy sheet, you mean May's Bulba?" Sceptile asked in an astonished voice as he looked at Bulbasaur. Corphish and Swellow also looked surprised at this. "Whoa, congratulations dude. Bulba sure was a hottie alright," Swellow said with a smirk as he nudged Bulbasaur with his wing. His comment earned him a glare from Bulbasaur, but Swellow was happy enough that his traveling friend Bulba and lab friend Bulbasaur were an item. However, the Sino Pokémon were looking uneasily at each other. This was only noticed by Charizard, who also noticed Pikachu not getting involved. In teasing Bulbasaur, strange. I had though Pikachu would be one of the first to tease Bulbasaur. Is something going on? Should we tell him or what? Infernape questioned his fellow Sinnoh mates. Each and every one of the Sinnoh Pokémon looked with sadness at each other, knowing full well that Bulbasaur's heart will be broken. Bulbasaur's friendly nature and habit of keeping everyone in control had made him a favorite among all of the Pokémon of Ash, so the ones who knew the truth were quite sad for the little guy. Nah, let bro find out by himself, it will be better for him. Virgil finally decided and everyone agreed. Charizard observed the strange behavior of the Sinnoh Pokémon, but shrugged it off as something unimportant. He then looked on at Bulbasaur with a smile and nodded at him to go meet up with Bulba. Sceptile winked at Bulbasaur. He was very happy that Bulbasaur had found someone for him, although much to his worry, there was a nagging feeling in his heart, the same feeling he had before Magnanium left him for that DM Entropius. Bulbasaur ran forward in excitement to meet up with Bulba. "Oh man, so many days have passed since I last met her." It was just then that May released her Pokémon, "All of you come on out," she yelled as 6 figures materialized. "Bulba!" Bulbasaur yelled in happiness as he went forward to search for his love. But as the Pokémon materialized, his breath stopped. Because before him was not the Bulba he knew, but a pretty large Venusaur. No. This can't be happening with me. Bulbasaur started hyperventilating as he saw the 2 heart-shaped symbols on Venusaur's face. So it is her. But why? Why did she evolve? Why? He finally yelled, causing May's Pokémon to look at him in confusion for a second, before their eyes widened. The other Pokémon silently made their way out of there, until only Bulbasaur and Venusaur remained. Venusaur looked at Bulbasaur with sadness. "I wanted to be stronger Bulbasaur, that's all," she explained. "But we don't need to evolve to get stronger." "Why the hell don't you get that?" Bulbasaur yelled in pain and anguish. Venusaur didn't do anything other than sighing at Bulbasaur's behavior. "I'm sorry Bulbasaur, but this is the way I reached my full potential and helped to fulfill May's ambition." Bulbasaur looked perplexed, "But that doesn't answer my question." "I am strong, Pikachu is strong, we didn't need to evolve to get dash." Bulbasaur was shut up as Venusaur snorted. "Look at yourself Bulbasaur, can't you see just how selfish you are being? Don't you and Pikachu get it? By evolving, we Pokémon reach our true potential. That's why evolution is a natural process. So it's not me who has done anything wrong, it's you and Pikachu who are opposing the flow of nature. Do you honestly think that Charizard could have gotten half as strong as he is now if he didn't evolve? Give me a break, Bulbasaur. She scoffed. Bulbasaur wanted to cry, he really did, but his male pride didn't allow him to. Words of his precious Bulba hurt him more than any flamethrower from Charizard could ever have. I mean, seriously, just think if you had evolved back in your first journey, Bulbasaur. Just think how much more you could have helped Ash, but knew you just had to stay as a Bulbasaur, just because of your pride and fear. She spat at the slowly breaking Bulbasaur. You should be thankful that Ash is such a great guy and loves you all so much. Any other trainer who had an ambition to win would have forced you to evolve. Each and every Pokémon around was looking quietly at the scene unfolding before them. The jolly mood of all the Pokémon excited to meet up with their friends had lowered down considerably. Ash's Pokémon were seething in anger, Sceptile was almost vibrating as his anger reached limits untold of. Bulbasaur was one of them, how dare the beach put him down. Bulbasaur looked even more broken that. He knew full well how it felt to get abandoned by a trainer, thank you very much. But now he couldn't say anything that could refute any of Venusaur's point. It was true that if he had evolved then he could have helped out Ash in their first league. So now he said the only thing that he knew he had left to say. But I loved you, Bulba. He said as he lowered his eyes towards the ground, to shield the lone tear that had fallen out of his eyes. Almost the entire group felt their own hearts break at the scene. Venusaur visible flinched at that. I liked you too, Bulbasaur, but now nothing is possible between us. I would suggest you to move. Venusaur was shut up as a loud thump occurred in the ground between Bulbasaur and Venusaur. Sceptile had heard enough by this point. And I would suggest you to shut the F up. He said in a cold voice, making Venusaur gulp. I don't know what has happened to you after evolving, Venusaur, but get over it. The way you are putting down Bulbasaur is simply unreal. And if you say even one more word, I'm afraid I do not know what I would do. Sceptile was cut off as Bulbasaur's voice rang out in the quiet clearing. No need for that, Sceptile. I know what Venusaur is saying is true. Now that she is a Venusaur and I'm a Bulbasaur, nothing could happen between us. Really, it's better if we forget there ever was anything between us. Bulbasaur said coolly. Yes, the blatant disrespect hurt, but it was not as if he could blame Venusaur for evolving. It was her decision, just as it had been his own to not evolve. Venusaur started shaking at that, but why can't you evolve into a Venusaur? What's so wrong with it? We could be together, Bulbasaur, me and you, just evolve, just accept the way of nature. That's enough, Venusaur. You have made your point and mine. It would be better if you follow what Sceptile is saying. Bulbasaur said coldly as he turned away and walked towards his friends, his real friends. Venusaur said nothing, but a lone tear did fell from her eye. She admitted in her heart that Bulbasaur not calling her Bulba hurt more than she imagined. You okay, man? Pikachu asked as he neared his longtime friend. Seeing Bulbasaur so sad added to Pikachu's guilt of not telling his longtime friend the truth about Bulba. It's all right, Pikachu. Bulbasaur said with a fake smile. On the inside though, he was a mixture of 100 different emotions. Should he evolve? Should he stay true to his word? No need to fret, guys, I'll be fine. It may not be tonight or tomorrow, but I'll be fine. Bulbasaur assured his friends as they looked at him with encouraging smiles. But Charizard was the only one who didn't say anything. He had a feeling in his heart that something was about to happen. Something major, that would affect his friend. Poke speech deactivated. XXX. XXX. After Ash's talk with the professor. After my long talk with Professor Oak, I made my way outside to where my Pokémon were. I remembered Professor Oak's advice for me to expand my party, and no time is better than now. My first choice was the Pokémon who was my very second capture and also one of my most loyal Pokémon, Pidgeot. I had attached Pidgeot's old Pokeball to my waist, so as to return Pidgeot once I met him. The reason I had kept the Pokeball was to protect Pidgeot from being captured by another trainer during the time I was away. The reason for this was twofold. First of all, getting Pidgeot back would massively help my other flying types, seeing as Pidgeot was the seniormost among them. Swellow and Noctowl were heavily lacking in flying-type moves, and who better to teach them than a massively experienced one. The second reason was very simple. I had promised him. I had promised Pidgeot that I will return for him one day. In the 5 years that I had left him, his flock was sure to have grown and some Pidgeotto must have evolved, so getting Pidgeot back should be no problem. So now my problem was just how to get there. Walking by foot would take me at least 1 or 2 days, and that much time I did not have to waste by traveling to pointless places. That left flying. Charizard and Garchomp, these were my 2 Pokémon capable of flying while me riding them. Although Staraptor was big, his size still wasn't enough for me to ride on him. So with that in mind I called out. Charizard. The reason for choosing Charizard was simple. He actually knew Pidgeot from way back to my first Kanto journey. Taking a predator Pokémon like Garchomp could cause unnecessary trouble and fear among the wild flying types, which I did not want. Charizard rose up from under the tree where he was resting and flew towards his trainer. Landing gracefully, Charizard awaited for orders from Ash. Seeing his trainer, Pikachu also bundled up towards Ash. "Let's go Charizard, we're gonna get back our friend," I said to Charizard. Charizard tilted his head in confusion, but didn't say anything and lowered his back for Ash to climb upon. Just as Ash and Charizard were about to take off, a yellow rodent came running towards the duo. "Pika Pikachu!" Pikachu yelled as he stood before Ash and Charizard. I thought about it for a while. While I wanted to take Pikachu with me to meet Pidgeot, I also knew that it was not fair for Bulbasaur to miss out on seeing his old friend. So I decided to get Bulbasaur's Pokeball too, before taking off. XXX. Me, Charizard and Pikachu were soaring above the skies of Viridian Forest. We had entered the area about 29 minutes ago and still there was no sight of Pidgeot or his flock. "Where is Pidgeot?" I asked to no one in particular. Pikachu was also having a look out while clutching tightly on my shoulder. Suddenly Charizard jerked violently. "Whoa! What's happening Charizard?" I asked in panic to my first fire type. The winds were not so fast as to cause a massive Pokémon like Charizard any trouble, unless it's a Pokémon attack. "Charizard, stay on guard," I said to Charizard, who grunted in agreement. Not 1 second later, a huge bird with a glowing wing, steel wing, I realized, came towards us at supersonic speed, almost blurring in the air. But Charizard himself was no slouch and expertly dodged the attack. Charizard cursed his luck. Any other time and he would have roasted the bird foolish enough to attack him, but now that Ash was on his back he simply could not go all out. As the bird, which was even larger than Staraptor, reached a point 45 meters above us, I finally observed just what Pokémon was it. And when I did, my eyes widened. "Wait Pidgeot, it's me Ash." I tried to yell when Pidgeot attacked Charizard with another steel wing which Charizard dodged again, but the attack was enough for me to fall off Charizard and descend at high speeds towards the not-so-distant ground. I screamed in pure unadulterated fear as I held on to Pikachu and fell to what could only be my death, but to me and Pikachu's astonishment, I was caught by something. Something far softer than Charizard. I opened my eyes to see that it was Pidgeot who had caught me. Pidgeot for his part was quite annoyed at the Charizard who had been circling over their area for quite some time and promptly went to chase him away. But when he saw the human who he had accidentally pushed off Charizard, his heart had nearly stopped beating. It was Ash. After so many years he had come back for him and he had pushed him to his death. Pidgeot could swear that never in his life had he flown so fast. And never had he felt the utter relief he felt now that he had caught Ash and his old buddy Pikachu. "Why you gave me and Pikachu quite the scare there Pidgeot," I said to Pidgeot as me and Pikachu chuckled nervously. But much to his confusion, Pidgeot didn't respond. Was this some other Pidgeot? No, Pikachu recognized him too. Then why? Is he angry I did not return sooner? As me and Pidgeot landed on the forest floor, I weakly thanked Pidgeot and lay on the ground to calm my racing heart. A split second later, an ear-splitting roar was heard as Charizard landed on the ground. Seeing Ash lying on the ground, his heart skipped a beat and he immediately looked at Pikachu, who gave a thumbs up to indicate that everything was okay. I slowly got up from the ground after a few seconds and looked towards Pidgeot, who was facing away from me. Was he angry I hadn't returned? Hey buddy. I said to Pidgeot, who turned towards me but didn't take his eyes up. You've grown really strong, Pidgeot. I praised the large bird, who flinched at the praise. Pidgeot was looking with shame towards the ground. How had he even thought of attacking a human in the sky? Sure, he should have scared him, but he could have killed someone by this reckless behavior. And that someone had nearly turned out to be Ash. I was seriously getting worried now. Pidgeot, are you angry at me? I am sorry I didn't come back sooner, buddy, but I knew that you had duties to the flock. I am really sore. That was all I could say before Pidgeot lunged and hugged me with tears in his eyes. Pidgeot was shocked. Here he was wondering when Ash would get angry at him and again leave him, and now Ash was trying to say sorry to him. After he had tried to so blatantly murder him a minute ago. He wasn't able to control the tears threatening to spill anymore and hugged Ash, happy to be so close to his trainer after so many years. Charizard and Pikachu smirked at each other. Blackmail material, baby. XXX. Pidgeot had pressed the button on his Pokeball before I could even request him to come back, so I had taken that as a sign that Pidgeot's flock didn't need any protection anymore. Or they have become self-sufficient. After letting out Pidgeot once more to let him meet up with Bulbasaur, Pikachu, and Charizard, I had lunch along with them as they talked about various things which had happened after Pidgeot left the group. Pidgeot's eyes had widened and an odd "Geoat" had come out quite a few times as he heard of the various stories from Pikachu, Bulbasaur, and Charizard. In the meantime, I observed Pidgeot. I admitted to myself that Pidgeot indeed had grown quite a lot in these 5 years. He had already been quite large for its species when it had first evolved, but now, after 5 years, his height was even more than Crocodile. If compared, Pidgeot could easily come into the top 5 in size in its species. Seeing as it was just noon, I decided that I still had time to get back one more of our friend. One particularly well known to the small group of 5 before me. I clapped my hands to get the attention of my Pokémon, who immediately turned towards me. Alright guys, seeing as we have much time left, I think that we can get another one of our friends back. The group of 4 cheered at that and immediately began wondering just who it would be that they would get back. I turned towards the dragon-like Pokémon in the clearing. Charizard, I think that you must be tired from all the training we did in the morning and now from all the flying. You can get some rest while Pidgeot will provide me a ride. Pidgeot cooed happily at that, while Charizard grumbled. But Charizard knew that he indeed was tired and thus happy to get back into the Pokeball. I returned Bulbasaur and Pikachu got into his usual position on my shoulder. Suddenly a question came to my mind. One which had been bugging me for quite a while now. Say Pidgeot, what happened to that Fiero you were the enemy of? Pidgeot merely tapped another Pokeball on belt. What do you mean? I asked in confusion. I was only after a good script between Pikachu and Pidgeot that I finally understood that Fiero had been captured by another trainer. But who could have been brave stupid enough to catch that bad but Fiero? I rested those thoughts as I climbed on Pidgeot. Ready Pidgeot? I asked the large bird as he carefully took off from the ground and started flying at medium speeds towards Vermilion City, which was our next destination. Flying on Pidgeot was a great experience and much more comfortable than Charizard or Garchomp. Pidgeot's soft feathers allowed for a much more comfortable and luxurious seat when compared to Charizard and Garchomp. It feels really good to have you back in the team, buddy. I said in a genuinely happy voice and Pidgeot cooed softly in return. XXX. Vermilion City Fire Fighting Department. Let's meet up with Squirtle, guys. I announced to my group of 4 as each of them yelled loudly in happiness, most of all Pidgeot, who couldn't wait to get back to his other Kanto friends like Kingler and Mook. I had already informed Officer Jenny yesterday that I might be coming to get back Squirtle. So there was no chance that he might be unavailable. I had let out Charizard and Bulbasaur, so that we could all surprise Squirtle with the visit, as well as the major shocker of Pidgeot joining back. As I entered the fire-fighting department, I was met with a few odd looks due to the Pokémon accompanying me, but I shrugged them off in the happiness of meeting one of my originals after such a long time. 2 years, to be precise. Oh. It's you, Ash. Officer Jenny said sadly as she looked at Ash and his entourage of excited-looking Pokémon. I was quite confused at the sad tone of Officer Jenny's voice. Yeah, I had informed you that I will be coming back to get Squirtle. Her face looked solemn at that. Yes, of course, please take a seat, Ash. She said in grave tone. I was actually getting sacred right now. What's the matter, Officer Jenny? Charizard, Pikachu, Bulbasaur and Pidgeot also gulped and listened intently for Officer Jenny's answer. They wished they hadn't though. I'm really sorry, Ash. She said, her voice breaking. There was an accident and things got bad and I'm sorry, Ash, Squirtle is no more. She continued with a despondent face. Ash and his Pokémon were shocked into stunned silence. Never in their life could they have comprehended what they were hearing now. Charizard's flame got dimmer, Pikachu fell down on his knees and Pidgeot looked ready to break down. But in all this, Bulbasaur's face was comically twisted in horror as only one thought ran through his mind. That tone of voice. That hidden smile. Saying Squirtle is no more. No. 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 Please, Officer Jenny, can you tell me what happened? Tears were streaming down my eyes and I didn't even care. Squirtle, my buddy, one of my Pokémon, is no more. Maybe this will explain it all, Ash. She then turned towards one of the doors in the office. You can come out now. Just as she yelled, the door opened and a big blue-colored and shell-covered Pokémon entered the room. The Pokémon had 2 powerful cannons on its back and its face was turned in a smile. But the most peculiar thing was the black glasses on his face. Jenny suddenly broke into a large smile. Ash, meet Blastoise. She announced. Bulbasaur slowly took a step back. Holy shit. It really has happened. I sniffed as I turned towards the large shell Pokémon in the room. Its smile looking so much like Squirtle it was almost painful, and its glasses looking so muc. Wait, what? Glasses? The gears slowly turned in my head. Squirtle is no more. There was an accident. No more. Or. Squirtle. I yelled. The large sunglasses wearing Pokémon nodded back happily in response. I jumped up from my seat as I engulfed him in a hug. Why you never do that again, okay Blastoise? I was so sad, buddy, I was so scared that I had lost you. I made Blastoise promise to never do such a horrible joke again and then promptly yelled at Jenny for the other half hour. Blastoise met up with the others, namely Charizard, Pikachu and Pidgeot. He and Charizard talked about something, which led to Charizard scoffing and closing his eyes. Blastoise and Pidgeot met up with a manly hug. Very happy to see each other after such a long time, even if they were in different forms. But in all this, Bulbasaur had stood frozen with shock. First his Bulba evolves and turns into a complete beach, then she puts him down for not evolving and now Squirtle FNG evolved too. Bulbasaur's mouth opened in a choked and strangled cry, which in Poke speech translated into, "Damn you Murphy." XXX. Thanks for the ride, Pidgeot. I thanked Pidgeot as we landed in the Professor Oak's fields. Pikachu hopped from my shoulder and waited for me get off. I returned Pidgeot to his Pokeball for the time being. Pikachu, gather everyone around will ya? I asked to Pikachu, who piked in response and ran off towards the fields. 15 minutes later. As my large group of Pokémon stood before me, I coughed into my hand to clear my throat. We've got 2 new friends guys, so I want you all to welcome them into our group and make friends with them. Also, some of you know them from before. I hinted before I threw the 4 Pokeballs in my hand. Seedey, Bulba, Blast, Geot. The 4 Pokémon materialized in their hulking forms, well except Bulbasaur. I watched with satisfaction as most of the Pokémon's eyes widened after learning that Squirtle and Blastoise were the same. Pidgeot met up with Kingler and Mook, before flying off to meet with the other flying types. As Pidgeot landed before Swellow, Staraptor, Noctowl and Unpheasant, he analyzed each one of them with a critical glaze. Needless to say, all 4 of them were highly intimidated by the larger Pokémon before them. But when he nodded at them and extended his wing in greeting, the tension dissolved and the 5 began chattering around excitedly. I did notice, however, Duat striking Blastoise with a water gun, confusing the large turtle. Blast? Blastoise tilted his head at the middle-evolved Unova starter, who looked at him with a challenging gaze and smirk. Blastoise merely smirked back and readied his cannons, with an audible clicking noise. Duat however was intimidated this and moved a step back. Blastoise merely grinned at Duat, making him relax. But Totodile narrowed his eyes at Blastoise and immediately came running towards me. Toto. Totodile began jumping around me in an erratic manner. What's the matter, Totodile? Totodile pointed to him and then pointed at Blastoise. Tutodil, he said with a narrowed eyes. So that's what he wants, huh? Well, I'll fulfill his wish. Say Blastoise, are you up for a battle with Totodile? I asked to my first water type, who scoffed in reply, as if saying, you seriously need to ask that? Okay then Totodile, I will be ordering you while Blastoise will be battling by himself, is that okay? I asked to the Gator Pokémon. Since Blastoise had evolved, it was natural that he had much more raw power than before. Also, I had not battled with Totodile from a long time. Totodile grinned in response. It had been far too many days since he had battled with Ash. Kalava once again took the role of referee and counted down, before releasing his body flames to a large height to indicate the start of the battle. All right. Totodile, start off with a water gun. Totodile released a small but steady stream of water towards Blastoise, who countered with a much more powerful hydro cannon. Dodge Totodile. Fortunately, my warning came just in time for Totodile, who jumped out of the way of the powerful attack. It was in good riddance too, since the powerful stream of water released from Blastoise's cannons hit a medium-sized boulder, crushing it without any effort. Blastoise however didn't want to give any space to the Gator Pokémon and immediately attacked with a rapid spin. Its body recoiled back into its shell and it jumped into the air. Instead of falling down, the shell started rotating in inhuman speed and moved towards a panicking Totodile. DMN. Blastoise's size is too large for Totodile to effectively dodge and his body is too small to continue after being hit by such an attack, so what we have to do is Totodile, use Bubble Beam to create a protective wall around you. Totodile immediately used Bubble Beam in the way I said him to. With the wall of protective explosive bubbles around Totodile, Blastoise's momentum gained rapid spin could not be stopped and hit the explosive wall, only Blastoise's hard shell and water typing protecting it from major injury. Totodile smirked in satisfaction, until he saw that Blastoise's until now friendly face was turned into a lot more serious look. On one hand, it raised Totodile's warrior pride, on the other his common sense yelled at him to forfeit. But alas, Totodile was a predator, he didn't quit, not never. Totodile, use Slash. I cursed in my mind for letting Totodile continue with such a weak moveset, but this just motivated me further to help the little guy. Totodile rushed towards Blastoise as fast as he could, his claws glowing and growing larger. Just as he entered into attacking range, Blastoise sprang into action and aimed a water gun at Totodile, but Totodile was nimble enough to dodge and attacked with Slash attack on Blastoise's leg, weakening it immensely due to the unprepared attack. Now finish this Totodile, use Aqua Tail. I yelled as I saw an actual opening for Totodile to win. Blastoise however had enough of this farce. Just as Totodile landed a few meters away from him, Blastoise opened his mouth wide and prepared a glowing blue ball of large proportions. Sheet. Hydro Cannon. Hydro Cannon was the strongest water-type move with the most amount of damage done. Instead of Hydro Pump, where a continuous stream of extremely fast-moving water was released, Hydro Cannon created a sphere of all that fast-moving water, creating a condensed ball with pressure enough to bring down a plane. No. Totodile dodge. I tried to warn Totodile, but no avail. Totodile only had enough time to raise its prepared aqua tail to lessen the force impact before the powerful attack hit its mark. A large amount of smoke was created from the explosion due to the clash between Hydro Cannon and Aqua Tail. Every one of the Pokémon watched in attention to see whether Totodile had actually been able to pull over after an attack like that. When the smoke cleared, Totodile was clearly lying face down in a lot of pain, but not defeated yet. Whereas Blastoise was merely a bit frazzled. It was clear to everyone who was the winner, but I cannot let that happen now, can I? Totodile, can you get up? I know you can, buddy. I tried to cheer up my Pokémon. Blastoise merely scoffed and turned away, not noticing Totodile's lone open eye. Totodile weakly muttered as he got up on one knee, severely weakened, but still in the game. Most of the Pokémon looked in respect towards the little croc. Blastoise merely shook his head and readied his cannons for a water gun. Using Hydro Pump at this point would be a waste of his abilities. But it was then that Totodile stood up completely and opened his jaws wide. Dill. Totodile yelled as he was covered in a bright light head to toe. Totodile's evolving. I thought in excitement. Just as the light died down, in the place of Totodile stood a Pokémon fairly similar looking to him. The new Pokémon had jaws even bigger than his pre-evolution and the underjaw was of a yellow color. The Pokémon had red fin-like structures on its back and head and sharp white teeth. The Pokémon also had a larger build than Totodile, similar to how Cyndaquil's size had increased when he evolved in Kalava. Croconaw. The new Pokémon yelled his name in triumph. I grinned, alright. You evolved, Totodile. I pointed my Pokédex at him, seeing as my new Extreme Dex was still at Oaks. Croconaw. Once it bites down, it won't let go until it loses its fangs. New fangs quickly grow into place. I congratulated my new Pokémon, but just as I got ready to issue a new set of commands to the newly evolved Croconaw, Croconaw headed towards Blastoise and held out his hand. Initially looking confused, Blastoise shook his hands after a few words between them. I stood confused, until Professor Oak's voice cut through the air. When a Pokémon comes close to evolving, it may demand such battles, Ash. Huh? You mean Totodile knew he could lose? I asked in an incredulous tone, and much to my astonishment Professor Oak nodded. Indeed, Ash, Pokémon usually evolve when they are at the last legs of their energy and are mature enough to evolve. Also, the Pokémon must have through a longer battle, so that the enzymes catalyzing the cellular mutation throughout the body of the evolving Pokémon can be manifested in a larger amount. You see, Ash, whenever humans or Pokémon are at their last vestiges of energy and their emotions are running high, an enzyme called adrenaline is secreted which gives us an instant shot of energy, and in the case of a mature Pokémon, it catalyses the evolution. Totodile had been mature since a long time. It only needed that edge which he got from his overly disadvantaged battle today, to win. Professor Oak explained further. Ah. I nodded my head in understanding, even though most of it went over my head. So I see that Squirtle's evolved. Professor Oak said with an appraising look as he analyzed the final form of one of the Kanto starters. Yeah, Officer Jenny said that some emergency came up and the only way to save the day was for Squirtle to evolve. And when he evolved once, all his inhibitions about evolving went away and he evolved once more into Blastoise. I explained to Professor Oak, who nodded in understanding and walked towards some of the other areas in his ranch. As I continue to observe all of Pokémon, Professor Oak's voice raised once again. And Ash, you might want to go to your home as fast as you can, your mother was getting awfully worried. I paled. I had totally forgotten to tell Mom about me going out to get back Pidgeot and Squirt, Blastoise. Sheet. XXX. Ow. Mom, I said I'm sorry. I tried to cover my head as Mom hit me once more with her wooden spoon. Sorry, doesn't cut it, young man. Did you know how worried I was when I saw you flying on Charizard? You could have fell, Ash. Delia scolded. But I didn't, Mom, so it's okay. I lied. Mom finally relented. Okay, I forgive you this time, Ash, but please never do such a thing again. Now be a dear and go call the girls downstairs, dinner is ready. Yes, Mom. It was then that I remembered I had not seen any of my friends today. I happily made my way up the stairs and knocked on the door of my room. Truth be told, I was still a bit angry to not being let to sleep in my room. Sleeping in a room built for a single person with two other grown-up guys wasn't exactly my idea of comfort. Opening the door and seeing my hidden poke toys not being so hidden anymore probably contributed to that. XXX. The dinner went on nicely. Delia had bought a larger dinner table in the recent years, so there was no problem in the seating arrangements. Things looked to be going on nicely, but there were a few oddities, which only few noticed. Dawn and Misty shuffled nervously as Brock looked at them with a knowing glint in his eyes. May and Ash kept on eating obliviously. When food is involved, both of them could be considered dead from the world. So where were you today, Ash? I'm sure the girls must have missed you. Brock said, making the three girls stiffen in shock. How the hell did Brock know? Ash didn't notice anything, he just wiped his mouth and started speaking. You wouldn't believe it, guys, especially you, Misty. Hummy? Misty asked. Yeah, remember what I told you about the Champions League? Well, I decided to get back a few of my older Pokémon, and guess who I got back? Ash asked as he wiggled his eyebrows. Misty hummed in thought. Is it Squirtle or Primate maybe? She said as she remembered the hot-headed pig monkey Pokémon. Now that had been one troublesome Pokémon. Ash grinned. You got the first part right, Mist, but the second Pokémon I got back was the one you liked to tease me the most about. Ash didn't notice how tinge of red arose to Misty's cheeks when he called her Mist. Misty cursed herself. Just what was she doing getting flustered at such little things? She was not a high school fangirl, damn it. I really don't remember, Ash. She said. Ash's brows furrowed. What? Why? Why don't you remember? He asked in anger. Misty flustered nature disappeared and a tick mark grew on her forehead. Well, I'm sorry, I don't remember something from 6 years ago. She said sarcastically. Unfortunately, Ash didn't notice. Well, you should be. The number of times you teased me about it was ridiculous in itself. But I think I can forgive you. A tick mark grew on Misty's forehead, her hand reached towards her back where her trusty mallet was ready. I was being sarcastic, you idiot. Ash's mouth opened to retort, but the only thing that came out was. You were. I didn't notice. Almost everyone face-faulted at the table. Ashy, I think it would be better if you just tell everyone. Delia said with soft voice to her son. His arguments with Misty were so random and high in number that even she had grown tired of stopping them. Oh, okay. Ash's previous cheerful demeanor returned. It was Pidgeot. He announced, causing Brock's and Misty's eyes to widen. No way. Brock said with an unbelieving smile. Hadn't Pidgeot stayed back for protecting the Pidgey and Pidgeotto in the forest? Brock asked. He remembered Pidgeotto from way back when Ash first challenged his gym. Well, it turns out that the Fiero was captured by some trainer, so there wasn't any need for Pidgeot to remain back in the forest. Ash explained. Ha! Fiero was captured. Who was stupid enough to do such a thing? Misty asked incredulously. The Viridian Forest Fearow had become feared name among Pokémon trainers traveling through the forest. The Fearow had intense hatred for any humans or Pokémon of other species. The League had even passed a preliminary decision to get one of the elites capture and train it. The main reason being that Viridian Forest was a path taken by many trainers and researchers to get to Pallet Town, which was famous for being Professor Oak's hometown and base. What's so special about this Fearow, Ash? Dawn asked in confusion. I didn't tell you, did I? Ash smiled nostalgically as he began telling the three girls, May, Dawn and Iris, the story of the first day of his Pokémon journey. Even Delia listened. Although she had known that her son had almost gotten heavily injured on his first day, she didn't know the full story. No way. Pikachu didn't listen to you. Scylla asked in a shocked voice. Pikachu and were so close, it was as if they were brothers. He couldn't have been able to imagine Pikachu turning on Ash if he had not seen it herself during the time he met that crazy scientist Colress. Team Plasma had designed a machine which could make even the loyalist of Pokémon turn on their own trainers, leaving such trainers defenseless from protecting themselves and their Pokémon from Team Plasma. Ash chuckled, yeah. When I had gotten Pikachu, he didn't listen to me at all. I had to tie him up with a rope and use rubber gloves to pull him with me. Dawn, May and Iris's jaw dropped at that, while Delia remembered the day with a smile. Scylla was the most surprised. He had never thought that Ash and Pikachu were once a flavor so bad. And as you can imagine, I wanted to catch new Pokémon. So I decided to do it myself, without the help of Pikachu. I tried to capture a Pidgey with my jacket, but it flew away. Ash said, dejected at his first failure. Almost everyone stifled their laughter at that. And after that I threw a stone at what I thought was another Pidgey, but instead, it turned out to be a Spearow. Ash continued. Well, that wouldn't have turned out nice. May deadpanned. During her journeys through Kanto and Johto, she had her fair share of meeting with enraged Spearows. Ash snorted, that was an understatement if there ever was one. Yeah. He then continued, so that one Spearow got his entire flock chasing after me and Pikachu. After running for a while, we reached a dead end, only there was a waterfall in front of me. So did Pikachu start listening to you and drive those Spearow away? May asked. It was after all the most logical answer. But Ash, Ketchum and logical don't work well together, nah. Me and Pikachu jumped into the waterfall. Ash said rather casually. What? A unified voice came from everyone on the table. May, Dawn and Iris couldn't believe what their crush friend had done. Brock was shocked, but he shouldn't have been after being on so many adventures with Ash. Misty for her part was terrified, she had though that Ash had fallen into the river some way below, but to jump down a waterfall. But Delia. Ash Ketchum. How dare you do something so reckless? Delia screamed at her son with such rage it almost made him pee his pants. Calm down, Mom. After a few minutes in which Ash calmly promised his mom that he wouldn't get into any similar trouble anytime soon, he continued. And I'll really be honest guys, I thought that was it for me, but Misty saved my life. Ash looked with a warm smile towards Misty, who blushed a bit at the sincere expression. Sundara. Iris whispered mischievously to Misty, who leveled a glare at the purple-haired girl. After that, I stole Misty's bike and almost escaped from the Spearows. But unfortunately they caught up with us and we fell down. A thunderstorm had also started by this point. Ash said in a somber tone. Dawn gasped, what happened then, Ash? She had gotten very into this story. She never knew Ash's first day was so incredibly dangerous. Ash grinned as he told his friends the story of the first day of his Pokémon journey. XXX. 6 years ago. We're almost there. Ash shouted as he held his head down and pedaled faster than he had ever before. But suddenly, the front tire of the bike hit a stray rock, and Ash and Pikachu crashed to the ground. Skidding for a few feet, the bike landed a few meters ahead of the duo, closing off any chance for them to try to escape. Ash was bleeding. He bleeded from the many cuts and bruises on his body, but no, that wasn't the source for his worry. At the moment, the future Pokémon Master-to-be had just one thing on his mind. Pikachu. Pikachu, this can't happen. Ash thought desperately as he looked at the fallen form of the yellow-colored electric mouse. Pikachu, get inside. Ash whispered to his wide-eyed Pokémon. With a trembling hand, Ash put Pikachu's Pokeball in front of the Pokémon, who looked at the ball with fear in his eyes. I know you're afraid of going in there, but if you're inside maybe I can save you. Ash continued as Pikachu looked at him with utter shock and disbelief. Please, Pikachu, please listen to me and go inside. After that then. Ash gave a mirthless chuckle. But Pikachu couldn't help but believe in the words of human in front of him. Ash looked at Pikachu with steeled brown eyes, the fear replaced by confidence. After that, just trust me. By this time, the Spearows had gathered over the fallen forms of Ash and Pikachu. Looking with bloodthirsty eyes towards the duo, the Spearow grinned at the prospect of an easy victory. But much to their shock, the human in front of them got up. Weakly and with many trembles, but got up nonetheless. Ash looked up at the Spearows with confident brown eyes. Lightning sparked across the skies, showering momentary light upon Ash. Spearows, do you know I'm Ash from the town of Pallet. I am destined to be the world's #1 Pokémon Master. I can't be defeated by the likes of you. I'm going to capture and defeat you all. You hear me? Ash then looked back at Pikachu, who stared wide-eyed at the scene. Go inside the Pokeball, it's the only way. He then turned back to the Spearows, spreading his hands to protect Pikachu. Come and get me. The Spearow charged at Ash after his declaration, intent of ripping him from limb to limb. But Pikachu had had enough. Adrenaline rushing through his veins, Pikachu jumped up on Ash's shoulder, and used the momentum to get in between the charging Spearows and his trainer. Giving a mighty battle cry, Pikachu excluded all of the electricity present in its body in one mighty thunderbolt. Pikachu. A lightning bolt fell from the sky onto Pikachu, amplifying his power even further. The thunderbolt hit the flock of Spearows with the sound resembling the going off of a cannon, and roasted them to the very bone. XXX. It was almost as if the lightning had fallen from the sky itself. The Spearow and Misty's bike were roasted by it. After that, I and Pikachu woke up in the Pokémon Center. And so, the Fearow was the same Spearow I had hit way back on my first day. Ash finished. Everyone on the table looked at Ash with wide eyes, unable to comprehend what he had just told them. After several moments filled with silence, it was Scylan who was the first to speak up. Wow. No wonder the bond between you and Pikachu is so strong. Goddamn Ash. I don't think I know anyone else who has had such an intense start to their Pokémon journey. Brock said with uttermost seriousness. And you haven't returned me that bike till this date, Ash Ketchum. Misty yelled at Ash, sudden memories of her beloved bike flashing in her mind. Although anyone hearing her could understand that she was speaking so to reduce the tension. Ash grimaced. DMN. She still remembers that thing. Well, Nurse Joe Ash was cut off as May joined the fray. Hold on. Ash ruined your bike too, Misty? May asked in a surprised tone. Sheet. May remembers. Of course she does, she guilt-tripped me into letting her come along after all. Ash thought to himself while a few beads of sweat made their way on his face. My too. What do you mean, Dash? This time it was Misty who was cut by Dawn, whose eyes had widened in surprise. You too. Your bikes were also ruined by Ash. Dawn's voice rang out. This is bad. Although Dawn wasn't angry with me when she talked about it, so it's a bit okay. Ash thought in slight relief, at least he won't get much heat from Dawn. So all three of us had their bikes ruined by Ash? Misty asked the two other girls, who got amused smiles on their faces. So how was your bike ruined? Misty asked. Pikachu. Both of them said. All three girls began grinding their teeth at the memory of their bikes. Ash Ketch, huh? Where is he? By this time Ash had truly noted the deep sheet he was in and promptly escaped with his tail between his legs. DMN that guy. So has Ash returned either one of your bikes? Dawn asked the other two girls, who shook their heads in anger. Mine was repaired by Nurse Joy, but the cheapskate didn't even pay for it. Misty said as she punched her fist. Delia had promptly made her way out in the time the girls were arguing. She had no desire to pay for 3 expensive bikes. Brock had also gotten out, lest the girls turn their anger on him. After all, he was the one guy who had traveled with Ash for all the regions bar Unova. Scylla made a flimsy excuse of tasting the night air and made his way out. It was then that the 3 girls remembered their purple-haired companion. And what about you, Iris? Did he ruin your bike too? Dawn asked. Iris grit her teeth in anger after remembering the day she first met Ash. No. He somehow thought I was a Pokémon and attacked me with Pikachu. She said in anger. But her answer shocked the 3 girls in silence, before they started laughing uncontrollably. Ha! Looks like we all had our unique way of meeting Ash. Dawn said with a fond smile as she chuckled along with the other girls. Yeah. But that does not mean he can escape forever, he had to give our bikes back some way or the other. May said with resolve, which was agreed by Misty. But not Dawn. That I kinda forgave him, guys. He rescued me and the bike was toasted in that process, so it's alright if he doesn't return it, I don't mind. Dawn said with a smile. Not that she would ever force him to do such a thing. Unfortunately, she had forgotten that the purple-haired menace, Iris, was still present on the table. Wow, Dawn, you instantly gained plus 10 points. Iris exclaimed. Huh? Points for what? It was May who asked. Why, of course, for the who likes Ash the most competition. Iris said brightly as her new friend sputtered. Misty nearly choked on the water she was drinking. Maybe telling Iris wasn't such a good thing after all. This was the collective thought of 3 other girls. Triple X. Poke speech activated. You just had to do it. Bulbasaur muttered as he looked at Blastoise. Charizard, Pikachu and Pidgeot stood nearby. Huh? Had to do what? Blastoise tilted his head in confusion as he looked at his oldest friends. No, you just had to go and FNG do it. Bulbasaur muttered again. Now Blastoise looked at the others. Yo dudes, you gonna tell me what's up with Bulbasaur? He ain't one to curse. It was true, for as long as anyone had known Bulbasaur, he had been a diplomatic and level-headed person, he never cursed. It's complicated, man. Pikachu explained half-heartedly as he rubbed his forehead. Pikachu really didn't understand how things escalated to such a shitty level so quick. It was just yesterday that he was getting so excited to gather all of his friends in one place, and now this happens. He really didn't want to relive the sad moments of yesterday. What's complicated, Pikachu? I have been confused by Bulbasaur's mood too. I have never seen him so down before. And you too, Charizard, explain something. Heck, not even Mook and Kingler said anything. Pidgeot said incredulously as he looked at his best friends. What he had expected to be a peaceful and adventurous meeting with his old and new friends was turning into a not-so-fun affair very quickly. All right. Charizard growled out. He was getting annoyed by their constant nitpicking, but then again, being their oldest friends, they really had a right to know. He just wished Butterfree was here. The bug always explained everything patiently to anyone who asked. Look, the matter is that Bulbasaur was dumped by his beach of a girlfriend. Yesterday because her Vna got too large for Bulbasaur to F-, and if that wasn't enough she then mind-raped Bulbasaur to try to make him evolve and get his D larger, happy. As Charizard finished, Pikachu and Bulbasaur looked at him incredulously, while Blastoise and Pidgeot had a, what the FING F-, look on their faces. What? I'm saying as I saw it. Charizard huffed as he turned away. The F you talking about, dude? Bulbasaur had a girlfriend? Blastoise yelled in shock. Yeah, May's Bulbasaur. Pikachu explained. And her VNA got larger. So she evolved into a Venusaur? Pidgeot asked, being the most deductive of the five. Yeah. Pikachu said. The five friends stood in silence as they mused over the words and facts they had come across. But that still don't explain why Bulb's mad at me. Blastoise said, which made the others facepalm. Ugh. Even after evolving you're just as moronic as ever. You moron, he and you were the ones who had decided not to evolve, remember? Charizard said in exasperation. Oh. Was the only thing Blastoise said as he remembered the promise he made on a whim a long time ago. Well, it's not really that bad, Bulbasaur. You may feel a bit weird for some time after evolving, but eventually the better points overcome those. Pidgeot tried to explain to Bulbasaur as best as could. Bulbasaur took this in and looked at Blastoise, who stared back. It's your decision, Bulbasaur. Evolving has its perks and cons. You will become a bit slower, but then again, you will have much more power. But ultimately it's your decision, so think about it, alright? Blastoise said as he put on his glasses and moved away. The new crocodile interested him, both of them had similar style statements and were not afraid to show it. Charizard and Pidgeot flew away, leaving Pikachu and Bulbasaur alone in the clearing. So what about you, Pikachu, what do you think? Bulbasaur pressed on to Pikachu, who shuffled nervously, knowing that his answer will carry a lot of weight. First of all, you must understand that my and your situation is quite different, Bulbasaur. I have actually evolved once, from a little Piku. The amount of control and increase in amount of power that I got was simply immense, no doubt about it. And I also know that evolving into a Raichu will make me even more powerful, but that's not something bad, is it? The reason I don't want to evolve is because of my battle style. I rely so much on speed and quick movements to defeat my opponents, that to evolve into a bulky Raichu will never really help me improve, rather it will cause me and Ash an unnecessary menace. While you, Bulbasaur, on the other hand, still have your minuscule energy reserves. For you, Bulbasaur, as much as it pains me to say it, it's really a matter of pride rather than practicality. Evolving into at least Ivysaur will help you much more than hamper you. But just as Blastoise said, it's your decision. Bulbasaur didn't say anything, just took in everything Pikachu said. Just as Pikachu started to move away, he turned around to finish. I hope that you don't hate me for what I have told you, Bulbasaur. And also know this. All of us, including Ash, will stand with you, no matter what decision you make. Remember the code, Bulbasaur, brothers before hoes. Always. Pikachu said in a firm tone as he used agility to vanish. Buneary and Glacian seemed awfully excited to meet him, he wondered why. Bulbasaur sat in the lonely place, his mind whirring in 100 different directions. He never noticed the large figure sadly watching him from behind the trees. Virgil, use Aqua Jet. A raven-haired boy, 16 years old, commanded as a predominantly orange-colored otter Pokémon yelled in agreement. The said Pokémon was immediately covered in a layer of water as it shot towards its opponent like a bullet from a gun. The tails present on the back of Virgil rotated just as the propeller of a motorboat, enhancing the speed. Aqua Jet, just as Flare Blitz and Wild Charge, was not just a move effective against weaker types, its physical nature also allowed for more damage to be done even to the types resistant to water. Quick. Starmie, use Thunderbolt. Misty's hair was in her usual style of a side ponytail which stuck out on the left side of her head. A dual 5-pointed star-shaped Pokémon stood in front of her. The second star present on the back of the Pokémon started spinning wildly as a paralyzing bolt of thunder was launched towards its disadvantaged opponent. Ash grinned. That's not gonna work against us, Misty. Virgil, show them your speed. Ash yelled in encouragement as Virgil smirked, expertly dodging all of the thunderbolts launched without much effort. Starmie kept trying to use Thunderbolt, but in a matter of seconds the powerful Aqua Jet reached the panicking Pokémon. Bizel's Aqua Jet was much more streamlined and faster than a natural Aqua Jet, seeing as Bizel had made it his trademark move. He intended to train enough to make it strong enough to be a one-hit KO. "No, Starmie, try to dodge." Misty yelled desperately, but due to Starmie using Thunderbolts in quick succession, its speed was nicked and the powerful Aqua Jet hit full force. Due to Starmie being a predominantly water type, using Thunderbolt caused itself a minor backlash, reducing its speed. While Thunderbolt was a great asset to the water type, no good things come without sacrifices, and in this case, Starmie's reflexes and speed. As the Aqua Jet hit, Starmie was launched backward with a pained cry as it hit a nearby boulder. The gem present on its center started blinking and then duly turned dull, showing that Starmie was effectively knocked out. Quill, QUI.lava. Kalava raised one of its hands, signifying Ash's victory. It seemed that Kalava had really gotten into his role as a referee and insisted on refereeing the match even today, politely telling Brock to back off. "All right. Yeah, Bizel, we did it." Ash yelled in triumph as he hugged Bizel, the water type not losing his cool posture and smirking slightly. "Hi Pikachu." Pikachu congratulated his friend, which was responded by a subtle thumbs up. Misty sighed. "Starmie, return. You did well." Misty soothed her Pokémon as she returned it to her Pokeball for healing. "Nice battle, Ash, you have really improved." Bizel's Aqua Jet was very fast. Misty said with a smile as she walked over to Ash and Bizel. "Ah, thanks Misty. But it was Bizel who did the hard work." Ash said as Bizel nodded his head, as if to say, "DMN right. Congratulations Bizel." Misty said as she kneeled down to inspect the water type, who looked a bit puzzled. Ash however, had prior knowledge of Misty's hyper love for water types and promptly made his way out, leaving Bizel on his own. "Sorry buddy, but I can't tolerate another of Misty's, 'How great are water Pokémon' speeches." Pikachu looked down at his trainer. Leaving Bizel, a water type not found in Kanto, in the hands of Misty? Cruel. Nice battle Ash. Dawn cheered as she saw the black-haired boy. "Thanks Dawn," Ash said earnestly as he saw his Bluenet friend enter. "Bizel's and mine partnership has been great, you know. But he still misses you sometimes." Ash said as he looked at Dawn, who was sitting on the soft grass with Piplup on her lap. Dawn sighed. "I miss him too sometimes. But it was for the best Ash, Bizel liked to battle and you were perfect for him, so no need to worry." She finished with her trademark catchphrase as she and Ash chuckled. It was then that 3 more figures made their way out. 2 of them were young teenage girls, while the lone male in the center being supported by the 2 girls was a brown-haired young man Ash knew very well. But the most surprising thing was that his clothes were singed along with his hair and face. "Whoa, Brock, what happened to you?" Ash asked in alarm as he and Dawn rushed to check on their friend. Kalava ran over too along with Bizel. "We don't know. Me and Iris were just coming down to watch your match when we found Brock behind the bushes in this condition." May said sadly as she and Iris laid Brock out. "I wonder who could do such a thing to Brock." Ash thought. It was at that moment that Brock's eyes started oak. Well they twitched, and he sat up. "May and what happened to me?" Brock asked with a groan as he looked over his condition. "We found you behind the bushes Brock, can you remember who did it to you?" Iris asked in concern. The last thing I remember is agreeing to referee Ash and Misty's match. After that I was making my way towards the open fields when flashback Yuru no Jutsu. Brock hummed as he made his way towards the slightly less vegetated areas on Oak Corral, where Ash and Misty were having a training match. Ash had asked him to referee the match just as he had throughout their journeys for unofficial matches. But just as he was about to turn into the path leading to the area, a friendly voice cut him off. "Quilava Lava." Kalava, Ash's, made his way to him, smiling brightly with the flames on his back lighting gently. Brock smiled as he kneeled to pet the Pokémon. "Hey Kalava, how's it going?" Brock asked as Kalava yipped happily in response. Brock and Kalava stayed like that for a few minutes, before Brock stood up. "I would like to stay Kalava, but I have a match to referee between Ash and Misty. You can come along if you like." Brock offered kindly, but what he got in return wasn't the usual smiling face of the cute Pokémon, but an angry sneer. Gulping, Brock moved a bit back. Kalava? What's the matter, little guy?" he asked a bit nervously. Kalava merely looked towards where Misty and Ash were, and shook his head. Being a Pokémon doctor and breeder, Brock quickly understood what Kalava was trying to say. "Huh? You don't want me to referee the match?" At an affirmative nod he asked again. "But why? Was Kalava jealous of not participating in the battle?" Kalava smirked as he pointed to himself, "Lava Kalava." Brock looked stunned. "Huh? You want to referee?" Kalava nodded again. Brock couldn't take it anymore, he started laughing wildly. "Ahahaha. Nice joke Kalava, as if aggggghgh. His laughter was cut abruptly as a flamethrower and tackle hit him, knocking him unconscious. The last thing Brock saw was the smirking face of Kalava. DMNU. Present Timaru no Jutsu. DMN.so. That's what happened. Well, I'll get back on the rodent. Just as Brock opened his mouth to rat out Kalava, he suddenly noticed the very same Pokémon standing a bit back from the group, such that no one but him could see him. Kalava had a scary look on his face as his flames grew even larger. The message was clear: squeal, and you will regret. Brock gulped as he turned away to lie to the group. XXX. Sometime later. Ash POV. As I looked over my horde of Pokémon training in the same way as we had been from the last 4 days, my heart swelled with pride for them. Each and every one of them had been taking the training seriously and the results were already showing up a little. It was even more admirable with the knowledge that many of them hadn't trained with such intensity for years. Glalie aerial maneuverability had improved much, so he could now levitate at a higher speed for more time, as well as twist and turn better. Heracross still hadn't got the hang of flying as well as the natural flying types, but it was a work in progress. He did try to ditch the group to SCK on Bulbasaur's non-existent sap, but it was otherwise all right. I had assigned Snivy on duty to keep Bulbasaur and Heracross from fighting, and she was doing a fantastic job. Snorlax had tried to cheat his way through many times, but after freezing my heart and denying him food until he had trained as much as the others, the problem was taken care of. Although, the pained and betrayed expression on Snorlax's face would haunt me for days to come. I had also realized quite a few things in these 4 days after seeing my Pokémon train and reading a few books on battle tactics present in Professor's library. For example, it wouldn't have mattered for how long I had made Torterra run. Its speed would never have been quite enough to cause any elite-level trainer any problem. Torterra was a Pokémon built like a tank, and weighed like one too, so at most his stamina was being improved. But at the loss of speed, Torterra gained an unnatural defense, so much so that a steel wing might not even affect him much. Such defenses could be used to lure many opponents into traps, where Torterra's close-range moves could get them. Even though my Torterra wasn't quite that strong yet, I had told many Pokémon to use physical attacks like Iron Tail, Mach Punch and Steel Wing on Torterra's body. I made sure the attacks weren't full-powered, yet. The results surprised everyone, even Torterra. Most of the moves didn't even graze Torterra, although the fully powered ones still affected him. The natural endurance of his body was unmatched for most Pokémon, so it gave me a basic idea about the matches where I could use Torterra. Pidgeot, Staraptor, Swellow, Unpheasant and Glisker were having an aerial race around the large field, with Swellow in the lead, but the other 3 close behind. Glisker didn't have as much speed as them, seeing as he relied on the wind to increase his speed, but still gave them a fair amount of competition. I somehow had the feeling that Pidgeot might be holding back. Professor Oak informed me that Staraptor and Swellow used to have many such races, with Noctowl and Glisker occasionally joining, even and before I made it part of the training regime. Blastoise had taken Duat as a sort of apprentice. They were training together for making their water-type moves more powerful. It was obvious since that area of the field was quite drenched and a tree had toppled over due to a powerful hydro pump by Blastoise. Croconaw was testing out his new jaws quite enthusiastically. The result was many crushed rocks and boulders. I could only thank my lucky stars that Garchomp had more or less given up on crunching and smashing things with his jaws after evolving. Professor Oak wouldn't have been very happy to see his ranch torn up by his powerful jaws. Speaking of Garchomp, he, Charizard and Iris's Dragonite were up in the air, in a different location from the flying types, and were just enjoying their free time. Even though Dragonite was Iris's Pokémon, he had taken to training under me very nicely. Dragonites have always been regarded as powerful battlers, so it was nice for my Pokémon to train with him too. And unlike Charizard, Garchomp didn't have an ego, so he asked for help from Dragonite once in a while. Garchomp was a newly evolved Pokémon, while Dragonite was a Pokémon who evolved to its final state in the wild, so it was safe to say that Dragonite was quite experienced. Also, Iris and my other friends were taking this time to just relax and socialize, while I was the only one training seriously. But in all of this, one Pokémon worried me the most. He didn't give it his all in training, he didn't talk with the others much, he didn't even pay attention to Heracross when he tried to SCK his bulb. And that was saying something alright. I walked over to the small grass-type starter from Kanto. "Hey Bulbasaur, what's the matter?" I asked as I sat near Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur looked surprised, but nevertheless sat down near me, his sulking expression not leaving his face. What's the matter Bulbasaur?" I asked, hoping that I could understand what Bulbasaur might try to explain to me. It was frustrating sometimes to not understand what my Pokémon were trying to explain to me. Even though me and my Pokémon shared a very close bond, there was only so much we could communicate about with a language barrier. Bulbasaur looked to the ground uneasily, internally debating what and how to tell his trainer, if at all. Eventually, Bulbasaur sighed and stood up. Satisfied that Ash's attention was on him, he used his vines to first point towards himself and to Maze Venusaur, who was resting a few ways back with Dawn's Mamoswine. I watched with a frown as Bulbasaur pointed multiple times, first to himself and then Maze Venusaur. "What about Venusaur?" Bulbasaur sighed in exasperation. It was really annoying that they Pokémon could understand human tongue somewhat, but humans could not understand their language. Looking around the field briefly, his eyes fell on Croconaw. A figurative bulb lighting in his head, he dragged the newly evolved Pokémon with him towards Ash. My brows scrunched up as I tried to understand the situation. Bulbasaur was now pointing towards himself, then Venusaur and then finally Croconaw. "I think Bulbasaur is talking about evolution, Ash," Brock said as he came into view, apparently healed up from whatever happened to him. I looked at Bulbasaur in confusion. Bulbasaur had the chance to evolve way back before I had even participated in the Indigo League, but had chosen not to, and I respected his decision. "Do you want to evolve Bulbasaur?" I asked. Bulbasaur didn't say anything, just shook his head in confusion. I picked up Bulbasaur and put him in my lap. "You don't need to evolve to become strong, Bulbasaur. And you had decided to not evolve so long ago, remember? You are my best Pokémon Bulbasaur, and it doesn't matter to me in the least whether you evolve or not," I said honestly to the little grass type. It was true, I had never cared much whether my Pokémon evolved or not. Whenever they were ready and wanted to, they could. And if not, then that was fine with me too. Even though I want to be a Pokémon master, it's not as I want to sacrifice my Pokémon's happiness for that. And besides, Pokémon could get strong without evolution. Pikachu was a great example for that. But for some Pokémon, there wasn't a choice in it. In the case of Gible, it was a very big necessity. Just like the starting form of any of the dragon-type Pokémon, Gible's body was built in a way that provided it many fundamental difficulties. Its hands being too short prevented much movement, and so evolving once to Gabite was very productive for him. There was a reason dragon types battled so much in the wild. Evolving was a necessity for survival in the wild and also to reach their true dragon potential. Bulbasaur took it all in. Now that he knew for sure that Ash wouldn't be angry with him if he didn't evolve, much of the pressure was taken off. When Ash had announced to them that they will be facing many powerful trainers in 1 year, he had been worried over whether Ash may force him to evolve for power. Bulbasaur mentally slapped himself. Ash wasn't one to think like that. I looked at Bulbasaur, whose internal strife had somehow subsided, and gave him a bright smile. Bulbasaur mirrored my expression, before jumping off and running back to his design training area, a new vigor in his steps. "Do you really mean that, Ash?" Brock asked. He looked at his longtime friend. "Yeah, I do, Brock. I have never forced my Pokémon to evolve, and I never will," I said with finality. "But what about Garchomp, Ash? You saw how powerful he became after evolving, and since Bulbasaur's already so strong, just imagine the increase in power when he evolves into Ivysaur or Venusaur." Brock pressed on. "But that was because Gibble actually wanted to evolve, Brock. If he didn't, I wouldn't have forced him," I said to Brock, who still didn't look convinced. "What about the Champions League, Ash? Do you know how many trainers have been training for the last 10 years exclusively for that championship? It's pretty safe to say their Pokémon will be at the peak of their power. And that's not even counting the champions," Brock said. There was just something he wanted to know. "Then me and my Pokémon will get stronger too," I said as I crossed my arms. "I won't get scared, Brock. Even if we have to face legendary Pokémon to win, we will. My Pokémon will become stronger the way they want, not the way everyone else says them to. I know about my Pokémon's strength and weaknesses, and I will work on them. But if Pokémon battles were just about evolution, why wouldn't someone just buy evolution stones of all types and get a fully evolved team? It won't work that way, that's why, Brock. If Bulbasaur doesn't want to evolve, fine. We will train hard enough that he will not need to evolve," I said as Brock for some reason smiled slightly. "That's what I wanted to hear, Ash," Brock said as he clapped his hands on his friend's shoulder. "Huh? What the hell was up with all that questioning then? Seeing you train so hard, Ash, it felt to me that you were losing some of what made you into what you are today. I was afraid that in order to win the Champions League, you might take things to unwanted extremes. But now I am convinced that something like that won't happen," Brock said with a proud smile. Seeing Ash train so crazily in the past few days, both his Pokémon and his own body, Brock had been afraid that Ash might turn into a Paul II. I rubbed the back of my head sheepishly. "As if. I will never do something like that, Brock. But that doesn't mean I won't give it my all-toe in this championship. This is my one chance for 10 years to achieve my dream, and I won't give up so easily," I said as me and Brock walked back to my other friends. Suddenly, a thought came to my mind. "Brock, where is Sylin? I haven't seen him for a while." Brock stopped cold in his place. "Sylin, at its best if you don't know Ash," he said rather seriously and moved on, while I watched on in confusion. "XXX. So you think you're better than me, huh?" Sylin asked heatedly as he stirred another pot at whirlpool speeds. Mime. Mr. Mime glared back as he hurriedly put on some onions in a dish he was preparing. Delia Ketchum sweat dropped from her position near the door to the kitchen. It's just like how Brock was, after returning from Professor Ivy's place. After being depressed for some unknown reason, Brock had run away from Professor Ivy's lab and came to Pallet Town. He and Mimey had entered a rivalry of making food while recovering from his trauma. It had been troublesome, to say the least, for Delia Ketchum. XXX. Gary groaned as he walked out of the laboratory in his casual clothes. The past few days had been very hectic. With all the information gathered from Ash and his Pokédex, much of the scientific community had been shaken up. The discovery of Arceus actually being a real Pokémon, the matter of Lugia breeding, a whole group of Genesect apparently friends with Ash roaming around in the wild, and actual presence of Zekrom and Reshiram, had made both the Oaks into very busy men. Giratina and the reverse world had already been documented by a scientist in Sino, and these discoveries were given legitimacy by Professor Oak. The legendaries didn't seem as much of a myth now as much as a reality. It was not as if he had not seen his fair share of legendaries. Battling Team Galactic in Sino helped him observe at least one, a Zelf, very closely. And although he had monitored the disturbances presumed to have been caused by Dialga and Palkia, he had not had the chance to meet them up close and personal like Ash had on multiple occasions. The reason why both the professors believed Ash so readily was because of the information gathered from his various Pokédexes. Samuel Oak had designed the Pokédex in such a manner that the camera used for scanning Pokémon could also be used as a recorder. Specifically, recorder for the times when some especially rare Pokémon is scanned. Professor Oak had never taken data from Ash's Pokédex till now, a fact Gary took great pleasure in chastising his grandpa about, so he never saw the mini recordings of the legends being scanned by Ash. These discoveries were being kept highly classified as of now, with only the Pokémon League and the regional professors knowing about them. If the press got wind of the information. Well, let's just say Ash would have been a very busy man. For a long time. His workload had increased by so much that he hadn't even had the time to socialize with the various hot girls Ash had befriended in the multiple regions. It was in times like these that he envied Ash for continuing as a Pokémon trainer. The thrill of adventure could never be replicated in his capacity as a researcher. So with that thought in mind, Gary Oak, womanizer extraordinaire, made his way to the four conversing girls, standing conveniently in the middle of a field. "Hail ladies," Gary said as he neared the group of four, who turned around to see the new entry. Of the four, only Iris was the one completely stranger to him, the rest he had met briefly during the years they had traveled with Ash. He had to admit, Ash had a great taste in women. Each of the girls he had chosen to travel with was a complete babe. "Hi Gary." Misty, May and Dawn greeted the brown-haired boy. Misty's opinion of Gary had changed a lot since his personality change. While she had hated him before for constantly bullying and putting down Ash, Gary's defeat in the Indigo League had really changed him. May and Dawn had only met the polite and researcher Gary, so they didn't have any conflicting thoughts about him. "So you're Gary Oak, huh?" Iris said as she stuck out a hand. She had heard about Gary in passing from Ash when he talked about his Charizard's past battles. "And you must be Iris, nice to meet you," Gary said as he flicked his hair and shook her hands. "So Gary, what have you been up to lately?" May asked. Since Ash and company arrived in Pallet, no one had seen Gary for much. He had been pretty much locked up in the lab. Gary's good mood dampened a bit at the reminder. Don't remind me. The work has increased so much in the last few days that I haven't had much time to do anything," he said as he tiredly ran his hands through his hair. The girls nodded, but did not comment on anything. Sensing an awkward situation coming up, Gary quickly asked, "So where's Ashy boy?" Misty inclined her head. "Well, after our practice battle in the morning, Ash went with his Pokémon to continue some training regime he has made up. So my best guess will be that he is still there." "So training." Can't blame him, what with the Champions League coming up and all. Gary knew that Ash would be giving his all for the upcoming competition. "So what about you four? What about us?" Dawn asked in confusion. "Well, the Champions League is open to everyone this time, so are you four thinking of competing?" Gary asked. The Champions League was a very prestigious event, and with its new format this year, only a very stupid person will reject the chance to take part in it. Iris, Dawn and May looked at each other with sheepish looks. They hadn't really thought this through. But Misty was crystal clear in her decision. "Of course, as the gym leader of Cerulean City, it's my obligation to compete. And it would be a great stage to test out my capabilities against the best trainers," Misty said with vigor. "Heck, I might get the chance to battle Wallace." The thought itself made Misty's excitemeter go wild. Wallace was widely known as the best water-type Pokémon trainer in the world. So for Misty, whose dream is to become a water-type master, facing and possibly defeating Wallace was the stuff of dreams. I don't really have a full team now, so I don't really know. Iris said honestly. She only had Excadrill, Dragonite, Emolga and Axew. That wasn't even 6, and from what she had gathered about the competition, she would need 2 complete teams, if only due to the sheer number of battles. May put her hand on Iris's shoulder in support. Don't worry Iris, there is still a full year for you to catch more Pokémon. She said kindly. And as for me, if I don't compete, Max and Dad won't let me hear the end of it, so I most probably will. And I think most of my rivals will too, so that makes it even more important for me to take part. May said as the thought about her rivals came into her mind. And not to mention, the contests and gyms have been closed for the entire year, so there isn't a choice, really. She added as an afterthought. Everyone turned their heads towards the last girl, who looked at them in confusion. What? Dawn asked blankly. Are you going to compete? Gary asked. Dawn flushed. Well, I have not thought about it till now. Originally I was going to go to cheer for Ash, but I think I will take part too. Not to mention Kenny, Zoe and Ursula may compete too. But Gary, being who he was, focused on the first part of her reply. So duck gonna cheer for Ash huh? He said with a sly grin, which was not taken notice of by the Blueonette. Of course. I cheered for Ash in the Sino League and in his gym battles, so there's no way I'm not gonna cheer for him at the Champions League. Dawn exclaimed cheerfully. May appeared a bit lost. Wait a minute, what's so special about Dawn cheering Ash? We all cheered him on when we traveled with him. May asked. It was true, she, Max and Brock supported Ash in the Hoenn League and the Battle Frontier. Oh, so you didn't know? Dawn's cheering for Ash was a bit special. Gary said, making Misty, May and Iris even more confused. How so? Misty asked. Dawn here apparently dressed up in a cheerleading attire along with her Buniri. Gary said as his eyebrows wiggled comically. The other 3 girls looked on in surprise towards Dawn who rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. Well, I like to dress up, that's all. Dawn explained. The trio didn't really look convinced. The truth was, Dawn had heard about Gary's cheerleader from Ash. Apparently, this annoyed him. Dawn mistook it to Ash being jealous and thus donned her own cheerleading outfit for him. It was just a thing she had done for Ash as a friend, romantic feelings hadn't developed back then. And the first part was true too, dressing up was Dawn's favorite hobby before she started her journey. It was only due to her mom that she hadn't left with a ridiculous bag full of clothes. You know Dawn, you might have just fulfilled one of Ashy Boy's childhood fantasies. Gary commented lightly as the girls looked on in confusion. That had been happening a lot lately. When we had just left on our journeys, I had a group of cheerleaders with me. So it was safe to say that Ash was very jealous. So your becoming his personal cheerleader must have made him very happy. Gary explained further. Iris looked at Dawn with a smile. Wow Dawn. You are just gathering up points aren't you? That's another 10 for you. Iris said. Now it was Gary's time to be confused. Huh? 10 points. For what? Gary asked on in intrigue as May, Misty and Dawn's eyes widened in terror. Iris didn't look worried in the least. Why of course. For the, who dash, she wasn't able to finish her sentence as the 3 girls pounced on her. Misty, May and Dawn's hands were on her mouth as muffled sounds came out. Oh just look at the time. We have to go to Mrs. Ketchum's house. Misty exclaimed as she looked at Iris with a twitching eye. Heh, we are already late, let's hurry. May exclaimed as she hoisted up Iris. Nice meeting you Gary, but we gotta go now. Dawn said with a nervous laugh as she pushed Gary away. Gary Oak, one of the youngest and smartest researchers of all time, watched on in confusion as Misty, May and Dawn ran away, with Iris being supported off the ground and her mouth still sealed up. He could have sworn a tint of blue started to appear in her dark skin. XXX. What was that for? Iris asked with as much anger as she could muster as she took in huge gulps of air. Misty had sealed her mouth a little bit too tightly. Misty looked at Iris with a serious glare. That's what we want to ask you, Iris. What the heck were you doing? You can't just give out our secret to anyone, Iris. Don't you know how embarrassing could it be? May asked with an angry look. And Gary is like Ash's best friend. Can you even imagine if Ash comes to know all this? Dawn nearly screamed. All right. I understand it. I won't tell anyone. Iris said as she attempted to calm down the furious girls. You don't understand, Iris. It's not just something we can say every time in the open, you know. May was still a bit angry. Iris sighed. Okay, you guys. I get it, not a word to anyone. Okay? She asked, making the three girls nod in affirmative. So are you all up for some training? I think we have relaxed more than enough, and if we are to take part in the completion as well, then we need to be prepared too. Misty said as she walked out of the area and towards the pond, where most of her Pokémon were. Her match with Ash in the morning had fired her up, another practice match would be all right. XXX. Ash POV. Ready to be defeated. Once more Gary. I taunted my oldest friend as he and I faced each other, Pokeballs in hand. Gary had come out of nowhere and challenged me to a battle. Being who I am, I couldn't possibly decline. Right back at cha Ashy boy. Gary's confident smirk was ever present on his face as he kissed his Pokeball before throwing it. Electivire, time for battle. A yellow humanoid creature appeared, with black stripes covering most of its body and two tails swinging behind its back. Electivire gave a toothy grin as took a battle-ready stance. Electivire, huh? Well, I choose you, Pikachu. Pikachu enthusiastically jumped down from my shoulder, electricity sparkling from its cheeks. Electivire's motor drive ability will make most of Pikachu's electric-type moves useless, even counterproductive. I knew that much from battling with Paul. But there is more to Pikachu than just electric-type moves. Plus, the bragging rights if I win against Gary with Pikachu are more than enough to give it a try. Pika. Looked like Pikachu was hyped up too. Electric versus electric. Fine with us, Electivire start things off with a fire punch. Gary commanded to his second strongest Pokémon. Electivire wasted no time in following the order as its fist got covered in a fiery aura. Electivire charged towards Pikachu, whose muscles tensed as it prepared to follow whatever Ash came up with. Fire punch. This was definitely a surprise. Gary must have been training all this while for Electivire to learn a fire-type move. But no need to worry, Pikachu, use agility to dodge. Electivire, despite being large, was no slouch himself. But when Pikachu altogether disappeared from his sight, he definitely was shocked. As was his trainer. Gary's eyes widened, that was some scary speed from Pikachu right there. Electivire, keep a lookout for Pikachu. He commanded hastily. Pikachu, now use agility continuously to hit Electivire. I yelled from my corner. I have full belief in Pikachu's speed. He had been training with Sceptile after all. Chew. Pikachu appeared from out of nowhere as he tried to his fellow electric type in the gut. But Electivire was no rookie, and expertly dodged attack, grinning in the momentary victory. Not even resting for a second, he dodged a second and a third attack. Gary smirked. Agility has been used 3 times now, Ashy boy. What are you gonna do now? Electivire is as speedy as he is strong, Ash, don't what the? Gary's voice rose as Electivire suddenly lurched forward, and then in many different directions as multiple cuts and bruises started appearing on his skin. Vire. Electivire cried out in pain as a yellow blur hit him right under the jaw, knocking him back a few meters. Electivire landed on the ground with a loud cry of pain, enhanced by the brutal blow taken to its jaws. Pikachu's agility isn't just a one-time move, Gary. Pikachu has trained enough with this move to make it a continuous attack type. I explained to my befuddled friend. Pikachu had been training in his speed non-stop for some reason from quite a few days. Not to say that his speed wasn't already very good, but he was close to becoming a speed demon like Sceptile. And because we knew that Pikachu's body wasn't naturally inclined for such speed, we had given focus to using agility, a power-consuming move, multiple times in succession. Now follow up with Iron Tail while he is fallen Pikachu. As soon as I said that, Pikachu jumped into the air with his tail turning completely white. Iron Tail had turned out to be the most versatile move Pikachu had ever learned, virtually effective against every type of Pokémon. Iron Tail didn't actually turn the user's tail into iron. Rather, it stretched and tightened the muscles of the Pokémon's tail to such an extent that it gave the effect of iron. While Electivire looked at the incoming Iron Tail in slight fear, Gary acted fast. Electivire, use Brick Break to counter. In the matter of a few seconds, Electivire's fist turned into a golden aura, meeting Pikachu's Iron Tail with equal power. I growled to myself. Brick Break 2. Just how much has Gary been training Electivire? Still, Pikachu has been scot-free, while Electivire has endured much damage from the multiple agilities. Pikachu, don't give up. Keep using more force. I commanded Pikachu. Gary grit his teeth. With Electivire being in a lying down condition, his Brick Break's power was slightly reduced. Still, there was no way out for them in this situation. Electivire, you don't give up too. Put more power into the Brick Break. Both Electivire and Pikachu gained intense looks on their face as they increased the power behind their respective moves. Pikachu, being in the air, had more of an advantage. But Electivire, being a fully evolved Pokémon, had more raw strength behind his attack. With no Pokémon ready to give up, Electivire sunk into the ground beneath it a bit, the force of its own attack added with the power of Pikachu's Iron Tail, making its fist shake in frustration. Electivire grit his teeth, before giving a brutal cry and pushing Pikachu off of it, shocking the living hell out of Ash. How did he do that? Pikachu had him pinned underneath him. I shouted out in disbelief. By all means necessary, Pikachu should have won that battle of wits. He had all the advantages. Like I said, don't underestimate Electivire, Ashy boy. Being a fully evolved Pokémon, his attacks have more raw strength in them, although Pikachu wasn't half bad. Wasn't half bad? Ash's Pikachu might even be the strongest of its species after the amount of time he held off the Iron Tail against Brick Break. But Gary wasn't about to say that on the outside. Now Electivire, use Rock Smash. Gary commanded his next move as Electivire took advantage of its strong physical build and started chucking multiple boulders to a panicking Pikachu. Rock Smash wasn't a move every Pokémon could learn, but for Pokémon with large builds and strong hands like Electivire, they could easily learn it with rigorous training. Pikachu, being a small Pokémon, was quite intimidated by the continuous barrage of rocks coming its way. I wasn't perturbed in the least. Pikachu, no need to fret, use Counter Shield. I said, smirking at Gary's confused expression. Counter what? Gary's confused voice came out. He was then left speechless as Pikachu lay on its back and started spinning, while launching thunderbolts. While a singular thunderbolt could be launched at a fixed point without fail, Pikachu's spinning while using thunderbolt gave the attack a whole new meaning. The thunderbolts appeared to be launching wildly all over the place, but still had a certain amount of coordination among them as Electivire's Rock Smash was neutralized without taking any damage. Electivire's widened eyes and slightly jarred mouth told all it could to anyone observing. Seeing Gary's gaping mouth gave me an odd amount of satisfaction. Counter Shield was a move I and Pikachu had developed while journeying Sino. Since Pikachu couldn't use agility to dodge every attack thrown on it, and neither could it learn some super effective defensive move like Light Screen, Counter Shield was our original move which provided the same advantages. The move was strong enough to neutralize a fully launched Flamethrower attack for God's sake. Gary stood speechless for a few seconds before regaining his bearings. Ashy boy, color me impressed. He praised genuinely. Whatever the move Ash had devised was simply brilliant, there was no two ways around it. It was kind of an ultimate defense for Pikachu, and for any else Pokémon who could devise it. Do any more of your Pokémon know the move Ash? Gary asked warily. I smirked, well that would be telling now, wouldn't it Gary? Gary's scowl and angry mutterings were music to my ears. Gary was unperturbed. He still had a battle to win after all. No matter Electivire, jump up and use Giga Impact. Gary commanded confidently as Electivire jumped high up in the air, belying its large stature, and got covered in a golden aura. Giga Impact huh? Seeing Glisker perform that move had shown me more than enough what it could do. No matter, we have a perfect counter for it. Pikachu, use Electro Iron Ball. Another one of our original moves. Well, not really original, but I hadn't seen anyone else do it till now. Pika Pie. Pikachu gave an enthusiastic cry as it got on all fours. In a matter of a few seconds, Pikachu's tail was covered in a silvery white aura, showing that Iron Tail was now active. And then a ball, made of pure electricity was created hovering a few inches above it. The Iron Tail itself was sparkling, showing the integration of electricity into it, increasing its power tenfold. Goor, don't worry Electivire, Giga Impact full power. Gary yelled as Electivire gave a brutal war cry while descending at rapid speeds towards Pikachu. Jumping high in the air provided an immense power-up to Giga Impact when used by non-flying types. While flying-type Pokémon could come from even greater heights, they could never use Giga Impact at its full potential due to the possible backlash. While it was true that they could descend from greater heights with greater speeds, there was always the possibility that the opponent may dodge, thus making the attacking Pokémon KO itself. But for land-dwelling Pokémon like Electivire, they were not so much in danger due to the simple fact of possessing legs, helping them regain some bearing. Vire. Chew. Both Pokémon gave high-pitched yells as they collided, Pikachu's electrified Iron Tail with Electivire's supermanified body. 5 feet 11 inches, 300-pound monster colliding with a yellow mouse. Who could possibly win? Well, the answer was clear. Just as the two high-level attacks collided, a large explosion was created, engulfing the two Pokémon. Both the trainers cried the names of their respective Pokémon, worried for their safety. Just as the cloud was dissipating, two thuds were heard, one noticeably louder than the other. When the dust cloud shifted, Pikachu was shown, down on one knee and breathing harshly, with the cuts and bruises present on its body showing that it had not come unscathed from the collision. While Electivire on the other hand was clearly knocked out, its eyes reduced to swirls and tails flayed out on the ground. Experiencing much more damage during the course of the battle had obviously disadvantaged Electivire in the final attack, leading to his loss and Pikachu's victory. Electivire, return. Gary returned his Pokémon, muttering words of praise and support as he made his way to his oldest rival, who was enthusiastically celebrating with Pikachu. Gary shook his head with a smile, no matter what changed in the Pokémon world and their lives, he could always depend on Ash to stay the same as Eve. No. The thought gave him pause. Ash isn't the same as before. No. He is much more focused during the battles and he no longer makes the same silly mistakes as before. Well, this is a change that we could do with. Obviously, he could never say something so encouraging on the outside, could he? Look at you Ashy boy, winner of the Unova League, top ranker in so many regional championships, winner of the Battle Frontier and the Orange League, celebrating so hard at beating a poor old researcher like me. Shame on you Ashy boy. Gary said as he shook his head in disappointment. As expected, Ash blew up in anger and embarrassment. Ah, now it is the same as before. Gary thought in satisfaction. Ash POV. I stretched my limbs a little. My morning jog had just completed, along with my Pokémons, and I was all ready to train. Sceptile. You're up, buddy. Our training had been going on very well, and today I had decided to train with Sceptile. Being one of my strongest Pokémon didn't mean that he had to train any less than the others. Rather, it put much more pressure on him to perform a step above everyone else. Sceptile. Sceptile obviously was fired up. Charizard, Garchomp, I need you two to help Sceptile. I yelled over to the two hand-to-hand sparring monsters. Because I couldn't put personal attention to all of my Pokémon every day, I had designed a training program for each one of them, where they alternated training partners every day to correct their own weaknesses as well as help others. Both the Pokémon nodded, but looked towards their trainer as to how exactly they had to help. Both of you will pick up a few large rocks and fly high up in the air. Then I want you two to throw them at Sceptile, who rather than dodge, will try to cut down the rocks. I explained further. I was rather concerned by the evil grins on the face of Charizard and Garchomp, but played it off as something else. Charizard and Garchomp got up to their work, making Boldore create a large number of appropriately sized boulders. Boldore did its job very well, being a rock-type Pokémon had its advantages in certain matters. Picking up the maximum amount of rocks they could in their hands, Charizard and Garchomp took off into the sky. Reaching a height of about 60 feet, they finally stopped, giving a thumbs up. I looked toward Sceptile, who looked a bit nervous at the prospect of having to cut down speeding boulders from the sky. Don't worry, Sceptile, I have full belief in you. Just use your leaf blade properly along with your natural speed, and you'll be done in no time at all. My encouragement seemed to have done its work, as Sceptile looked reassured and his confident demeanor returned. All right, Garchomp. Charizard. Begin. Just as I yelled that, a barrage of stones started coming at high speeds toward Sceptile. No more looking worried, the elongated blades present on the hands of Sceptile started glowing. Sceptile jumped high into the air, its strong thigh and calf muscles allowing it to perform such a task without much effort. The leaf blade cut through the rocks like a knife cuts butter, the multitude of boulders turning into halves or quarters, depending on how Sceptile used both of his blades. While Leaf Blade had originally been discovered to be a high-speed cutting move, members of the Sceptile family had been able to use it with much more flexibility, with much thanks to their natural build. Just like the thrusters present on the head of Gible, Gabite and Garchomp, which are more often than not mistaken for ears, the tails of Sceptiles are similarly used for increasing their speed. While on the outside it may look like something of a disadvantage for Sceptile against fire types, in reality the tails were the main factor of Sceptile's battle prowess. And here, Sceptile used its tail to help it float in the air for a short duration of time. This also helped Sceptile in case it fell from a high point, its falling momentum so far reduced by the time it reached the ground, it's barely even hurt. Sceptile also used its rarely needed vines to grab onto some of the especially larger ones to maintain his momentum. With Sceptile using its mini jumps generated from the force of cutting down the boulders along with its tail to keep into the sky, I decided to make things a bit harder for him. Even Charizard and Garchomp looked a bit frustrated at the ease with which Sceptile cut down their attacks. Boldore, use Rock Slide on Sceptile. I commanded to Boldore, who looked a bit startled at the sudden command, but followed nonetheless. Boldore hummed as it raised its front legs a little. Boldore's eyes started glowing a bit as huge rocks appeared in the sky, a bit below Garchomp and Charizard, who looked similarly surprised at the sudden attack. Rock-type Pokémon had the potential to control their namesakes, the rocks, with unlimited possibility. Unfortunately, apart from legendaries like Regirock, no other Pokémon had been successful in honing its talent to that extent. The aforementioned slabs were considerably larger than the ones Charizard and Garchomp were throwing at Sceptile. With the huge slabs appearing a bit above it, Sceptile's smug demeanor immediately vanished. Only a single leaf blade glowed this time, the power of two present in it. The multitude of rocks hovered in the sky, controlled by Boldore, as a single one shot toward Sceptile. With a loud cry, Sceptile's leaf blade met the huge slab with a band. Just as the leaf blade touched the hardened rock, a small explosion occurred at the site of contact, with the leaf blade cutting through rest of the rocks with a drill-like sound. Tile. Sceptile gave a loud cry of its name as the high-powered attack finally cut through the first rock. The two halves fell from the sky with a loud boom sound, making quite a number of Pidgeys and Spearows residing in the Oak Ranch fly away. Sceptile landed on the ground, panting hard with sweat glistening on its entire body. While it wouldn't have any problem encountering the attack by dodging, cutting it down while in the sky was an entirely different matter. Don't rest yet, Sceptile, there are 3 more to go. I warned Sceptile, who nodded resolutely. While none of the Pokémon were conditioned for training of this kind of magnitude, all of them did realize that the upcoming tournament was probably the single most important one of their entire lives. Each and every Pokémon of the world was naturally inclined for battle, and thus wanted to become the strongest of their species, or rather subspecies. Even Snorlax, who never took training seriously, knew that he wasn't nearly as unbeatable as he thought himself to be, and thus trained with as much vigor as it could muster. Which in all honesty, wasn't that much. Sceptile glared towards the remaining 3 boulders. While he was tired from the unorthodox training session, he was nowhere near giving up. Taking a determined stance as it looked towards the rapidly approaching second boulder, his single-leaf blade glowed once more. Knowing that he was done for if he waited for the boulder to come near the ground, I decided to help him a bit. Sceptile, use your leaf storm to slow down the boulder a little, and then cut it down. Sceptile's eyes widened a little at the excellent strategy, but it wasted no time in doing so. The leaves present on Sceptile's palm tree-shaped tail bristled a little as a multitude of leaves appeared, spinning at high speeds. The leaf storm had a greenish tint to it as it met the fast-descending slab of rock, immediately slowing it down to a quarter of its previous speed. Sceptile's leaf blade glowed as he jumped into the sky, landing on the slowed-down boulder, still being engulfed by the leaf storm. Sceptile gave loud cry as he drove the leaf blade into the middle of the boulder's top. The leaf blade cut a bit into it, but refused to go inside a bit more. Sceptile grunted as he increased his efforts tenfold, finally succeeding in cutting into the boulder. Just as the leaf blade cut through, the rock was engulfed in a white stream of light, the added pressure of Sceptile using its legs to push down on it finally taking its toll. The rock exploded, engulfing Sceptile into the resulting smoke. Oh no! Sceptile! I cried out in worry. Did I push too hard? Was Sceptile not ready for such high-intensity training? I could only hope that he wasn't severely injured. But it seemed my worries were unfounded, as a relatively unharmed Sceptile emerged from the cloud, landing gracefully onto the ground. The hundreds of pieces of broken-down shards of the rock slide fell around Sceptile. Since the rocks were still engulfed in the green glow of the leaf storm, it made for a very beautiful sight, dare I say contest qualification level. All right. You did it, Sceptile. I congratulated my large grass type, who merely smirked, the twig in it still unchanged from its position. I think cutting down the 2 rocks are more than enough for Sceptile. Boldor, stop the move. Training's OV- I was not allowed to finish as Sceptile growled, sending an annoyed glare towards me. So Sceptile still wants to keep going on, huh? Well, it's his decision. Very well, Boldor. Use both of the rocks together. I yelled. Sceptile's eyes widened, and the twig from his mouth nearly fell. You utter a-hole. Such were Sceptile's thoughts towards his dear trainer, not that he knew. Bull. Boldor looked inordinately pleased as it sent both the rocks toward Sceptile, who panicked over what to do. I wasn't much worried since if bad came to worse, Sceptile could always use its speed to dodge. But what I wanted to see was just how Sceptile reacts. Sceptile's mind race a mile through a minute. His a-hole trainer had put him in a fudged-up situation, one where his leaf blade wasn't nearly as helpful as before. So with a panicked mind and adrenaline-fueled body, Sceptile jumped for the 3rd time this morning. The jungle Pokémon raised both of its hands in a movement similar to leaf blade. With both the rocks in front of it, and no way to truly escape, Sceptile gave a loud battle cry as it crossed both of its hands in front of himself. However, instead of the usual green-colored glow of Leaf Blade, the two blades melded together into one, getting a silvery white hue. Sceptile then moved its hands rapidly, sending a X-shaped attack towards the two boulders. The attack met the speedy monster rocks with a loud crack, and just as it did, a huge explosion occurred. But rather than smash the boulders to pieces, the X attack cut through them with ease, allowing Sceptile to pass the 8 falling pieces with an extremely cool look. X Scissors. I breathed in awe. Sceptile had just learned a bug-type move, giving it a potential advantage against the type it was weak against. The surrounding Pokémon were all in a similar state, Charizard and Garchomp having landed a while back at observing the training session, and Boldore looking stunned at the ease with which its attack was cut down. While Bug-type wasn't advantageous against Rock types, rather it was a normally damaging one, Sceptile's attack was just that powerful. A normal X-Scissor wouldn't have nearly that much ease in cutting down a boulder that size, much less two. Levany hadn't been able to while I had trained with her against Boldore, so why it was that Sceptile's attack was so much more powerful? Pushing the question to a corner of my mind, I quickly made my way towards the laying down form of Sceptile, panting hard from the exertions. Good job, Sceptile. You learned X-Scissors. I congratulated my large grass type, whose eyes widened a bit. Did he not know that he had learned an all-new move? And Boldore, your rock slide has become a lot better, buddy. Boldore had had difficulty in maintaining the attack, but today he had managed to perform admirably well. Boldore. Boldore hummed in happiness at the praise. Since Boldore did not have a visible mouth, its voice always came out as muffled, or as a hum. I wonder how he managed to communicate with the other Pokémon. Just as I was about to make my Pokémon go on another stamina-increasing run, an incredibly angry voice cut through the air. Ash Ketchum. Get your butt into the lab right now. I cringed. Just why the heck was Professor Oak sounding so angry right now? Triple X. Why do you do this to me, Ash? Did I ever not treat you right? Did I not let you play with my Pokémon when you were younger? Did I not treat to an ice cream every time your mother was out of town? Professor Oak wailed as he clutched a frantic-looking Ash's shoulder. Although Professor Oak's sobbing didn't feel sad, rather it was happy. What happened, Professor Oak? Ash asked in utter bewilderment. Pikachu also looked pretty confused as it sat on the shoulder of Ash. Look. Professor Oak commanded in a deathly calm voice, which frankly scared Ash as he pointed towards a computer. Huh. So much money. Ash thought as he looked towards the screen, which very clearly showed. Untouched amount, $2,663,000. Note, this is the first time the user has accessed his accounts. We wish you a happy spending. Regards, Poke Infrastructure's Bank. Why are you showing me this, Professor? Ash asked in confusion as he looked towards the incredulous-looking professor. You mean you don't know? Professor Oak nearly shouted. What? Ash asked, now irritated by the vague manner in which Oak was talking. It's my boy. That money has been won by you over the course of your Pokémon journey. Oak said as he looked towards the shocked-looking boy. MMY. But how? When? Ash was in a state commonly known as, utterly friggin' shocked. Pikachu was close to fainting. While he did not properly know the various currencies of the world, even he knew that many numbers were a pretty big FING amount. I'll show you, my boy. Look. Oak said as he clicked with the mouse over a few buttons on the screen. Triple X. Welcome to the official site of Poke Infrastructure's Bank. Name, Ash Ketchum. Profession, Pokémon Trainer Coordinator. Age, 16 years. Total account balance, $2,663,000. Years active, 2007 to 2013. Transactions. Pokémon League Accountancy. Kanto Pokémon League accounts, $100,000, top 16 in the Indigo League. Johto Pokemon League accounts, $150,000, top 8. Hoenn Pokemon League accounts, $150,000, top 8. Sino Pokemon League accounts, $250,000, top 4. Unova Pokemon League accounts, $500,000, winner. Regional Bank Transactions. P1 Grand Prix, $50,000, champion. Pokemon Swap Meet Toros Battling Competition, $10,000, winner. Bug Catching Contest, $10,000, champion. Grass Tournament, $10,000, runner-up, -$2,000 competition fee. Sumo Conference, $5,000, champion. Pokemon Balloon Race, $5,000, champion. World Cup, $20,000, top 32. Extreme Pokemon, $20,000, champion. Tour de Alto Mare, -2,000, DNF. Pokeringer Town $20,000, champion. Squallville $20,000, champion. Rhoda Tournament, $20,000, champion. Pokemon Cosplay Contest, $8,000, runner-up. Heart Home City Tag Battle Competition, $40,000, champion, with Paul. Pokemon Summer Academy Triathlon, $20,000, winner, -$5,000 participation fee. Pokemon Ping Pong Tournament, $5,000, top 32, -$500 participation. Twin Leaf Festival Battle Tournament, $20,000, winner. Pokethlon, $10,000, runner-up. Club Battle, $10,000, runner-up. Wishing Bell Festival, $5,000, runner-up. Clubsplosion, $50,000, top 4. Pokemon World Tournament. Junior Cup, $100,000, runner-up. Marine Cup Tournament, $80,000, winner. Scalchop King Competition, -$10,000, disqualified. Grand Harvest Festival Pokemon Sumo Tournament, $30,000, winner. Pokemon Contests, National Contest League Bank Transactions. Terracotta Contest, $50,000, winner. Jubilife Contest, $50,000, top 8. Wallace Cup, $100,000, top 8. Regional League Transactions. Orange Archipelago Bank, $250,000, Regional Pokemon League winner. Kanto Battle Frontier Accounts, $500,000, winner. Note, Mr. Ash Ketchum has never transacted any money from his accounts, rather all of the outward payments have been made from the connected account of Mrs. Delia Ketchum Idaho. Due to successive intransactions into the account, it has remained active. Thank you. XXX. Holy sheet. Was the only thing that could come out of Ash's mouth right now. Pikachu Pie. Yes, Ash. Holy sheet. Professor Oak repeated. I seriously earned money for competing in those tournaments. Was that why they put my Pokédex in a small machine after the tournaments? Ash asked, still stunned from the sudden events. Why did I let such an ill-informed trainer go on a nationwide journey? Professor Oak questioned to himself. Ignoring the indignant squawk from Ash, he continued, yes, Ash, all those tournaments cost money to take part in, and give monetary reward in the case of a successful position. He explained. But why didn't anyone ever explain me such things? I never even paid for all the food my Pokemon ate. And my Pokeballs were bought by Mom. I could have easily paid for all that. Ash shouted in disbelief. Easily paid? More like feed 100 Snorlaxes without any worry. Samuel Oak grumbled. Just look at the people who have traveled with you, Ash. When you were 10 years old, you traveled with Misty and Brock, both of whom came from well-off families and were paid by the League. Brock then traveled with you to all of the other regions. He bought and made the food for your Pokemon, you just never questioned it. May is the daughter of the Petalburg gym leader, Dawn is the daughter of a successful coordinator. When you were in Unova, Scyllin took care of all of these expenses, being a gym leader himself. Iris is a relative of Drayden. Professor Oak said as he listed all of Ash's traveling companions. Ash's eyes widened in revelation. So that means. He trailed off. They were the ones who paid for everything. And the money for the competitions came from my mom's account. Ash finally understood. But he was still confused about one thing. But why didn't they ever tell me, Professor? They didn't need to have paid for my expenses. They are your good friends, Ash, they simply never felt the need. I hope that you have learned your lesson from this, Ash. At Ash's inquisitive look he continued. Till now, you have been very immature, Ash. But now, as you have told me, you are going on a journey alone. So you must take responsibility for such things. I know that you are an excellent Pokémon trainer, Ash, but you have to understand the seriousness of the other things as well. Your friends may not travel with you on every journey of you must become self-reliant. Samuel Oak explained gently, taught a 16-year-old boy standing in front of him. He liked the boy, he really did. Since he knew Ash from the very moment he had first opened his eyes to the world, he was almost as a second grandson to him. But regardless, he knew that Ash needed to open his eyes to the seriousness of the world soon. No longer can he allow him to continue in the way he had been before. It was for the good of Ash. I don't understand, Professor. Ash said in a soft tone. Heh. Seems like I owe my friends more than I realized, huh, Professor? Ash asked rhetorically with a light laugh. Haha, certainly, my boy. You are extremely lucky to have such a nice group of people to call your friends. Kinda reminds me of my own old pals. Professor Oak said as memories of a blonde-haired teenage girl and brown-haired youth came to his mind. Your friends? Who were they, Professor Oak? Ash asked curiously. Samuel's eyes widened as he realized what he had blurted out. Ah, don't worry about that, Ash, just an old man's rambling. I had also called you for something else. Professor Oak said, quickly changing the subject. And what's that? Your Extreme Dex is all ready to go, Ash. Its first charging is complete, and now its battery has successfully become self-sustaining. Of course, in the continued absence of more than 1 week of sunlight or manual electric charging will bring it down, but that's inconsequential. Professor Oak said as he left the room to get Ash's new and improved Pokédex, or Extreme Dex as he liked to call it. The Extreme Dex, huh? I had forgotten all about that thing. Somehow I am getting the feeling that I should not take it. But then again, Professor Oak said that I am the first person to get the honor of receiving such a high-level device. Meh, I'll see what happens. Ash thought as Professor Oak re-entered with the familiar wristwatch-shaped device in hand. I have already set up the time and date on it, so you don't need to worry about that, Ash. Now, if you will allow me, I'll also connect your bank account with your Extreme Dex, so that you can now pay with your own money, okay? Oak said with a pointed look, making Ash chuckle nervously. Yeah, alright, Professor. But one question that I do have is that the Pokédex fully updated or not? Till now, Ash had taken the regional Pokédex of each region to wherever he had started his new journey. Now that he was going to travel to all of his previously visited places, having a better and vaster Pokédex would be nice. None of the fancy enhancements mattered to him if the basic purpose of the Pokédex was not fulfilled. The professor looked at Ash as if he had asked some extremely stupid question. Of course. What do you take me for, my boy? This Extreme Dex has the national Pokédex onto it, with the updated data taken from the information gathered from your various Pokédexes. He said as he finished connecting the Pokédex to the bank website. Since Oak was an extremely trusted and basically a father figure to Delia, she had not even thought twice before handling the control of Ash's bank account till he grew old enough to properly control it. Being 16 years old, no time was better than now. Downloading data 0.1 minute till downloading finishes 0.59 seconds, 58, 57, 56. Dexter's mechanical voice spoke up as the synchronization was in full speed. Wow, it's fast. I might not know too much about computers, but something like that should take at least 5 minutes. Ash commented, impressed by the speed of the Extreme Dex. Professor Oak was about to launch into another tirade over how the Extreme Dex was the best in everything before the device itself came to its own rescue. Sir, it would be better if you don't undermine my capabilities. I am Dexter, and I am God of computers. Dexter said in monotone voice, with an underlying hint of anger. DMN, it's got a god complex like Mutwo. Yup, the decision wasn't looking all that good to Ash now. UHM.IT wasn't my intention to .air. Undermine your capabilities, Dexter. I was just amazed, that's all. Ash's explanation was only met by a snarky humph from the semi-sentient computer. Professor, is it too late to ask for my old Pokédex? Ash looked towards the old professor with pleading eyes. Yes, it is, Ash. But don't worry, apart from a few moments, Dexter is completely reliable. While it can make a few distasteful comments once in a while, it will ever act on its own or do something with malicious intent. Ash nodded at that. After strapping the new and improved Pokédex to his wrist, Ash found it to be really comfortable and handy. While before he had to fish for the Pokédex in one of the many pockets on his attire, now getting information became much more easier for him. Alrighty then, let's check it out. Pikachu, stand over there, buddy. Ash said to his longtime friend, who had been curiously looking over the various happening till now. Pika. Pikachu obeyed in an instant and went over to stand on the nearby table. Ash then pointed over Dexter to Pikachu, and boy was he shocked by the amount of information appearing on the screen. Moreover, he didn't need to even look at those, since Dexter said them aloud itself. National Pokédex entry number 25, Pikachu. This Pokémon has electricity storing pouches on its cheeks. These appear to become electrically charged during the night while Pikachu sleeps. It occasionally discharges electricity when it is dozy after waking up. It is a highly intelligent Pokémon. This Pikachu has the ability, Lightning Rod. This Pikachu knows the moves, Thunder Shock, Thunderbolt, Volt Tackle, Electro Ball, Double Edge, Iron Tail, Agility, Quick Attack, and Tackle. Wow! That's a lot of information. How did it tell the moves of Pikachu, Professor Oak? My boy, are you forgetting that this is my greatest Pokédex yet? The professor asked in a haughty tone, getting an amused smile from Ash. The Extreme Dex can tell the moves and the ability, whether activated or not, of every Pokémon. Although it will not tell you the moves of any of the Pokémon not belonging to you, it will tell you their ability. He explained further. Ash, however, was rather confused by the last part. Hold on, but why won't I be able to see the moves of my opponents and the wild Pokémon? That would have been a pretty big advantage. That's something imposed on me by the League, Ash. If you could know the moves of every Pokémon that your own is facing, it would be a pretty big disadvantage to the other party. Besides, I don't think you would want things to get a bit too easy for you, now would you? Professor Oak asked with a challenging look. Ash smirked. Not on your life, Professor. And besides, I don't need advantages like that anyway. My Pokémon don't need any of the fancy technology, we will get stronger the old-fashioned way. Ash said as he pumped a fist into the air, the action being mimicked with equal vigor by Pikachu. Samuel Oak just laughed amusedly at the actions of the raven-haired trainer. XXX. 3 days later. Ash POV. Beep beep, time to wake up, sir. Beep beep. Dexter's robotic voice rang up in the medium-sized tent, for the 15th time in as many minutes. Finally, as the beeping got too much for me, I blearily opened my eyes. Turning around to press the red button at Dexter's side, I muttered thanks to the advanced Pokédex. Pikachu wasn't around me, so he must have gone outside to stretch or something. Professor Oak had warned Pikachu in a no-nonsense tone to never shock me while I was wearing the Extreme Dex, saying that doing so might damage the Extreme Dex beyond repair. And I had to agree with Pikachu that a serious Professor Oak was a scary Professor Oak. I stretched my limbs as I got out of my makeshift camp. It had been 3 days since I had received the Extreme Dex from Professor Oak. I gotta say that it had been pretty helpful in my journey till now. A day after the one Sceptile learned X Scissors, I left on my journey to reach the city of Saffron, where one of my oldest friends resided. The Pokémon I was out to get could have been a potentially life-saving member of my Kanto team, but it had better served its purpose there. That was not to say that I hadn't met with it over the course of these many years. Saffron was always one of the cities either way whenever I returned from my interregional journeys, so I always made time to meet and train up with it. And even though it wasn't as strong as the one between me and my regular group, the bond between me and Jengar was pretty strong in itself. May, Dawn, Scylla and Iris had left 2 days before, their holiday PRD now over. I wanted to go with them to the Viridian city port, but they convinced me to not to. I was rather concerned about May, seeing as she looked pretty shaken up, but told me that it was nothing. Immediately after they left, Misty and Brock accompanied me on my journey to Saffron, since Cerulean and Pewter came in the way. That had been yesterday, and for the remaining 2 hours of daylight, I had ridden on Pidgeot to reach the forest outside Saffron. Dexter was extremely useful in this regard too, its navigation capabilities were extremely helpful. I had no doubt that I would have been lost 10 times over by now, if not for Pidgeot and Dexter. Traveling with efficient and experienced trainers like Brock and Scylla had pretty much spoiled me on the various small things related with Pokémon journeys. Dexter was the perfect solution for them. Pikachu. Pidgeot. Come on here. I called out into the wilderness. I did not have to wait for long as a loud screech came, indicating the arrival of my massive Pidgeot. But Pidgeot wasn't alone, since riding on its back was Pikachu. Pidgeot looked to be in a playful mood, since it did many aerial maneuvers, taking care to not drop Pikachu, who was squealing in enjoyment. Ha! That's enough guys, we have to reach Saffron, and so we gotta move now. I said with a bit authoritative tone. Pikachu and Pidgeot looked a bit dejected, but understood that they did need to move as fast as they can to reach the town in time. Ready Pidgeot? I really didn't need to ask as Pidgeot flapped its massive wings, immediately taking in the skies. Pidgeot's massive size had made it a perfect choice for me to take on my mini journey. Pidgeot had never been oversized or even moderately large for its species while a Pidgeotto, but its size had suddenly increased by a great deal after evolving. But it still didn't even compare to the depictions of Sir Aaron's Pidgeot, whose size was simply godly for its species. As I flew over the vast expanse of the wilderness surrounding probably every city of Kanto, Dexter suddenly spoke up. Sir, we are entering into the Saffron airspace, I would suggest that we fly at a lower height. I was confused. But why Dexter, is there a problem in flying at greater heights? Yes sir, the airspaces surrounding the major cities containing official league gyms have a kind of restricted airspace. I do not have much information, but it is highly suggested to fly at lower heights while on a Pokémon. Dexter explained, digging information from the multitude of databases present on it. Well, alright then. You heard Dexter buddy, fly low. I said to Pidgeot, who looked a bit annoyed at having to fly at a lower height, but relented. It was only 3 hours later that the city of Saffron was visible on the horizon. Just like every other major city, Saffron had undergone a major overhaul in the recent years. While before skyscrapers were rare in Kanto, now each and every city having a major gym contained a multitude of them. Landing in front of the Pokémon Center, we attracted quite a bit of attention. Mostly it was due to the size of Pidgeot, who itself wasn't a common species. Even though I had never put much effort in my studies, even then one fact had been made clear to each and every student. Pidgeys, even though easily caught and evolved, rarely reached their third evolution. Wild Pidgeots were almost as rare as wild Dragonites. But I was highly surprised when a few of the people recognized me too. Hey, look at the Pidgeot man. Wow! Is that Ash Ketchum? Who? The one who won the Unova League? It is him. Look at the Pikachu on his shoulders. Return Pidgeot, take a nice long rest. I said thankfully as I returned Pidgeot to its Pokeball. Seeing as it was midday and Pidgeot had been flying with me on it for quite some time, it must have gotten pretty tired. Pidgeot wordlessly returned to the Pokeball in a flash of light. After leaving Pidgeot's Pokeball with Nurse Joy, me and Pikachu made our way to the Saffron City gym. I remembered my first trip here while I was traveling with Brock and Misty. Back then Sabrina had been strange to say the least. And that indeed was saying the least, turning Brock and Misty into dolls, manifesting her suppressed emotions into a walking talking doll. Yeah, strange. My, is that how you think about me, Ash? I'm hurt. A deathly calm voice came out from behind me. That's Sabrina. I turned around to see the calm-looking, green-haired psychic master. Ah. I am honored that you remember me. After all, we meet only once a year. She continued, taking one step towards the trembling trainer in front of her. I was too scared to even say something. How could I? I had just insulted a person who could turn me into a friggin' doll. But just before I could fall on my knees and beg for mercy, Sabrina started laughing. The thing was, it didn't really reassure me or anything, the laugh was a monotonous, slow one. Haha. Don't worry, Ash, I won't turn you into a doll. Sabrina said with a smile. How did she psychic. Mind reading and all that sheet. So, hi. I awkwardly greeted to Sabrina, who fortunately didn't notice it, and promptly asked me about the reason I had come to visit. You see, Sabrina, a big tournament is coming up. Probably the biggest ever. And the thing is that I need all, and I really mean all of my Pokémon to have a chance in winning the tournament. So that's why I have come back for Gengar. I explained to Sabrina, who took it all in silently. So am I correct in assuming that the tournament you are talking about is the Champions League? At my surprised look she continued. Don't be so surprised, Ash. As one of the top gym leaders of Kanto, I was one of the first to get an invitation. And as for Gengar, well, I had already decided to give him back to you sometime soon, and as a matter of fact Gengar was very excited to see you after seeing your victory against Virgil in the Unova League. Congratulations for that, by the way. I blushed at the praise. The first tidbit of the information didn't really shock me, Sabrina was putting it lightly when she said that she was one of the top gym leaders. In my opinion, Sabrina was at the level of the Elite Four, what with her psychic connections with her Pokémon. The second thing was more surprising though, Gengar had never really put much of an interest in coming with me on my journeys. I guess even he wants to travel the world this time. I said. That was the only reason I could guess of. And where the hell was Gengar anyway? So Sabrina, where is Gengar? For some reason, the temperature had got down just as I said those words. Odd. Gengar. A sudden purplish blob appeared before me, the pointed teeth and red eyes looking as menacing as ever as Gengar made his grand re-entry. Yo Gengar. Pika Pie. For some reason, neither me nor Pikachu were ever scared by Gengar. Apparently, this fact annoyed Gengar, so he devised multiple ways to scare us whenever we were in town. And obviously, none worked. Gengar got a depressed aura around it as it levitated a bit away from me. Sabrina and I, both suppressed a chuckle at the antics of the childish Pokémon. Many onlookers were in shock over the behavior of the usually terrifying Pokémon. Here's Gengar's Pokeball, Ash. Sabrina said as a Pokeball levitated a bit in front of me. Thanks Sabrina. Man. No matter how many times I saw her doing it. It still freaked me out. I grabbed the Pokeball and returned Gengar, who pouted at not being able to remain outside, but didn't resist. So. Will you be making your way to Pallet today? It's still afternoon, so you can make a good way out if you leave now. Sabrina asked as she and I walked towards the Pokémon Center. Yeah. I think that would be the thing to do. I want to return to Pallet as soon as possible, I still have a lot of work to do. I answered. Sabrina merely nodded at that. We walked the remaining distance to the Pokémon Center in silence. The doors opened automatically as we were greeted by the Nurse Joy present. "Hello Ash, and Mississippi Sabrina," Nurse Joy said, bowing a bit to the gym leader. "Your Pidgeot is fully rested Ash, although I will recommend you to keep him in his Pokeball for a few hours at least," Nurse Joy said with concern. I nodded. "I can walk for a few hours. That won't be a problem." Nurse Joy smiled at that. Just as me and Pikachu were making our way outside, Sabrina's voice came up. "I might have given you Gengar Ash, but in return, you will have to catch me a psychic Pokémon." That made me pause. What? But why? Gengar was my Pokémon to begin with. I asked, baffled. True. But don't you remember who took care of him for all these years? Sabrina said as she shook a lone finger, as if chiding me. I wanted to argue, I really did. Because in all fairness, it was for the sake of Sabrina that I left Gengar here. Ghost-type Pokémon, along with psychic types, were known to be the most versatile Pokémon of all. Mainly it was due to their intangibility or teleportation. So Gengar could have been an immense help for me in any of the leagues. But then again, Sabrina could read minds, she could make me levitate in the air, she could turn me into a doll. Alright, I said with a sigh. XXX. 1 hour out of Saffron City. Hey kid. I challenge you to a Pokémon battle. An arrogant voice called out as I turned towards the direction from which it came. A pretty nondescript man, looking to be in his 20s, stood with a Pokeball in hand. The man was wearing a yellow-colored jacket, which had 6 Pokeballs attached to it. You talking to me? Yeah you. Who else do you see around? Well alright. How does a 3-on-3 battle sound? I asked. I only had Pidgeot, Pikachu and Gengar on hand. Only 3. Must be a newbie. The yellow-jacketed man thought to himself. Fine with me. We walked over to a nearby clearing. Taking a ready stance, the man threw his Pokeball first. A turtle-like bipedal Pokémon with plated, green rocks as its shell, appeared on the field. However, the Pokémon let out a menacing cry as it came out, obviously ready for some action. Golem. Time to rip it up. Yellow Jacket called out enthusiastically. Time to have my first, official, battle with Gengar. I choose you. The Pokeball opened with a click as Gengar appeared in all its purple-colored glory. Red eyes and sharpened teeth made for an intimidating display as the ghost-shaped Pokémon grinned towards its opponent. Gengar hissed out its name as it measured up its opposition, which, from the looks of it didn't really impress Gengar, seeing as he let out a scoff. Just wait a second, will ya? I called out to the opposing trainer as I scanned Gengar with Dexter. In the excitement of battle, I had forgotten to check the moves which Gengar might knew. I didn't really have much of an experience with ghost types, Gengar was the first member of my team to be so. Even then, he had been with Sabrina for the better part of the last 5 years. National Pokédex entry number 94, Gengar. A Gengar is close by if you feel a sudden chill. It may be trying to lay a curse on you. This Gengar has the ability, Levitate. This Gengar knows the moves, Lick, Mean Look, Nightshade, Confuse Ray, Shadow Ball, Dream Eater, Dark Pulse, Destiny Bond, and Psychic. I let out a whistle at that, as did Pikachu. That's a lot of moves. Wow, Gengar is really strong, huh Pikachu? I asked rhetorically to Pikachu, who was similarly amazed at the wide array of powerful moves that Gengar knew. With its enhanced senses, Gengar heard of the praise its trainer gave him and glowed with pride. The last 3 moves had been learned by him over the course of the last month, while Ash had been participating in the Unova League. Hey kid. Are you going to start or not? Yellow Jacket obviously was enraged by the perceived stalling. Alright. Geez, but would you tell me your name first? I asked. I at least wanted to know the name of the person I was about to beat. Hey, I was the winner of the Unova League. Sure. Remember the name, kid, it's Rail, the person who's gonna win the Champions League next year. The man, Rail, said with arrogance seeping from every word. I raised an eyebrow. That was a pretty bold comment to make, seeing as even the champions were participating in the league. Yeah, that we'll see about that. My name's Ketchum, thanks for asking. Rail obviously wasn't affected by the slight insult and immediately started. Golem, start things out with a rock throw. Golem immediately, using its powerful muscles, picked up an absolutely huge rock and hurled it towards Jengar, who wasn't even panicking in the slightest. Jengar, use Psychic to turn the attack back on Golem. I commanded confidently. Being with Sabrina for the last few years at least had the advantage of Jengar knowing a few Psychic-type moves. Gene. Jengar hummed as its eyes and body glowed purple. The rapidly approaching rock stopped mere inches from Jengar, whose grin grew larger, and then turned back towards Golem, who had been shocked by the sudden turn of events. No way. Jengar knows Psychic-type moves. But how is that even possible? Rail raged mentally, but he wasn't going to lose the battle in one move. Golem used Rock Blast to nullify the impact. Since Dig won't be able to work in time, and Golem didn't have much of a space to roll out to, Rock Blast was their best bet. 3 light blue rings appeared and spun around Golem's body. The rings then glowed white and turned into glowing white rocks that spun around Golem's body as well. Leam. Golem exclaimed as it fired the rapidly spinning rocks against the boulder being controlled by Jengar. The rocks, despite being much smaller, had much more momentum and were more in number than the boulder. The boulder collided with the multiple white rocks with a loud crack sound. And then, like a buzzsaw going through wood, the rocks grinded into the boulder, taking a ring-like shape similar to the planet Saturn. The boulder then exploded into a million little fragments, causing both Jengar and Golem to jump back a little to be safe from the impact. You're pretty good. I said from the spot where I was standing. The 2 moves used by Golem were actually quite strong, and I was impressed by the strategy of Rail too. Many inexperienced trainers would have used Dig, causing even more damage to their Pokémon in the process. Same for you, kid. Rail nodded. Still, he wasn't going to lose to some snot-nosed brat. But it won't do you any good. Golem use Magnitude. My eyes widened at that. Magnitude, being a ground-type move, was much effective against a ghost-type like Jengar. Golem gave a loud cry as its body got covered in a brown-colored aura, much similar to Giga Impact. Golem jumped into the air and then smashed down into it with double the velocity, immediately flattening the surrounding area around it and creating a mini earthquake headed towards Jengar. As the earthquake moved, the rocks, grass and even some of the large boulders surrounding the area got smashed into pieces. The power was such that if it hit Jengar dead on, he was done for. But, Jengar wasn't without its own bag of tricks. Jengar, use your ability. Levitate. I grinned as I shouted out the move. The one move on par with Teleport, which all trainers hated for its sheer effectiveness. Levitate nullified almost every long-range ground-type and rock-type attacks, especially ones like Earthquake and Magnitude. Jengar. Jengar floated up into the air with practiced ease as it completely evaded the powerful attack. The attack's power was soon visible as a couple of trees toppled over due to the shockwaves generated. Now it's our time to attack. Jengar, use Nightshade. Jengar eyes immediately glowed red as it fired a beam of energy towards Golem, who was suffering the effects of using a move like Magnitude. The beam of energy converted into multiple rings, which all spun rapidly as they reached a wide-eyed Golem. No Golem. Dodge. Rail cried out in panic, but to no avail as the damage-dealing move hit Golem. The rings converged around Golem, creating a strangulation effect, but were then absorbed into Golem's body, causing it to cry out in immense pain. Good job, Jengar. I congratulated my Pokémon. Time to end it, Jengar, use Dream Eater," I said with triumph oozing from my voice. The strategy that I was about to use had been used with irritating effectiveness against me in a single match, causing me to lose as many as 4 Pokémon. Against Golem, it was definite to work. The thing about the move was that it was simply beautiful in a sense of the word. Jengar's body glowed as it moved its hands forward. A shadow version of Jengar stretched out from its own body, a few beads of sweat forming due to the less amount of practice he had with it. Nevertheless, Jengar gave a growl as he released the move towards Golem, whose paralyzing effect from magnitude had been accentuated from the nightshade. "Move out of the way, Golem." Rail could do nothing but grind his teeth in anger as the move reached an unmoving Golem, whose eyes were already shut due to the agonizing pain caused by nightshade. The Jengar shadow reached Golem, and rather than physically attacking or anything like that, rather passed through it, initially looking to be harmless, but it was a split second later as Golem fell on its knees, gasping badly for breath as sweat poured down all of the cracks in its armor. "Your Golem is pretty good to even stay awake after that move, but we have to finish it. Jengar, finish it with Dark Pulse." Jengar concentrated on the dark thoughts in its mind as it rapidly created a black-colored sphere, which appeared to have black lightning surrounding it. Giving a victorious cry, Jengar launched the Dark Pulse, hitting Golem with a loud bang. Golem gave a pain-filled cry as it was thrown more than a few feet back. The 661-pound Pokémon was dragging through the ground and dirt like a ragdoll, which showed the effectiveness of Jengar's Dark Pulse. When Golem finally stopped from its impromptu rolling, its eyes appeared as spirals, effectively showing that Golem was knocked out. "Yeah. We win, Jengar. Awesome job." I cried out in victory as Pikachu raised 2 fingers in a V sign towards Jengar, who blushed a bit at the praise. Rail, on the other hand, didn't look happy at all. "Stupid Pokémon. I'll deal with you when we go back home," Rail said angrily as he returned his beaten Pokémon. "What the F dash?" Golem had just fought such a tough battle against Jengar, who had been training with Sabrina, and Rail still had the mere guts to curse it. "What the hell are you saying? Golem was really good in the battle, why are you belittling it?" I asked in anger. Rail growled at being patronized by a mere kid. But before he could give back a jab, he suddenly stilled. Putting a hand into his pocket, he pulled out a device much similar to a mobile phone, but with a larger screen. Reading it for a few seconds, his expression changed from angry to happiness to anger once again. Looking towards Ash, his eyes steeled once again. "Don't interfere in my business, kid. I remember just now that I have some unfinished business. So we gotta make this battle just a 2-on-2. That alright with you?" Rail asked, not really caring for the answer. I nodded. I had no wish to have a Pokémon battle with a trainer having that kind of ideals anyway. "Yeah, whatever." As Rail took out his next Pokeball, he looked at it with a dangerous gleam in his eyes. I was rather perturbed by it. When he was handling Golem, while he was harsh in his words and didn't look to care for it in the slightest, the expression he had with his next Pokémon was simply beyond that. I also noticed that he took it out of his pant pocket rather than his custom jacket, making the situation even odder. Seriously, Rail seemed a pretty average enthusiastic Pokémon trainer just a little while back, so what got into his but all of a sudden? Pika. Pikachu growled lowly as he saw the expression on Rail's face. Seems like me and him had the same views on the situation. Don't disappoint me again, you pathetic excuse of a Pokémon. I spent a lot of effort in catching you. Now's the time to pay me back. Rail muttered lowly, as he threw the Pokeball. I choose you, Arbok. A purple-colored serpentine Pokémon appeared with a hiss from the Pokeball. A menacing face on its large hood made for an intimidating display. The Pokémon had an impressive height, almost as much as Charizard. But something which bothered me was a small gray-colored device on Arbok's neck. That's an impressive Arbok you've got. That was true. The Arbok in front of me didn't look to as easily defeatable as Jesse's Arbok. Gengar, return. Pikachu, you're up buddy. I said to the yellow-colored Pokémon on my shoulder, who nodded with resolve and jumped onto the battlefield. Gengar looked a bit peeved at not being able to show its skills further, but floated over to my side nonetheless. But even before the battle could begin, there seemed to be some type of internal debacle between Arbok and its trainer. For one, Arbok wasn't even facing Pikachu, glaring on Rail instead. Didn't you hear what I said? It's time for you to start paying me back. By winning the battles I use you to fight in, is that clear? Rail barked to the snake Pokémon hissing at him. Chabok. Arbok hissed at its trainer for one last time before finally turning back to face Pikachu. Pika Pi. Bok. Both Pokémon took determined stances against each other, but both for completely different reasons. One fought for both, its own and its trainer's pride. The other, only for its own survival. We will start this time. Pikachu, use agility. Pikachu immediately disappeared into thin air, startling Arbok and Rail just like Gary, and immediately Arbok began flinching left and right. Don't just stand there, you pathetic piece of trash. Use acid spray around you to stop that little mouse. Rail commanded, without even a hint of worry for his slightly wounded Pokémon. Arbok immediately obeyed, taking the split second necessary for Pikachu to attack again to spray the acid from the multiple glands present in its mouth. Pikachu had to stop the agility, if not then he would have had second to third degree acidic burns on its paws from jumping on the ground around Arbok. The serpentine Pokémon itself was completely unharmed from its own attack, being a poison type and its special ability protecting it from the effects of the low pH acid. Doesn't matter, Pikachu used Thunderbolt. I commanded. Even though I hoped to see the match end in one attack, I knew that the Arbok in front of me was an actually trained one. And I had already experienced what I could have faced on my journeys had James properly trained his coughing. That won't do it, kid. Arbok, use Dig to get into the ground. Rail commanded with a smug grin as Arbok immediately used its sleek build to burrow itself into the ground, the Thunderbolt hitting the tail end of Arbok but doing no damage whatsoever. Pikachu. Stay on your toes. Dig was one of the best evasive moves, even more so in the case of serpentine Pokémon like Arbok and Seviper. Pikapi. Pikachu narrowed his eyes as its legs tensed, immediately ready to jump whenever its adversary came out. It was 15 seconds later that Rail finally shouted out, Arbok, come on out and use Crunch. Nothing happened for a few seconds, but suddenly the ground beneath Pikachu exploded, with the yellow creature jumping up. A second later, a huge purple blur came out from the ground. Now that Pikachu is above Arbok, it's the perfect time to attack. Alright, Pikachu, now use Thunderwhat. Just as I was about to finish, Arbok had Pikachu crunched between its jaws, with Pikachu screaming out in pain. The venomous fangs in Arbok's mouth sunk into Pikachu's skin. Arbok, being a Pokémon more than 15 feet if laid out properly, had apparently predicted Pikachu's jump, and had come out with much more speed than a usual Dig, its natural length providing an advantage in crunching up Pikachu. Pikachu. Use Thundershock. I yelled out in panic. Sheet. If the venom entered into Pikachu, he was as good as done. Pikachu immediately let out an absolutely massive Thundershock in Arbok, who despite being in immense pain, didn't let out Pikachu from the crunch. But even if he resisted, it won't be for more than a few seconds, by which time, we would have already won. That's it. Keep on doing it, Pikachu. No. I won't lose to a kid. Arbok, use that move. Use Thunder Fawn. Rail screamed out in madness, refusing to lose to a snot-nosed brat. What? But that will only extend the match a few minutes more. Why put your Pokémon in so much pain? I yelled out. Just what is Rail thinking? This would harm his Pokémon even more than mine. Pikachu was immune to electric attacks, especially of these levels. He should have returned his Pokémon if anything. Cha.Bok. Arbok hissed out its name as its fangs began glowing themselves, absorbing much of the electricity and saving it from some of the pain. I have to admit, this Arbok is one determined Pokémon. Jesse's Arbok would have lost in a fraction of the time the Arbok in front of him was holding out. But finally, just as it was to be, Arbok had to release Pikachu from its jaws, showing blue-colored wounds on the sides of Pikachu, indicating poisoning. Arbok itself fell flat on the ground, panting badly, with its slit tongue out of its mouth, and electricity burns on most of its body. Still, Arbok wasn't knocked out. Pikachu was panting badly, mostly due to the asphyxiation effect of crunch. Get up, trash. Fight. I won't be losing due to your tardiness. Rail yelled out in fury as I looked in disbelief. Arbok is clearly beaten. Why don't you just accept defeat and take him to a Pokémon Center? I just can't believe the guy in front of me. Even Paul wasn't that bad. Ever. Shut up, kid. I don't need to take orders from you. Arbok is my Pokémon, and I will say it to do as I want to. Rail yelled back. Arbok is not your property. He is supposed to be your friend. You are supposed to care for him. Care. Rail let out the word as if it were poison. Friend? These words hold no meaning for me, kid. These Pokémon are just a means for me to get fame and earn big money, nothing more. Rail said coldly. And Arbok. He took out a gray-shaped box with a couple of buttons on it. Will obey. He pushed the button, immediately causing Arbok to cry out in intense pain. Chabak. Arbok thrashed around, unable to think of any way to have the pain reduced. The box on its neck glowed yellow, with electricity crackling around it, releasing bolts of pain directly into Arbok's interior body. Pikachu. Use Iron Tail immediately on that box. I yelled quickly. So that was what the box was used for. For torturing Arbok into SBMSN. Just how sick is this guy? Pikachu. Pikachu moved with extreme quickness as it smashed a glowing tail over the box on Arbok's neck, immediately causing it to fall off into pieces. Despite having been in a battle with Arbok, Pikachu didn't want him to suffer under something that horrendous. What the hell are you doing, kid? That was the only thing keeping it under my control. Rail said in fury. I clenched my fists. How dare! I took a deep breath to calm my fury at the words of the trash. In front of me, how dare someone like you even call himself a trainer? Pokémon are not your slaves or means to an end. Pokémon are our friends, our companions. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be a Pokémon trainer. I could have sworn I never felt as angry as I did in the moment right now. I will make you pay, runt. Just wait and watch. Macamp, Golem, Beedrill, Spearow, Dugtrio, Kadabra. Come out and teach this kid a lesson. Rail exclaimed as he threw all of his 6 Pokeball into the air. All of the powerful Pokémon appeared with cold looks on their faces, intent on following every order given. Seeing the situation escalate to dangerously high levels, Pikachu and Gengar stood protectively in front of Ash. Pidgeot. With an audible click and flash, Pidgeot appeared in all its glory, eyes blazing with unrestrained anger over the facts it had just heard from the opposing trainer. You guys. I muttered with a smile. We have to protect Arbok too. I said as me and all of my Pokémon took a defensive stance against Arbok. Even then I knew that Rail could just recall Arbok into his Pokeball, but I had to do something. Arbok watched all this with shocked wide eyes. Even since he had been in Ekans, he had been under the control of Rail. Never had he had a happy moment with him. All of Rail's Pokémon had been fully evolved by the time he had been captured and thus were never sympathetic towards him, rather choosing to treat him just like Rail. After evolving into Arbok, he had thought things might get better, but it was not to be. Nothing changed for him. But now, seeing a random person trying to actually help him, it was unbelievable for Arbok. Just as the situation was about to explode, a familiar siren took everyone's attention. Hold it right there. I turned around and felt immediate relief as I saw Officer Jenny arriving on her motorcycle. A Growlithe rode on the attached mini car on the bike. But how? No one here collared her and it was too far out for this to be a normal patrol. That would be me, sir. A mechanical voice I hadn't heard for quite some time reached my ears. Dexter. Of course, sir, I used an SOS to inform the nearest available Officer Jenny. Dexter informed me. Wow. Thanks a lot, Dexter. Dexter's actually quite helpful. No problem, sir. Dexter replied courteously. Sheet. With the police here. I've gotta make my escape. Ralph thought to himself as he recalled every one of his Pokémon bar Kadabra and Arbok. Officer Jenny's bike kicked up a dust cloud as she stooped it. Getting off the bike with practiced ease, she immediately ran towards the two trainers, with Growlithe leading her. Trainer Rail, stand down immediately. Jenny warned the ready-to-escape trainer as she reached the mini battleground. Rail immediately turned to Kadabra. Kadabra, teleport us back. Kadabra nodded as it readied its spoons. Rail immediately turned towards Arbok's fallen form to return it back, but soon realized that he won't be able to with the multitude of people guarding it. Gur, know what, kid? If you want this loser Pokémon, then fine. Rail took out Arbok's Pokeball from his pocket, and to my shock, crushed it to pieces under his foot. Keep it. BSTRD. I growled. But before I or Officer Jenny could make any move to apprehend him, both Rail and Kadabra vanished into a flash of light, indicating that the teleport was successful. Kadabra had a pretty short time to use teleport, their location can't be too far out. Don't worry, Ash, we might even get him. Officer Jenny said, even though she didn't really sound that confident. I nodded, but my immediate concern was towards Arbok, who was still lying on the ground. A couple of faint marks were present on its hood from the machine previously attached, and he was still suffering from the after effects of the thunder shock from Pikachu. All in all, Arbok needed to get to a Pokémon Center. I approached the Serpentine Pokémon, who watched me with an emotion I couldn't really understand, but I knew that it wasn't fear or anger. Arbok didn't even look particularly sad at having his Pokeball crushed, which wasn't all that odd seeing Rail's attitude towards him. Hey buddy. I said, as gently as I could. Arbok flinched at my voice, but it was probably due to the silence surrounding it from before. Listen Arbok, we need to get you to a Pokémon Center as soon as possible, so hold on, okay? I asked Arbok. Seeing as it was a pretty large Pokémon, Arbok needed to at least cooperate properly with us. But Arbok did something that shocked everyone around. He calmly moved his head towards one of the Pokeballs attached to my belt, one of the empty ones, and pressed its button. Arbok disappeared in a red flash, as it was customary for newly caught Pokémon. The Pokeball vibrated twice, then became still. I had just caught an Arbok. Everyone stood in shocked silence for a little while. After seeing Arbok's disobedience towards his previous trainer, what had happened now would have been the last possible scenario in their minds. Well, wasn't that something? Jenny commented lightly, an amused smile on her face. Yeah. Oh May POV. I giggled loudly as Ash pushed me on a swing. I grabbed the ropes tightly so as to not fall off from the momentum of the swing. Ah! Ash, slow down a little. I yelled in a squeaky voice to Ash, who laughed. Ah! Come on May, it was just getting fun. He tried to coax me, but I wasn't bulging. Okay, alright, I'll stop. He agreed. Well, that's my Ash, always so nice to me. As I got up from the swing, I noticed that the world around me was very blurry, with only me and as clearly visible. Still, for some reason, that didn't bother me. Come on May, let's go somewhere else. Ash said as he extended his hand towards me. While I had held his hand several times before, for some reason this time it felt more special. But where to, Ash? I asked as I ran along with him. That'll ruin the surprise, May. You just have to wait and watch. Ash said with a cheeky grin towards me. As we ran along for a while, I noticed that the world around us was noticeably blank. I couldn't even make out any trees or boulders, or even houses. After running together for a while, we reached a hillside. I gasped as I looked over the beautiful view from there, with the flowing meadows, the serene grass shining the full moon. Wait. Full moon. Hillside. Wasn't it daytime just a second ago? And weren't we in Pallet Town? May. I was broken from my thoughts as I turned towards Ash, whose face was very close to me. Ash. My voice came out as a whisper. Our lips moved in perfect synchronicity. It was as if the world had exploded in 1,000 lights for me. The passion and love I felt, the slimy feel of his face along with the sour taste. Wait, what? Sour taste? I opened my eyes, only to wish I never had. Because in front of my face was not Ash, but a purple-colored blob I knew all too well. Mook hugged me with a wide smile. I did the only sensible thing anybody would possibly have. I screamed. And I'm telling you that it's a very powerful Pokémon. Ash's voice came out as a yell. Pikachu can probably defeat it in one move. A feminine voice yelled back. They have been going at it for 5 minutes now. Should we do something? Daisy asked with concern to her 2 sisters. Nah, it's like a lover's quarrel. Daisy, we don't need to do anything. Lily brushed off her sister's concern. Violet simply watched the scene in front of her with amusement. Maybe you're right. Just imagine if they end it with an angry and passionate kiss. Daisy said with a sigh. Yeah, our little sis and her long-time boy-friend. Violet gushed in the same manner. That's it. My Gyarados versus your Arbok. Right here, right now. Misty screamed at Ash, the sheer air rushing out of her mouth making Ash's hair flow wildly. Misty was apparently less than impressed with the newest Pokémon of Ash. Seeing Arbok being defeated by a single Thundershock for years had made a permanent opinion of Misty's mind over the power of that particular Pokémon. You got it. Ash screamed back, both of them stomping their way over to the gym's main battle area. Ash naturally didn't take this perceived belittling of his Pokémon too well. Or maybe not. Pika-Pie. Pikachu just sighed sadly at the behavior of 2 of the people he knew all too well. Ah, poor little guy. Come on Pikachu, you can stay with us. Lily said to the cute-looking Pokémon in front of her. Chew. And Pikachu was all too happy to agree. XXX. Gyarados honey, come on out and show Ash just who he is dealing with. Misty said calmly as a low, but still audible growl came from under the surface of the huge pool which served as the battling area of Cerulean City's gym. A huge serpentine Pokémon emerged out of the water. The aforementioned Pokémon had huge jaws, enough to fit a Rhyhorn into them which remained permanently opened. A 3-pointed dark blue crest on its head gave it a regal appearance. The Pokémon let out an absolutely insane growl as it came out from the water, honestly scaring the sheet out of Ash. Ash audibly gulped at the huge form of the atrocious Pokémon. But shaking his head immediately after, he took a determined stance. He wasn't about to get his newest friend humiliated because he was scared. He had faced and defeated legendary Pokémon before, this was nothing compared to that. Arbok, I choose you. Ash yelled as he threw Arbok's Pokeball towards one of the floating platforms in the pool. Chabak. Arbok let out a determined hiss as it emerged from its Pokeball. The 18-feet-long serpent stared down the 21-feet-long one. While most Pokémon would have been highly intimidated, Arbok wasn't one to be so. Even in the wild, Arbok were highly egoistical Pokémon, never backing down from a challenge or showing fear. And in all honesty, Arbok's size wasn't all that short from Gyarados. Dexter, give me some info on Arbok. Ash said in a light tone to Dexter, who beeped in understanding and immediately scanned Arbok. National Pokédex entry number 24, Arbok. This Pokémon is terrifically strong in order to constrict things with its body. It can even flatten steel oil drums. Once Arbok wraps its body around its foe, escaping its crunching embrace is impossible. This Arbok has the ability, Shed Skin. This Arbok knows the moves, Acid Spray, Crunch, Dig, Thunder Fang, Ice Fang, Coil, Haze, Smokescreen, Sludge Wave, Sludge Bomb, and Hyper Beam. Arbok's pretty strong. Ash whispered in awe. If Rail knew that Arbok knew all of these moves, that guy would have sold his left nut to keep a hold over it. Thanks, Dexter. You've been extremely helpful to me, Ash said with gratitude towards his sentient computer. It's no problem, sir, Dexter said, a bit shyly over the praise. Trainers ready? An official-sounding voice rang out, startling Ash. Seeing both Ash and Misty nod, the gym's referee threw both his hands down. Begin. Gyarados. Start up by Hydro Pump. Misty ordered to Gyarados, who let out a growl in understanding as it fired a massive beam of water towards Arbok, whose muscles tensed as it prepared to follow whatever command Ash gave. Arbok, get into the water. Ash commanded as Arbok immediately jumped into the water. The hydro pump hit a split second later, the effect nullified by Arbok's presence in a large body of water. Nevertheless, Arbok was knocked a great deal inside the pool, showing just how powerful the hydro pump really was. You're in our territory now, Ash. Gyarados, get into the water and fish out Arbok. Misty yelled to her monstrous Pokémon, overconfidence seeping into her early in the match. DMN. Arbok needs some help now. But it can't hear me while deep inside the water, I've gotta wait till it comes near the surface. Ash thought to himself, a little bit of panic coming into his mind. Even though Arbok was more than an adept swimmer, its ears didn't work all that well at heights that deep. Meanwhile, Gyarados had readily jumped into the water, its natural habitat, and began searching for Arbok. He didn't have to search for long as the purple serpent was swimming for the surface at great speeds. Meeting Arbok head-on, both Gyarados and Arbok rammed their heads, its larger size providing Gyarados an advantage. Gyarados and Arbok continued their melee in the water, with both Pokémon twisting and turning to get a good hit on their respective adversaries. Gyarados used its water gun in conjunction with its physical attacks, getting a greater speed than Arbok. Soon, its type advantage proved too much for Arbok as Gyarados wrapped up Arbok in a powerful coil. Arbok hissed out in pain as its own maneuver was used again itself. The coil also provided a greater advantage to Gyarados in the sense that it could suffocate Arbok with ease. While Arbok and its pre-evolution, Ekans, could well on stay in water for more than an hour, being strangulated by a physically superior Pokémon like Gyarados didn't bode well for them. Ash gritted his teeth, knowing that Gyarados could just stretch this out to get a cheap victory. Seeing the smug grin on Misty's face didn't help matters. However, during all this, Gyarados and Arbok's thrashing had brought them much closer to the surface of the water, thus making it possible for Ash to give orders now. Dang! Arbok can't use Bite or Thunder Fang. Bite won't even scratch Gyarados, and Thunder Fang would end up causing more damage to Arbok itself than anything else. What can I do? That's it. Gonna give up, Ash? Misty asked to her longtime friend and crush. Even though she would support Ash in the Champions League, getting a victory for her won't feel bad at all. Don't worry, Gyarados is my strongest Pokémon. Arbok didn't have a chance from the beginning, she said, intending to taunt Ash. But much to her surprise, Ash didn't answer back, nor did he look worried at all, rather he had a smirk on his face. Arbok, use acid spray in the water. Ash yelled triumphantly, knowing that now he had the upper hand in the match. Huh? What's that gonna do? Misty thought confusedly. Cha blah blah bok. Arbok let out a stream of thick purple liquid around itself. The stream hissed as it came into contact with water, the difference in pH causing the mini reactions. Even though Gyarados tightened its rein around Arbok, the Cobra Pokémon continued letting out the acid into the water. The change wasn't clear to Misty and Gyarados instantly, but soon, Gyarados began wiggling around inside the water in discomfort, while its grip against Arbok loosened. As Arbok continued letting out the acid spray, it sprayed some onto its opponent itself, the acid creating a mini layer on the scaly body of Gyarados. The acid, besides reacting against Gyarados' skin, also added to the acid already present in the vicinity. Gyarados let out a pain-filled roar as the acidic water reached its eyes and sensitive parts, providing enough opportunity for Arbok to use a bite to escape. Arbok immediately rushed towards the surface, coiling up on one of the platforms and taking deep breaths to restore the oxygen it lost during the underwater melee. Misty was in complete disbelief over what she had just witnessed. No way. How did you even think of something like that? Making the water acidic enough for Gyarados to loosen up? Ash asked with a smirk, getting a tick mark to appear on Misty's forehead. Truth be told, even I don't know what just happened. I just read an article on the Extreme Dex which described how Arboks kept their territory safe from other Pokémon by making their surrounding areas acidic. I didn't know whether it would work on something like Gyarados. He then gave a look towards Gyarados, who was still rushing blindly in the water, and by the looks of it, it worked. And by the way, don't stop using acid spray Arbok. Get Arbok out, or rather fish it out. Ash said with a grin, turning back Misty's earlier taunt on her. Chewbacca. Arbok was more than happy to agree, taking pleasure in the pain its opponent felt. Realizing that situations could turn from bad to worse for her if she did not take an immediate decision, Misty yelled, "Gyarados, immediately get out of the water." Ash grinned. Now that Gyarados was out of the water, things were on more than even ground between him and Arbok. I have no doubt that Gyarados has more raw power than Arbok, but that doesn't mean we're gonna lose. Gyarados. Use Rain Dance. Misty commanded her Pokémon, causing Ash to curse. Gyarados started moving erratically for a few seconds, twisting and turning its body as a blue glow came onto it. Rain clouds appeared out of nowhere in the roof structure, by what magic Ash did not know. Pretty soon it started raining, effectively nullifying the acidic effect on Gyarados' body, not so much for the pool water, which had an obscene amount of acid mixed into it. Now Gyarados, use Flamethrower. Misty said to her Pokémon, confident that the next move would help it win. Dodge it by getting into the water Arbok. Ash said as he grit his teeth. With only 2 platforms present on the surface, the pool provided an immense disadvantage for the non-water type Pokémon competing here. More so in the rare case that the opponent happened to Misty's powerful Gyarados. While Arbok tried to dodge immediately, it could not as the Flamethrower hit its hood. Arbok cried out in pain as it was pushed backwards into the water, the cool liquid providing momentary relief. Cha! Arbok grunted as it slithered quickly into the water, displeased to get back into the same niche from which it had escaped minutes prior. But the Flamethrower had caused much damage to its hide, and the water was the perfect place to be in. Well, at least Gyarados can't get in, too. What? Ash's thoughts were rapidly turned as Misty ordered Gyarados to use Hydro Pump on the pool water, the excessive water nullifying the acidic pH into a neutral one. There goes the time to think about strategies. Ash deadpanned to himself. Not even wasting a moment, Gyarados jumped into the water, intent on hunting Arbok down after the agony it had suffered due to it. Gyarados ended using Ice Beam. Misty was getting a bit more desperate now. The battle had gone far longer than she had estimated. Jaya! Gyarados roared as it launched a whitish-blue beam towards Arbok, who managed to avoid it closely. Both Arbok and Ash knew that if the ice beam hit any part of Arbok, the match was as good as over since its speed would be greatly reduced. Suddenly, one of the beams partially hit Arbok, freezing part of its tail, and immediately reducing much of its mobility. Using Ice Beam in water had the added effect of causing even more damage than when used on ground. With the scenario getting bleak, Ash was getting desperate. Arbok, use Smokescreen in the water to hide yourself. Ash could only hope that the second most basic point about Arboks and Sevipers proved to be true inside water. What is Ash thinking? Misty thought to herself, more curious than anything else. From the many unorthodox strategies Ash had devised in this very match, she could admit at least to herself that she was quite intrigued. Arbok obeyed without any question, a stream of smoke exiting from its mouth, converting to sludge and slime into the water. Nevertheless, visibility turned to zero underwater, with neither of the trainers able to see their Pokémon. Ugh, that's gonna take a long time to clean up. Lily groaned to herself, the action being mimicked by the other two sisters as well as the gym referee. What are you gonna do now, Ash? Misty asked to herself. Now that the water is all dark, not even Gyarados will be able to find Arbok, but they will have to come out after some time and that is when we will win. She exclaimed, hoping to see at least a worried expression on Ash's friend. She was rather worried by the semi-confident smirk. That's what you think, Misty. But as for Arbok, well, he has a special weapon. Ash then turned towards the pool, internally debating whether he should go ahead with the strategy or not, seeing as it could easily turn out to be a waste of energy. And Arbok looked pretty tired the last time it came up on the surface. It's do or die. Or lose, Arbok, use Sludge Bomb on Gyarados. He yelled, hoping to the heavens above that Arbok could hear his voice over all of the water and smoke. Everyone present around watching the battle was turned for a loop from this sudden order of Ash's. But how will Arbok even find Gyarados? Misty was silenced. A couple of small booms came from the water surface, a large amount of the smoky water going up. Gyarados' pain-filled cries filled the air as multiple sludge bombs hit it. Use Sludge Wave around you, Arbok, and then continue using sludge bombs. Ash yelled, clenching a fist in excitement as his theory proved true. Even though Sludge Bomb was a pretty strong attack, Ash could only guess that its power reduced exponentially in the water, and with the Sludge Wave, he made the water almost impossible for Gyarados for moving in. Arbok, being accommodated in moving through swamps and the underground, didn't experience any such problems of his own. Misty's uses had widened in sheer disbelief over what was happening in front of her eyes. She was being overwhelmed in her element, water, by a Pokémon not even belonging to the type. Her panic began to rise as the water turned extremely murky, the sludge wave showing its merit. But one thing still baffled her. How are the sludge bombs even hitting Gyarados? How is Arbok able to hit on target? Misty asked Ash. Ash smiled. While you may not know it, Misty, Arbok has thermal vision, so moves like haze and smokescreen doesn't affect it in the least. Gur. Gyarados, please try to come out of the water. Misty yelled in desperation to her Pokémon. Arbok, keep on using the sludge bombs. Ash yelled, he wasn't going to lose now. He knew full well that Gyarados hadn't expelled much of its power could still finish off Arbok in one move if given the time. Soon, a slithering mass of bruised and battered scales came thrashing up on the surface. Misty's Gyarados was severely weakened. The muddied water caused it to expel even more energy in order to perform a task as simple as move onto the platform. Arbok followed soon after, its hide showing burn marks and the tail suffering from frostbite, but its mobility far more than Gyarados due to having experience of moving in such surfaces. Both of the Pokémon panted harshly as they got onto their relating platforms. Their glares were heated as they watched at their respective figures of momentary hate. Both of the Pokémon were running on pure adrenal after performing such high-level moves in quick succession. Both Ash and Misty knew that whatever orders they would give their respective Pokémon would probably be their last stand, so gathering their wits, both yelled. Gyarados. Arbok. Hyper Beam. Both of the voices came out as one, their eyes widening momentarily at having announced the same move. Both Arbok and Gyarados let out beastly roars as they began charging up a yellow sphere in their mouths, the sharp teeth of both the apex predators fully visible now. The yellow ball grew in size for a few seconds, by which time they were as large as baseballs. With a resounding cry of their names, both of the Pokémon launched their attacks, the yellow sphere converting into a beam of pure destruction. Both the beams met in a spectacular display, their yellow colors turning to golden from their sheer power, which combined as they met. Both of the Pokémon began struggling for dominance as the impact point moved back and forth. A sphere made of pure energy was created in the middle, showing that the powers of the hyper beams were combining. We better get down," the referee said nervously to the group behind him. Ash and Misty shouted their respective support to their Pokémon. The small crowd comprising of the gym staff and Misty's sisters covered their eyes, the brightness too much for them. Then, the sphere exploded, creating a huge mushroom cloud on the point of impact as the muddled water flew around, a small amount evaporating from the sheer heat generated at the impact point. A sound equal to a cannonball going off was heard as the explosion occurred. Who won? Daisy asked, coughing a little as she bleakly opened her eyes. The referee, unable to see clearly, didn't respond immediately. But as the cloud settled, both of the Pokémon's silhouette was visible, both lay out on the ground, swirls having replaced their eyes. The match was a draw. The referee announced as such as both the trainers returned their Pokémon, opposite looks on their faces. Ash looked overjoyed at the result. And why shouldn't he be? Drawing with a Pokémon as strong as Gyarados spoke volumes of Arbok's true strength and potential. Misty on the other hand looked completely shocked. Gyarados was her strongest Pokémon, and Ash's Arbok had been able to defeat it. Maybe I do need to train harder. Both Ash and Misty approached each other, with the small crowd waiting in bated silence to see just what happened next. The match was furiously high octane for a seemingly random battle, rather looking like a knockout round of a regional league. Pikachu quickly made its way up its trainer's shoulder. Misty smiled as she extended her hands, causing Ash to blink. "You did very well, Ash," she said genuinely. "You proved me completely wrong. Arbok indeed is a very capable battler," she said, feeling a bit of shame at having dismissed Arbok so easily. Ash merely smiled. "No problem, Misty, although I must say that Gyarados was one of the strongest Pokémon I have battled," Ash said with honesty. As the two friends exchanged words, Lily and Violet were engaged in a discussion of their own. "Lil, sis. Did well, didn't she?" Lily asked to her sister. Said sister shook her head in the negative. "To be honest, Lil, no, she did not." Lily was shocked by the answer. But how? She drew with Arbok, didn't she?" "Think about it, Lily. Arbok was a Pokémon that Ash had captured 2 days ago, and still he drew against Misty's Gyarados, which is her best Pokémon. That just shows that Misty has a great way to go before she could call herself a true water Pokémon master." Daisy explained further, leaving Lily a bit baffled over the sudden intelligence her sister showed about the art of Pokémon battling. Ash stayed at the gym for another hour or so, the time necessary for Arbok to recover in the Pokémon Center. Even though he would have liked spending more time with Misty, he knew that he had to get home soon. His epic journey awaited him. XXX. A couple of hours later. Ash POV. A dust cloud was created as a large Pidgeot landed in front of the famous laboratory of Professor Oak. "Thanks, Pidgeot. You can go and meet up with the others," I said, looking towards Pidgeot. Seeing as we were at the laboratory, there was no need for Pidgeot to stay inside a Pokeball. Pikachu jumped from the top of Pidgeot. Pidgeot cooed happily as it flapped its majestic wings and took off towards the large canopy of trees, where Staraptor, Swellow, Unpheasant and Noctowl usually rested. I stretched out my legs as Pikachu did the same. Man, flying really tires one out. "Come on, Pikachu, let's go meet the professor." Pikachu fell in step with me as we entered the laboratory. After searching for a while, we found Professor sipping tea in his living room. "Ah, Ash. What a pleasant surprise, come on in," Oak said with a smile as I entered the room. "Hey, Professor Oak." Pikachu. Both of us sat on the sofa opposite to the one Professor was sitting on. "So how was your journey, Ash? Catch some new Pokémon?" Professor Oak asked curiously as he continued sipping his tea. A grin came to my face. 2 actually. I said proudly. One of Oak's eyebrows rose in curiosity. Really? Mind showing me? I nodded and stood up. Taking the 2 Pokeballs on my belt, I pressed the button on their center to enlarge them before calling them out. Come on out guys. Gengar. Chewbacca. Both of the Pokémon arrived with their respective cries. Gengar floated around with the perpetual mischievous look on its face, while Arbok was coiled up, not intending to cause any damage to the closed-up room due to its large size. Professor Oak moved forward to inspect the 2 Pokémon, which had the 2 beings look in confusion at each other. Regardless, both were calm in the presence of their trainer. Impressive. Oak finally said after taking a few looks on them. Gengar is very well conditioned. The gaseous particles that make its body do not have irregular coloration, so it is safe to say that it has had a very balanced diet. It also looks to be levitating without much concentration, pretty impressive for a Gengar. Since Gengars receive 2 legs after evolving, their levitating abilities were usually reduced a bit, but the Gengar in front of Oak was a pretty impressive specimen. Arbok's scales look shiny and its length is also a bit above average. And now that I look accurately, its facial pattern is also of a speed for me, so it will definitely help in the kind of battles you have, Ash. I was just glad that the 2 marks on Arbok's hood had been able to be healed by Nurse Joy. But the thing about for me confused me. What do you mean by speed for me, Professor? I asked. Even Arbok was a bit confused by the sudden mention. I am not surprised that you do not know about it, Ash, it's not really common knowledge after all. Oak said with a smile as he motioned for me to sit back on the sofa, while he took back his own place. The designs you see on Arbok's hood, they are the ones which decide the for me that your Arbok has. Designs? But I have only seen one type of pattern on Arbok's hood. I was rather confused. While it was true that I had not had much experience with Arboks, other than Team Rocket's, whenever I had seen an Arbok in the wild it had the same type of pattern. You see, Arboks usually have the standard for me on their hoods. That's the one most trainers notice. What is not known to the masses is that Arbok's facial patterns come in 6 forms, out of which 3 are known: attack, speed and standard. Your Arbok has a speed boosting pattern, so without a shadow of a doubt, it will come much handy for you. Oak explained to me. I looked at Arbok in a new light, as did Pikachu and Gengar. Wow, Arbok, you are really good. I complimented the purple-colored Pokémon, who blushed a bit at the praise it received from Ash, Pikachu and Gengar. Having been under an abusive trainer for much of its life, the change in scenario was an extremely happy one for Arbok. So Gary told me that you will be leaving for this training trip of yours tomorrow. I nodded at that. I see, so what is it that you plan to do during this trip? Oak asked curiously. First of all, I am planning to go to Johto, there is someone I have to meet there. A memory crossed my face. A memory of a Pokémon I had not seen from the days of my Johto journeys. I could only hope that it was still free. Oak nodded, not intending to pry. And what after that? While I agree that Silver is a great place to train in Johto, is that your plan? He asked. I opened my mouth to speak, before faltering a bit. While I had been training pretty hard for the last few days, I was banking on making the most out of my training trip. But now that I think about it, what exactly can I do while traveling around that I can't in the comfort of Oak's laboratory? I see that you're pretty confused. Oak noted. Yes, Professor, now that I am thinking about it, where exactly can I go for my training trip? I have never traveled just for the purpose of training. I trailed off. Seeing his confusion, Oak spoke up, may I suggest something to you? At my nod he continued. Why not take on the Sino battle frontier? I was rather taken aback at the suggestion. But then a sudden thought hit me, but Professor, aren't all the gyms and contests closed for this season? Is the battle frontier even active? No, the battle frontier remains open all the time, regardless of what the gyms and contests might follow. The main reason for this is that unlike the gyms, only a very low number of people manage to defeat even the first frontier brain, so there's no need for the others to compete. So the battle frontier will be the best option for you to test out your skills in an official capacity. It was then that he decided to add something more, and moreover, the frontier facilities are located quite nearby, so you can finish it in a maximum PRD of 3 months, giving you much time to capture new Pokémon and train with them. I nodded as a smile came to my face. I had already won the Kanto Battle Frontier, Sino didn't sound bad at all. But I still had one last question, why particularly Sino, Professor? Why not Unova, Hoenn, or Johto? You don't know. The Hoenn region and the Kanto region share the same battle frontier, while Sino and Johto do the same. And as for Unova, well, it doesn't have a battle frontier of its own, and is too far away from the mainland to share one. Oak said as he listed the regions. He was rather concerned at Ash's extreme lack of knowledge over such things, but there was hardly anything he could do for that. I hummed in understanding, but one look towards Pikachu, Arbok and Gengar made up my decision without any doubt. We are gonna take on the Sinnoh battle frontier. XXX. Night time. Pokemon POV. Hey yo. Where are the new guys? Blastoise asked anxiously as he looked at his fellow friends. Don't know, boss. Pikachu did say they are gonna come soon. Duat said as he looked at his boss. Ever since Blastoise had taken Duat under his wing, Duat began calling Blastoise boss. I must say, even I am highly intrigued by the identities of our new comrades. Noctowl said in his usual smart manner as he turned his head near 180 degrees to look for any sign of the newbies. Could it be Lapras? We haven't seen her for a long time. Snorlax rumbled out, for once taking part in a conversation. Having training hard for the past few days had made Snorlax into a much more desirable living being to be around. Why couldn't Pidge just tell us? Unpheasant asked, her sweet tone while mentioning Pidgeot not going unnoticed by the surrounding Pokémon. Nevertheless, all refrained from commenting. Duat being left at a near-death stage was a constant reminder for most. Apparently, he and Pikachu wanted to surprise us. Charizard muttered out sarcastically. He was quite annoyed by the constant wait. All of the Pokémon fell into quieted mutterings, talking among themselves. Torkoal and Croconaw discussed how their respective training regimes were coming through. Torkoal had been humiliated at his own loss against Tobias and wanted to prove his worth to Ash. For Croconaw, his pride had been hurt immensely by his own weak state. Being a predator Pokémon, living a comfortable life at the ranch had spoiled him. He didn't mind the training Ash put him through, not at all. Kalava, Infernape and Pignite were comparing their respective fires. The bodily flames of fire Pokémon were the source of their pride and ego. Having a weak flame deemed one unworthy for competition. Staraptor, Glisker and Swellow just lazed around in the canopy of a few trees, tired of all the waiting around. Palpitoad and Byzil were having a mini race around the pond. Having been the bosses of their respective home areas, both Pokémon engaged in mock battles and competition to test their strengths. While it was clear to anyone perspective enough that Byzil was the better one, Palpitoad constantly tried to make himself better. Corphish and Kingler were just cackling their claws, seeing who's made the most kind of noises. Donphan and Tauros were testing their teeth, and horns respectively, against each other. Being Pokémon of similar build, Bouffalant, Donphan and Tauros had intense rivalries even in the wild. Alright, that's enough. Charizard roared out, startling many of the Pokémon in the vicinity. If the runt doesn't bring them, I'm gonna find them myself. The dragon stated angrily as he stood. Suddenly, the air grew a lot colder, and considering that Glalie wasn't around, it was pretty strange. Charizard felt a sudden shiver on his back. Turning around a tad bit nervously, he was confused a bit as he found nothing strange. The chill didn't go away, rather it felt to Charizard as if something was crawling on its back. Whyyyyyy Hela Charizard, a somewhat familiar raspy voice came into Charizard's ear, scaring the sheet out of him. Charizard's sudden scream attracted the attention of a lot of Pokémon as they readied their respective weapons. Blastoise's cannons clicked, Quilava's fire blew up and Snivy's vines came out. Who? What dash, Charizard fearfully let out as he turned hither-thither. Why? Gengar materialized before the group, making a lot of them step back. I am surprised you don't remember me. But I think it cannot be helped, after all, you were a little Charmander back then. Gengar rasped out, still grinning widely. Blastoise, Bulbasaur and Charizard's eyes widened. And no way. You're how dash. Charizard was interrupted as Gengar laughed. I see that you remember me. Yes, it's me, it's Gengar EP. Dude. Where were you all these days? Blastoise asked in extreme confusion as he looked towards the Pokémon that he had not seen for nearly 6 years. Ah, patience my friend. Master Ash caught me back then, but decided to leave me with Mississippi Sabrina. Gengar started as he explained the circumstances towards his sudden arrival. Thunderbolt. A sudden voice came as Gengar got enveloped in electricity. Ah. F dash. Sheet. Gengar cursed as it was fried to the bone, air gas. Snivy duly covered little Scraggy's ears. You moron. Pikachu yelled as he came into the clearing. I told you to wait. Why the hell did you come before us? Pidgeot soon came hovering above Pikachu. Pidgeot too, looked irritated, but didn't do anything. Giving another thunder shock to Gengar for good measure, he finally pointed towards the bushes. You can come out now. Pikachu grumbled out in a less than enthusiastic tone as the bushes rustled. Another one? Hello my new comrades. A hiss came from the bushes as a Pokémon much familiar to most of the gang came out. An Arbok. Bulbasaur looked at the newest member of their squad in surprise. Is there a problem? Arbok asked as he narrowed his eyes. Bulbasaur blinked once before calmly saying, Not at all friend, but a Pokémon of your species is certainly an unexpected capture for our trainer. Bulbasaur explained. This surprised Arbok a lot. Huh? Why so? 20 minutes later. Arbok twitched as another shame story was told to him about how they had been defeating a Arbok with 1 or 2 moves for the past few years. Apparently, this had evolved into beating a Pokémon similar to its species, Seviper, in the recent years. So, why did Ash catch a weakling like this? Many Pokémon questioned. Arbok twitched once more. DMN that Arbok for ruining our reputation. He raged mentally. But no worries, I'll prove my worth to them. Just like I'll prove it to Master Ash. So. Anyone up for a spar? XXX. 1 day later. Are you really sure you have to do this? Delia asked her son, a tinge of worry in her voice, as she faced him on the dinner table. Ash groaned, for the 100th time, Yes Mom. Delia huffed, Well forgive me for worrying about my son. It's not like I won't like to stay around longer, Mom. But the Pokémon World Tournament is in 1 year, and I have to get all of my Pokémon past and present into shape for it. As well as get advice from some experts. Ash explained to his mother, who still looked uncertain. But Delia Ketchum wasn't one to stop her son from following his dreams, even if it meant that she could not spend time with him as much as before. Alright then Ash. But stay safe, okay? Ash was about to say the obligatory response when the device on his wrist spoke up. Don't worry Mrs. Ketchum, it will be my duty to keep Master Ash as safe as I can. Dexter said. Who was that? Delia asked in a frightened voice as she quickly began glancing everywhere. Ash quickly calmed his mother down, Don't worry Mom, it was Dexter, my extreme Dex. He said as he explained the various features of Dexter to his mother, who was awed by the advanced technology present in the little machine. XXX. The next morning. Ash POV. As I stood in front of my Pokémon, I noticed with pride at seeing their noticeable growth during the short time I spent training them. Duat looked much fitter after his training with Blastoise. The large turtle had helped out Duat in his water attacks, teaching him how to reduce the power wasted and increase the efficiency. These types of things were extremely necessary for Pokémon working on any kind of rescue squad, firefighting was no exception. Staraptor looked buffer than before. The reason being Infernape and Pignite. Since Staraptor was one of my most efficient Pokémon, I wanted him to get more efficient in close-quarter combat as well. The result was the learning of close combat by Staraptor. As far as I noticed, these were the only two major changes in my team members. The others were improving, true, but at a lesser rate. But that won't be a problem. We'll work on it during the year. Ready for our new journey, guys? I asked my Pokémon, who roared collectively in agreement. Almost all of my Pokémon had smiles on their faces. They were as excited as me for the upcoming tournament. I am gonna rotate all of you every week, okay guys? I said to them. While none of them looked sad, they were all a bit disappointed. The past few days had been kind of like out of a dream for them, training all together with their trainer. So for this week, Duat, Noctowl, Kingler, Snorlax and Croconaw are gonna come with me. Snorlax looked a bit sad, he had been counting on Ash to leave him so that he could laze up a bit. Kingler and Croconaw looked the most excited out of the bunch, seeing as to how they were going on a journey after so much time. Kooky kooky. Kingler said in his usual distinctive voice as he quickly ran in my direction. Croconaw did a little dance, its movements a bit slower now that it was bigger than Totodile. Snorlax created mini earthquakes where he walked as he moved towards me. Kingler finally jumped on me with surprising speed, seeing as how its speed was probably among the largest found in Kanto. Ha! Calm down, buddy. Kingler began spraying bubbles on me from its mouth, not the ones used for bubble beam attack, but the innocent kind used for bubble baths. Not wanting to have my entire new outfit ruined due to Kingler's soapy bubbles, I quickly recalled it. Pikachu laughed at my expense. But when a sudden shadow fell upon us, we nervously looked back. Standing in all of his 8 feet glory was Snorlax, looking in a positively evil manner towards me. Snoory. I could have sworn that it was sarcasm that came from Snorlax's impossibly happy voice. Snorlax's wide smile looked too wide to be real. Snorlax. Are you alright, B-buddy? I asked rather nervously as I looked towards my huge Pokémon. Snorlax. Snorlax's smile, if that was possible, grew even wider, as he extended his arms motioning for me to give him a hug. Alright and now Snorlax, that's enough. I squeaked out. Snorlax's eyes were visible now as he moved forward to hug me. I could have sworn I had never been as utterly terrified as I had been after seeing Snorlax's eyes. Pika. Pikachu looked even more scared now as he sat on my shoulder. No. Pika. This was the day that I experienced what it felt being crushed by a mountain. XXX. 5 days later. Johto International Port. A raven-haired teen ran out of the ship, jumping onto the docks from a moderate height. A great number of people were startled at the abrupt display, but soon paid it no mind. A small, yellow-colored Pokémon jumped off from the same height with a resounding cry of its name, landing expertly next to the raven-haired boy. Ready, Pikachu? Ash asked to his longtime partner. Pika. Pikachu pumped its fists as it jumped onto Ash's shoulders. It's good to be back in Johto. Ash muttered, a nostalgic smile on his face. He took a deep breath, enjoying the fresh air. And I hope you have been waiting for me. Ash took a determined look towards the region in front of him. Larvitar. Johto. I seriously hope that you've been waiting for me, Larvitar. Ash grunted as he pulled himself and Pikachu over the mountainous edge from which they were dangling. Because if you're not, then I'm a but. Ash and Pikachu had been making their way up in Silver to look for Larvitar, but an apparent mistake in Dexter's map led to one thing to another, and ultimately Ash and Pikachu found themselves precariously dangling off of a particularly high mountain edge. The Johto region was known far and wide for its famous mountain ranges, and most of all, Silver. Quite simply, the region was known to battling fanatics as the one where extremely powerful, and rare, Pokémon were found in abundance. Tyranitar, Salamence, Pupitar, Steelix, Metagross, you name it. And their DMN sure is one somewhere hidden in the mountains. Naturally, many measures were taken to protect these Pokémon from capture by criminal organizations and poachers. While the matter of protecting Pokémon was indeed there, the main worry in the minds of the League was the potential destructive capabilities of these Pokémon. The past was full of legends where ancient Tyranitar and Metagross destroyed village after village in their rage. The legend of Godzilla was known to come from an abnormally large Tyranitar. Pokémon Rangers were deployed in the hundreds to look after the mountainous ranges. Ash had met up with Ranger Manson to get his permit to catch Pokémon in the region legally, otherwise he might have been apprehended by one of the Johto Elite Four. The raven-haired boy continued his journey along the hazily created walkway as he recovered from his minor mishap. While roadways were created on the mountains, there weren't many methods to keep them maintained. Road maintenance usually took place once or twice every year, but despite their best efforts, Pokémon like Diglett, Dugtrio, Onix, Steelix and, basically every other ground and rock-type Pokémon destroyed the roadways quite easily. Pikachu let out a tired chew as he lay on Ash's head. The little guy was dried up due to the long walk they had taken under the scorching sun. Apparently, Ash wasn't much better as he constantly wiped up his forehead. That's it. Ash screamed to the heavens as he leaned against a shady tree. He enlarged a Pokeball from his belt and tossed it forward. Noctowl, I choose you. The Pokeball opened with a flash as a brown-colored bird appeared. The bird had a shiny aura around it, and had a much different coloration than the other Pokémon of its species. Noctowl made an odd noise as he sat on Ash's other shoulder, accessing the situation as it always did after coming out from its Pokeball. Noctowl, buddy, I want you to take a look around and see whether there are Larvitars around, okay? Ash said as he showed Noctowl a picture of Larvitar and its evolutions on his Extreme Dex. Noctowl nodded as he took off. A shiny aura encompassed Noctowl as it flew, its alternate coloration the reason for it. Ash took this moment to look into the moves his current party knew. While he had scanned them all while at the ranch, it was admittedly difficult for him to remember everything. Dexter, show me the attacks that Duat, Snorlax, Noctowl, Kingler and Croconaw know. Ash said as the Extreme Dex lighted up from its sleep mode. Of course sir. National Pokédex entry number 502, Duat. This Duat has the ability, Torrent. This Duat knows the attacks, Water Gun, Hydro Pump, Water Pulse, Aqua Jet, Razor Shell, Ice Beam, and Rest. Wow. Snorlax actually taught Duat Ice Beam. National Pokédex entry number 99, Kingler. This Kingler has the ability, Sheer Force. This Kingler knows the attacks, Mud Shot, Bubble Beam, Hydro Pump, Crab Hammer, Metal Claw, Brine, Hyper Beam, and Ice Beam. Most of Kingler's attacks are based around his claws. I've got to make him more diverse. National Pokédex entry number 159, Croconaw. This Croconaw has the ability, Torrent. This Croconaw knows the attacks, Crunch, Aqua Tail, Hydro Pump, Ice Fang, Thrash, Superpower, and Dig. What the frig? Croconaw learned that many moves, just by evolving once. That is just crazy. National Pokédex entry number 164, Noctowl. This Noctowl has the ability, Insomnia. This Noctowl knows the attacks, Dream Eater, Sky Attack, Hypnosis, Psychic, Zen Headbutt, Synchronize, Extrasensory, and Shadow Ball. Noctowl's actually pretty well rounded. Almost as if it's a psychic type. If only I could teach him teleport. National Pokédex entry number 143, Snorlax. This Snorlax has the ability, Thick Fat. This Snorlax knows the attacks, Body Slam, Headbutt, Mega Kick, Mega Punch, Hyper Beam, Ice Punch, Ice Beam, Tackle, Protect, and Rest. And that finishes it up. I don't really know what I can teach Snorlax. Maybe speed. Or staying awake during battles. As Ash pondered over his thoughts, Noctowl had already made its way back, and by the looks of it, had definitely found something of interest. What's the matter, Noctowl? Ash asked the normally calm Pokémon as it hooted wildly. Pikachu apparently understood what its friend was speaking, as he started pointing towards a particular direction frantically. Is something happening over there? Ash asked. Getting an affirmative reply from the duo, he quickly packed up his bags and followed Noctowl towards the area where it was pointing to. Jumping over shrubs, ducking under stray branches, and dodging the occasional bellsprout, the surroundings changed rapidly from a rocky landscape to a more grassy area. The situation became much clearer to Ash as he neared the area. Multiple explosions and stomping noises now clearly audible as he reached the clearing. Bursting out from a few bushes, Ash, Pikachu and Noctowl assessed the situation. 3 trainers, around 10 years old, were battling, and losing, against a wild Pokémon. Their own Pokémon, a Totodile, a Tylo and a Quagsire were sprayed out, defeated. Their opponent, a massive green-colored armored monster, stalked menacingly near the scared shitless trainers. The massive Pokémon was none other than a Tyranitar. Ash immediately took action. He couldn't let these kids be injured after all. Duat, I choose you. Due to Noctowl knowing mostly psychic-type attacks, it won't be much use against a powerful dark type like Tyranitar. XXX. A few minutes earlier. Tyranitar let out another annoyed growl as it finished off the annoying little pest in front of him. A Totodile, if his memory was correct. The little guy had battled valiantly, but he couldn't stand in front of his might. Oh no! Even Totodile is down, what are we going to do now? One of the kids screamed hysterically as he watched the downed form of his Pokémon. Shut up, Ricky. It's your fault that he is attacking us anyway, why the heck did you attack it? Now he's probably going to kill and eat us. The girl of the group nearly cried as she saw the knocked-out form of her own Tylo. Tyranitar sweat dropped as he heard what the girl was saying. Did she seriously think that he was going to kill them? He ate rocks and mountains for God's sake. Having been raised in a human environment, Tyranitar knew the human language quite well. Don't worry, Julia, I'll protect you. Quagsire, come on out. The last kid yelled none too bravely as he called out his Quagsire. Tyranitar shook his head. The kids were annoying him even more than before. Quagsy. Use Hydro Pump. The kid yelled confidently as Tyranitar stiffened up. The newest enemy before him looked a bit stronger than the ones before. The blank expression on its face was probably one developed after several hard death matches. Quag. Quagsire let out a dim-witted cry as it launched the Hydro Pump in a completely different direction. Or probably not. If he could have, Tyranitar would have face-planted, but alas, he had an opponent to humiliate. Charging up a quick Hyper Beam, he launched it towards the blue-colored water type. Oh no! Quaggy dodge. The cry had no effect on the beady-eyed Pokémon as it scratched its head. Immediately after, the Hyper Beam hit it dead-on, knocking it out instantly. Sheet! Your stupid Quagsire doomed us all, Jimmy. Ricky yelled in panic as the last of their Pokémon went down. Tyranitar was feeling a bit annoyed now. Screw that, it was downright said. He moved with a dark look towards the terrified trio, intending to scare them off, when a sudden yell alerted him. A voice so familiar to Tyranitar that it made it freeze. Duat, use Hydro Pump. The familiar voice yelled before Tyranitar even had a chance of looking at the direction from which it came. XXX. As Ash yelled for Duat to attack, he breathed a sigh of relief at diverting the Tyranitar's attention from the three obviously rookie trainers. But he couldn't help the feeling that he somehow knew the Pokémon in front of him. "Sir, it's a rampaging Pokémon, should I call for SOS?" Dexter inquired. "Nah. I have a feeling that we can take care of it ourselves," Ash said confidently as Dexter blinked its screen in the affirmative. Duat gave an enthusiastic cry as a jet of concentrated water escaped its mouth, much stronger than the one used by Quagsire. The hydro pump moved at breakneck speeds towards the behemoth. Tyranitar was apparently surprised by the sudden attack as it was hit with a loud crack. The hydro pump made the Tyranitar skid backward a couple of inches, but nothing more. Tyranitar groaned as the water seeped into the few openings its armor had. This is one tough Pokémon. Taking Duat's hydro pump without flinching shows that. Duat had been able to topple 2 trees while they were training, so for Tyranitar to shrug off the move so easily. DMN. Seeing that the attack was showing no positive effect, Duat eased the strain. The hydro pump stopped immediately, finally allowing Tyranitar to face us. However, instead of showing anger or outrage at being attacked, Tyranitar's eyes and expression showed familiarity. However, Ash's surprise immediately turned to one of sheer fear as Tyranitar finally started its course of motion. As if possessed by some spirit, Tyranitar began walking, then running towards Ash at speeds not capable for a Tyranitar to achieve. Duat used Aqua Dash. Before Ash could even complete his frantic cry, Tyranitar comically kicked Duat out of the way, with the Pokémon squealing off into the nearby bushes. "Oh no! He's going to kill that person!" Julia wailed out as she, Ricky and Jimmy watched with unadulterated fear. Pikachu now jumped off its trainer's shoulder and ran towards the charging Tyranitar. Its cheek sparked with malicious intent, the thunder attacked seconds away from launch, only for Tyranitar to scoop up a bewildered Pikachu into its arms. "Pika!" Pikachu blinked as Tyranitar put it on its shoulder. As Tyranitar continued its run towards Ash, the teen remembered every one of the people who had ever helped him. Death looked that certain to him. "Sir, I would just like to say that my last few days with you were the best ones in my short life," Dexter admitted as it scanned the situation from its camera. Ash smiled thinly. "As it was for me, Dexter. Thanks for all the help. Of course, it is due to your stupidity that we are going to be obliterated." Dexter couldn't help but make one last snarky statement. Ash really wanted to argue that the SOS call wouldn't have mattered anyway since the nearest ranger office was 10 miles away. But in the face of certain death, he allowed Dexter the one last victory. When Tyranitar finally reached Ash, he was hoping for some quick slash or elemental attack, but instead, Tyranitar picked him up in a hug. "So, it's trying to squeeze me to death. Oh well dash." A sudden lick on his face alerted Ash to open his eyes. "Wait, what? Why the hell did Tyranitar lick me?" XXX. Tyranitar quickly kicked the nuisance off into the nearby bushes as he made his high-speed run towards the human Pokémon duo he kept the closest to his heart. Pikachu. And father. Tyranitar kept repeating the 2 words in its head as he moved towards the person he constantly thought of ever since the day they left him with his mother. Pikachu came running towards him. "Probably wants to greet me first," Tyranitar thought excitedly. Nevertheless, he quickly scooped up Pikachu and continued his run towards his father. "Father looks quite shocked," Tyranitar thought absently as he faced Ash. Seeing Ash make no move, Tyranitar initiated the course of action. Picking up Ash in a tender, loving hug, he liked Ash's face. "Why the hell did Tyranitar lick me?" came the confused voice of the teenage boy currently in Tyranitar's iron grip. Tyranitar froze. Does Daddy not remember me?" the dinosaur Pokémon thought despondently. Indeed, after looking at Ash's and Pikachu's faces, it was quite clear to Tyranitar that the duo did not recognize him. Ash blinked confusedly as Tyranitar's arms loosened, allowing him to escape and make some distance between him and the pseudo-legendary. Ash's first thought was to order Pikachu to attack Tyranitar, seeing as he was in such an advantageous position. But Tyranitar's actions confused the heck out of him. Why would Tyranitar hug me? It's as if it already knows me. But how is that possible? Larvitar's mother had a scar dash. Ash suddenly froze. He swallowed thickly. Are you a Larvitar? He questioned the giant entity. Tyranitar's face immediately regained its color as he nodded happily. Tyra. Tyranitar let out a loud roar in happiness. Pikachu was in a similar state of shock to his trainer. The massive, living, roaring behemoth of destruction before him was the once wimpy Larvitar. Ash immediately ran forward to properly hug the green-colored dinosaurian Pokémon. It's so good to see you again, Larvitar. Ash whispered as he rubbed the green armor on Tyranitar's back. R.A. Tyranitar muttered amusedly as he pointed towards himself, causing Ash to chuckle. Yeah. You're a big bad Tyranitar now. So what? You'll always be the little Larvitar I raised from the egg for me. Ash's words caused Tyranitar to smile happily in response, although he did hope that Ash started calling him by his proper name. It would be extremely embarrassing for him in front of a female Tyranitar to be called Larvitar by his father. Tyranitar then turned its attention to the yellow-colored electric mouse on its shoulder, picking him up and giving him a few affectionate licks. Just like how Snorlax had done during the Sino League. Meanwhile, the three children watched with shock as the previously murderous-looking Pokémon hugged the newly arrived trainer. All three of them believed that the Tyranitar would kill the new entree, but much to their utter shock and disbelief, he began behaving like an over-affectionate Growlithe around him. What the frig? Ash then turned his attention towards the three children present in the vicinity. Remembering his initial reasons for coming here, he ran towards the trio after quickly patting Tyranitar one last time. Noctowl followed Ash towards the trio, intending to help the knocked-out Tylo. Hey, are you guys alright? Ash asked in concern as he quickly picked up Julia, who had slid to the ground among all this terror. Julia felt her cheeks redden as the handsome black-haired trainer picked her up. Thank you. Ash merely smiled at her, before turning to the other two, who were staring at him in shock and awe. So, are you two alright? How did you stop that Tyranitar? Ricky yelled in a voice that startled Ash. What? He asked dumbly, not properly grasping the question. It was the third boy, Jimmy, who asked. How did you stop that Tyranitar from rampaging? Jimmy asked calmly, but the awe in his voice was quite clear. Ash smiled. I knew him from a long time before. I left him as a Larvitar back here. It's fortunate that Tyranitar remembers me. He chuckled. Wow. The three rookies were astounded that a dark-type Pokémon could remember, and more importantly, be so affectionate to some person. Ash quickly called Tyranitar to their position, making the trio shudder in the presence of the armor Pokémon. Don't be scared guys, Tyranitar won't harm you. Isn't that right, Tyranitar? Ash asked in a stern tone to Tyranitar, who pouted a bit at being reprimanded, but nodded nonetheless. If you say so. It was then that the three rookies realized that they didn't even know the name of the person who rescued them. Ash. My name is Ash Ketchum. Ash said, seeing the three becoming confused. Nice to meet you, Ash. Julia said happily. The action was mirrored by Ricky. But Jimmy looked at Ash with even more shock. Ash Ketchum? As in Ash Ketchum, the Unova League winner? He asked, making the other two widen their eyes as well. Ash grinned as he pointed a thumb towards his face. The one and the only. Ash's proclamation was followed by an extremely girlish squeal from Jimmy, who had gotten a pen and paper out of nowhere. Please, Mr. Ash Ketchum, forgive this humble fan from not recognizing your greatness. He crowed, making Ash, Pikachu and Tyranitar look at him with beady eyes. The Pikachu on your shoulder should have made me aware of thy presence, but it seems my mind was seemingly playing tricks on me eyes. Jimmy rambled on in a starry-eyed manner. Before the boy could embarrass himself even further, Ricky fortunately covered his mouth. Julia looked towards Ash with embarrassment. Please forgive him, Mr. Ash, it's just that Jimmy is a very big fan of you. She explained to Ash, who looked towards the girl in disbelief. Pikachu and Tyranitar were also looking on with beady eyes. Fan of mine? Yes. Ever since he saw you defeat Tobias's 2 Pokémon in the semi-finals, and then win the Unova League, he has been a very big fan of you. He actually started his journey this year in order to meet and challenge you to a Pokémon battle. Julia said further. Meanwhile, Jimmy had gotten free from Ricky's hold and immediately stood in front of Ash with the pen and paper. Can I please get your autograph, Mr. Ketchum? You are my biggest inspiration, of course, after Lance, Cynthia and Steven Stone. Jimmy said enthusiastically to Ash, who had gotten over the initial shock and grinned as he signed up the paper. Sure, no problem. As Ash signed the paper, Jimmy immediately put it securely in his pocket. So, Julia here told me that you guys have started out this year? Ash asked the trio, who nodded with smiles. Yeah, the 3 of us had our birthdays pretty close by, so we decided to go on a journey together. Ricky explained. Ash smiled at that. That's good. You should always travel in groups, that way you'll have a much more fun and safe journey. Traveling alone was for people like Paul, who took their jobs way too seriously. So what are you guys going to do? Contests and gyms are closed, so what are your aims? Ash asked curiously as he sat down on the soft grass. Noctowl had helped up Tylo with its psychic powers, and Quagsire and Totodile had already been recalled by their trainers. Ricky was the first to respond with a confident grin. We are going to take part in the Pokémon Champions League, of course. Ash raised an eyebrow at that. Really? You are all rookie trainers, are you sure you all are up for something of that level? He asked testily. Jimmy was fired up at that question. What kind of a question is that? Of course we are ready, we will train as hard as we can, and then I will win the Champions League to become the Pokémon Master of the world. Jimmy said enthusiastically. Ash smiled thinly at seeing the 3 then bicker about who was going to win the league. These kids are so much like how I was when I started up. Ash stayed with the 3 for some time, but eventually left them to continue on his own journey. While he would have liked to guide them through many of the training methods, he chose not to. After all, one of the biggest parts of growing up as a Pokémon trainer was to establish bonds with one's Pokémon with the multiple hit and trials. He did promise of Jimmy that he will one day face him in a Pokémon battle. XXX. Twinleaf Town, Sino. Ah, it's good to be home. A bubbly voice rang out as the door of Johanna Berlitz's home opened. Dawn. Is that you? A voice came from the kitchen as Dawn and Piplup made their way to the living room. Yeah, Mom, it's me. She replied back. She did hear her mom starting to warn her about something, but she was too tired from her journey to really care. Man. I am going to crash on my bed all day. She thought absently as she walked to the living room, Piplup happily help in her hands. Wonder what's on TV today. Kenny. She looked in surprise towards her childhood friend, who was comfortably sitting on the sofa, sipping soda. Hey Dee Dee. Apparently, Kenny wasn't alone, Barry. She looked in even more surprise towards her blonde-haired friend, who was sitting next to Kenny. Yo Dawn. But it was the 3rd person in the room who shocked her the most. Paul. HN. Dawn stared at the 3 with wide eyes for a few seconds, silence all over. Kenny and Barry kept their smiles up. Paul shifted awkwardly. What the heck are you 3 doing here? Dawn finally blurted out, just as her mother entered into the room with a tray in her hands. Dawn. She looked at her daughter with wide eyes. Is that any way to treat your guests? She admonished, before turning to the 3 boys, snacks present on the tray. Kenny and Barry thanked her, while Paul made a grunting voice that came close to it. Dawn blushed in embarrassment before asking once more, but with curiosity rather than shock, seriously, what are you guys doing here? The three looked at each other, before nodding towards Barry. How is Ash's training going on, Dawn? Barry asked excitedly. Dawn deadpanned at the three anticipatory faces. Really? You guys came from your hometowns to my home, a year after we had last met, only to ask how Ash's training going on? No, how are you, Dawn, or, I hope your journey was nice, Dawn. Kenny immediately grinned. Well, how are you, Dawn? Not you, Kenny, I know that you will say it 1,000 times if I wanted you to. Knowing that Kenny had a crush on her was by far the most profitable thing in her life. Kenny immediately blushed in embarrassment. It's not like that anymore, DDE. Before Dawn could yell back, Paul immediately cut them off. We are sorry for being here so suddenly, Dawn, but Ash's victory in the Unova League has simply shocked us all. So we want to know what he's doing now. Paul explained. Dawn grinned. Ash is training hard for next year's Champions League, he and all of his Pokémon. This statement drew confused looks from the trio. All of his Pokémon? How many are there exactly, Dawn? Barry asked as he narrowed his eyes. More than 30 of them, and some of them are so cute. Dawn gushed a bit as she remembered Scraggy, Bayleaf and Snivy. Paul, however, focused on the first part of her statement. Hold on, 30? Are you sure there were that many Pokémon? Paul questioned. Of course. Look, if you don't believe, then come, I'll show you on the official website. Dawn said as she moved towards the computer in the living room. What website? Kenny asked blankly. The look was mirrored by Barry and Paul. Dawn looked disbelievingly at the trio. You mean you three don't know about the official Pokémon website? At the three shakes of heads, Dawn sighed as she turned on the computer, muttering about boys and one-track minds. Barry, Paul and Kenny jostled for space around Dawn, making the poor girl suffocate for air. Finally, the internet connected as Dawn started up the website. Kenny looked a bit sullen since Dawn's computer had wallpaper consisting of a group photo of Dawn, Ash and Brock, along with Pikachu and Piplup, but didn't comment on it. Here we are. Trainers. Kanto. Pallet. Ash, Ketchum. Dawn listed out as she clicked on the various links necessary to go to a trainer's profile. Just as she clicked on Ketchum, Ash, a page opened with a passport-sized picture of Ash, with his various achievements and data listed around. After scrolling downward for a few times, a group of photos showcasing his various Pokémon came up. See, I told you there were more than 30. Dawn said in victory as the three boys looked with contemplation towards Ash's Pokémon. Though Dawn did noted that a few of the Pokémon, like Primeape, Butterfree and Lapras, she hadn't seen at the lab. Wow! Ash actually has a pretty well-rounded squad. Kenny praised. Wait. Does that mean that Ash could have easily defeated me back when I battled his Virgil? Empoleon is my strongest Pokémon. Yet I just barely won against Virgil. Indeed. The question is, why didn't he use them in the World Cup or the Sino League? He might even have been able to defeat another of Tobias's Pokémon. Paul said as he narrowed his eyes. And not to mention the fact that so many of his Pokémon are unevolved. If they reach their full evolutions, scary. Barry shivered as he imagined just how powerful Ash's squad would be if all the Pokémon reached their full potential. Paul was in deep thought. I never imagined that Ash could have so many Pokémon. Even I have traveled through Sinnoh, Kanto, and Hoenn. Yet I have 24 Pokémon. I haven't even journeyed Johto and Unova. It seems that there was more than what met the eye to his rival. So, you all are also taking part in the Champions League? Dawn asked as she faced the three boys. The trio looked at her as if she were stupid. Of course, Dawn, the gyms are closed, contests are inactive, the only thing that we could possibly do is train for the Champions League. And what about you? Kenny asked. I don't really have a choice, you know. Someone has to put Ursula in her place. Dawn's face turned into a smirk as she said that. With all the extra training she did after parting with Ash, there was no way Ursula was going to win against her. Kenny smirked back at her. Don't dream too much, DD, me and Empoleon have been training pretty hard, we might as well win the whole thing. He boasted. However, Kenny's statement was met by a pout from Dawn. Why Kenny, I thought you would be supporting me. She said with watery eyes, and a cute expression as Kenny turned beet red. It's not like that, Dawn. I will support you, I mean dash, Kenny started to explain before hearing Dawn bursting into laughs. Yeah, best thing that ever, Dawn thought as a chibi version of her made a victory sign. Now Kenny, Dawn already has a boyfriend. And Dawn, what if Ash knows about this, Johanna chided as she came into the room. This caused a pin-drop silence around the room. A multitude of expressions were seen on the faces of the people present in the room. Dawn turned as red as tomato as she stared unbelievingly at her mother. Kenny's face twisted into a horrified expression, Barry balked and Paul's eyes widened, as if a sudden evaluation was made to him. MOM. How many times do I have to tell you that Ash is not my boyfriend? Dawn screamed at her mother, who was sitting as calm as ever. I knew it. I knew it that the reason you didn't come with me was due to Ash. Why Dawn? Why did you lie? Kenny sobbed as waterfall tears fell from his eyes. Ash is your boyfriend. How? When? Barry screamed. Even though he didn't have any reason for giving such an exaggerated response, Barry didn't need a reason to be hyper. Ketchum's quite lucky. Paul said over the screaming, which stunned everyone present in the room, even Dawn's mother, to silence. Dude. Barry made out. His face was twisted into a comedic expression, resembling shock and bafflement. What the hell? Why did you say, Ketchum's lucky? Kenny asked in a baffled voice. Paul shrugged as he got up from his seat. Why not? Dawn is a very pretty girl, so it's natural that Ketchum is lucky. Seeing his stupidity, it's even more astonishing how he managed to do it. I wonder if he would give me a few tips. Paul mused as he walked out of the house. A strange silence fell over the Berlitz household as the door closed. Dawn's mouth resembled a gaping fish. Kenny and Barry were twitching, unable to make any intelligible sound. Dawn's mother wondered whether her daughter would ever forgive her for insinuating Ash as her boyfriend in front of these boys. 1. XXX. Back to Johto. Tyranitar, Croconaw, Kingler, Noctowl, Snorlax, Duat, come on out. Ash yelled as he threw the 6 Pokeballs towards the open space. The reason he could carry Tyranitar's Pokeball with him was due to leaving Pikachu's Pokeball with Professor Oak back in Pallet. Seeing as no matter what the situation, Pikachu never got into his Pokeball, Ash decided that it was a waste of space to carry it. Pikachu agreed quite readily with the waste of space part. R.A. Croc. Kooky, Towel. Lax. Dewat. All of the Pokémon came out with enthusiastic cries of their names. Well, all except Snorlax. Croconaw, Kingler and Snorlax looked at Tyranitar with surprise, seeing as they had not met him before. Duat glared half-heartedly at the beast of kicking him into the bushes. Yo guys, I have brought you all out to meet our new, or should I say old friend, Tyranitar. Ash smiled as he pointed to the armor Pokémon. Tyranitar cordially nodded at the group, with the action mirrored by the others, although they did look a bit intimidated by the pseudo-legendary. Suddenly, Croconaw began yapping happily towards Tyranitar, who looked at the Pokémon with confusion. After a few seconds, even Tyranitar grinned at the little croc as it banged its tail against Croconaw's. So you two recognized each other after all? Ash murmured as he looked at the two happily conversing Pokémon. He hadn't expected for Tyranitar and Croconaw to remember each other after so much time, not to mention after both of their evolution. Ash took this moment to scan Tyranitar for the first time with his extreme dex. Dexter, show me the information of our beast. Ash decided to call Tyranitar with the nickname of Beast. It quite suited the green-armored Pokémon. Of course, sir. National Pokédex entry number 248, Tyranitar. Tyranitar, the armor Pokémon. Tyranitar is so overwhelmingly powerful, it can bring down a whole mountain to make its nest. This Pokémon wanders about in mountains seeking new opponents to fight. It is the evolved form of Pupitar. This Tyranitar has the ability, Sandstorm. This Tyranitar knows the attacks, Ice Fang, Fire Blast, Sandstorm, Rock Slide, Thrash, Dark Pulse, Earthquake, Hyper Beam, Brick Break, Iron Defense, and Giga Impact. WL. Are you sure this is correct, Dexter? Ash asked in disbelief to the sentient Pokédex, who blinked in the affirmative. Holy sheet. XXX. Team Rocket Mother Base, Johto. I must say I am impressed by your work in Johto. It's a vast improvement from what I've come to hope from you in the recent years. A cold, condescending voice came as Giovanni looked over the forms of three of his stupidest, or smartest, recruits of all time. Jesse, James and Meowth gulped collectively as they stood in position before Giovanni. While they could talk to Boss on the various means of communication, talking to him face to face was an entirely different experience. Thank you, sir. James said as he made a short bow. Giovanni waved him off. What else have you three got for me from Unova? He asked as the three stiffened. While their main job was indeed carrying out espionage and subterfuge, the matter of stealing Pokémon for the cause of Team Rocket was always the secondary objective. We haven't really got dash, Jessie started while nervously rubbing her hands before Meowth cut her off. Of course, sir. We have got best Pokémon for ya. The Pokémon we used in Unova are all yours. The cat-like Pokémon said with a nervous laugh as Jessie and James looked at him with surprise. All right, good job. Giovanni said, the smallest hint of a smile on his face as he took the 4 Pokeballs from the hands of the 3 operatives. The trio were just making their ways out when Giovanni's voice stopped them. On second thought. Keep your Pokémon. From what I've gathered, you two have a adequate team with you, so I want you two to keep as many Pokémon with you as you could. He ordered. He tossed them back the Pokeballs. With the way Team Rocket's plans were going on, all of their operatives had to be as well equipped as they could be. Not to mention these 3 idiots are now privy to many of our dealings in Unova. If they get captured, it could prove extremely detrimental to Team Rocket. All right, sir. Jesse and James exclaimed as they caught their Pokeballs. While they didn't have much of a time to create bonds with their Pokémon, it didn't mean that they wanted to give them away. Giovanni touched a few of the icons on his computer, with a couple of screens showing Jesse and James's profiles coming up. The database shows that you, Jesse, have a Seviper, Yenmega, Wobbuffet, Woobat and a Frillish. And James has a Carnivine, Mime Jr., Yamask and a Mungus. He noted as Jesse and James nodded. Giovanni nodded. It's satisfactory. Go and collect your Pokémon from the inventory. He ordered. At once, sir. Jessie saluted as she, James and Meowth quickly made their way out. XXX. Dr. Zager, how is the project coming around? A gruff voice ringed out in a darkened room as a man in lab clothes held some files on the TV screen. I must say that it's been coming along better, and faster, than I had ever expected. Namba is surprisingly cooperative. The man named Zager said as he read out few of the files. Giovanni didn't give any hint of emotion, just a narrowing of his eyes as he spoke next. Better, doesn't cut it, Dr. Zager, it has to be the best. Dr. Namba and you are the best minds of our organization, and it is very fruitful when you two work together. Oh, of course, sir. Project Dark Gene will be ready in a maximum PRD of about 6 months, while Project Psi might be ready even faster. Zager said as he showcased a couple of charts to Giovanni, who scrutinized them closely. How have you made any progress in Project Psi? The subjects were proving notoriously difficult to deal with. The man in the purple suit asked curiously as he looked over the reports sent to his computers. Psi was one of the projects that he had inherited from his mother, along with Team Rocket, and one where no one was able to make a breakthrough, no matter what. Zager's eyes gleamed as he adjusted his glasses, but before he could respond, another figure came into view. Dr. Namba. Hello, sir. As Zager was saying, we have made a major breakthrough in the matter of Project Psi. Efforts to control the subjects have been more successful as of late, and the number of failures have been reduced too. The failures weren't without their own merit though. Enough with this. Giovanni ordered as he looked over the duo with cold black eyes. Tell me the reason. He nearly growled as he looked over the two doctors. Zager glared at Namba for putting them in the situation, before turning back to Giovanni. The reason being one of our new recruitments. He has been notoriously successful in subjugating the test subjects. New recruitment? Who is he? Giovanni asked as his arms remained folded, one of them stroking the ever-present Persian on his side. He is quite famous in the region of Unova, sir. And he has pledged allegiance to our cause, as long as we keep funding his research. His name is Namba was cut off as another figure joined the duo on the screen. Giovanni's jaw dropped when he saw the man in front of him, literally. Never in his life had he imagined this man to appear between him. Slowly, a smirk came to his face. Seeing the greatest scientific minds in the world, at one place, working under him. For once, even Giovanni was stunned. The youthful-looking man looked calm as ever. The small, almost serene, smile on his face remained unchanged as made a short bow before Giovanni. Hello, sir. My name is Kores, and I am your latest recruit. Giovanni gave a sinister chuckle as he looked at the various files sent over to him by the three scientists. Finally, everything is going along with the plan. XXX. Hey guys. Jessie greeted as Sevapur, Yen Mega, and Wobbuffet crowded around her, happy to see their master after nearly a year apart. Some ways apart, James was engulfed in Carnavine's huge jaws, with Mime Jr. happily floating around. Carnivine, left me Alf. James muffled out in pain as he tried to pry himself out from Carnivine's mouth. The Pokémon itself was happily showing its love towards his trainer in the manner best known to it. Meowth sighed, guess some things never change. He casually waved to the group of Pokémon around him. James took huge gulps of air as Carnivine finally let him out. James often wondered just why all of his grass types showed so much affection to him, and in so painful ways. You know James, Cacnea and Victreebel were the same around you. Meowth idly noted as he stood near a happily smiling Carnivine. James grumbled at that. Well, at least Among Us is serious about battling. He noted with thanks towards his Unova capture. Nevertheless, the mention of Victreebel did make James's heart ache. The lovable Pokémon had been with him since many days, only for him to mistakenly trade him away. I can only hope you are happy. Wherever you are, Victreebel. Jessie snapped her fingers. Oh yeah. Guys, meet our new squad members, Frillish, Woobat, come on out. She said as she tossed the two Pokeballs attached to her waist. Frillish and Woobat came with the respective cries of their subspecies, as they curiously took note of the Pokémon surrounding their masters. Ish. Woo. They questioned Meowth. Wait. Among Us, Yamask, I choose you. James said. The two Pokeballs on his belt clicked open with a flash. Among Us and Yamask stood, and floated, with confused faces along with Frillish and Woobat, that is until Meowth explained the situation to them. These are the old Pokémon of Jessie and James guys. Meowth explained as the Pokémon smiled at each other. Except for Among Us, he looked as if someone had just farted in his mouth. Nevertheless, he cordially nodded at the enthusiastic Carnivine, who tried to get him in his mouth. Well. Otherwise everything went well for the large group. Seeing their Pokémon interact with camaraderie and friendship, and then looking over at the other corner where a Houndoom and a Mytiana, belonging to the same trainer, battled with ferociousness, not for the first time did Jesse and James wondered. Is this the place where we really belong? XXX. Back to Johto. Pokémon POV. So you're all father's Pokémon. Tyranitar noted as he looked at the group of 5 before him, their faces gaining confused looks. Father? But we are Ash's Pokémon. Duat said with a confused face. I think that he was mentioning Ash when he said father, Duat. Noctowl said as he assessed Tyranitar's words. But why would he call Ash as his father? Kingler asked to Noctowl. Tyranitar cut off any response the genius bird might have given, because it was Ash who raised me from my egg, at least until I reunited with my birth mother. So he essentially is my father. Tyranitar responded. Meanwhile, Croconaw looked with a smirk towards the armor Pokémon. So. Little Larvitar evolved after all. Croconaw mused as he faced the behemoth before him. Yeah. And I see that little Totodile is still a little guy. Tyranitar said condescendingly. This caused a frown to appear on Croconaw's face. And what do you mean by that big guy? The Croc said as he took a step forward. Nothing. Tyranitar said rather nonchalantly as a smirk came onto his face. I really don't like the attitude from the new guy. Was the thought going through Noctowl's and Kingler's head? Duat was still a bit sore over the rather easy way he was disposed of by Tyranitar, and Snorlax just didn't care. You think you're the strongest here? Duat asked challengingly as he stepped forward, an action that was mirrored from Tyranitar. Tyranitar gave haughty look to the otter Pokémon, I don't think so. I know so. Croconaw had had enough, wanna prove it? The Crocs ran a tongue over his elongated canine as he faced Tyranitar without flinching. The towering beast grinned with malice as he faced the 3.5-foot Croc. Anytime. Any place. Noctowl, Kingler and Duat shifted with unease at the bad blood between 2 of their squad members, but knew that if bad came to worse, Snorlax would be able to subdue them enough for Ash to take care of the matters. Fortunately, before the situation could escalate, Pikachu came between the duo, cheeks sparkling with dangerous intent. What's the matter over here? He asked commandingly to Tyranitar, who cringed a bit before regaining his previous smug attitude. Nothing, we were just having some male bonding. Tyranitar said sarcastically as he moved away from the place towards Ash, intending to spend a bit more time with his father. Pikachu sighed. Well, that certainly wasn't unexpected. Larvitar has spent so much of its life in the wild, such things are normal. At least Garchomp didn't get a big head after evolving. Pikachu turned towards Croconaw, who was glaring at the back of the dinosaur Pokémon. Crocs, you know he's still got the mind of a kid, right? Pikachu asked as he faced his longtime friend. Croconaw merely scoffed, doesn't mean the kid has to be such an a-hole. I can guarantee you that neither Charizard, nor Garchomp will dig his attitude. Croconaw said with an amused smirk. He still remembered the days when he played with Larvitar, that made it even more annoying for Croconaw. Pikachu stifled a chuckle as he imagined just how Charizard and Garchomp would handle Tyranitar's big head. Nevertheless, don't pick up a fight with him. From what Dexter told us, he has got some extremely powerful moves. Pikachu warned Croconaw, causing him to frown. Might even be due to separating from his mother after evolving. What the heck is up with you guys? I can take Tyranitar, I won't lose. Croconaw said stubbornly, causing Pikachu to tiredly rub his head. He just couldn't live his life in peace and harmony now, could he?